Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 PUBG MOBILE Regional Clash PL versus SEA, and joining you guys for today on the analyst desk, it's me, Kyrol, and alongside with Contra.
Yep, and we've already had a spectacular start on our Friday run, and today I believe that the action is just going to be pretty much jam-packed as we already get a glimpse of how these teams are actually playing. So far, we're seeing quite a number of SEA teams really thriving in the first day. Maybe it was a little bit more of a slower start for them to catch up against PEL, but hey, I think like there's definitely going to be a stiff competition going on between some of all these teams. What say you?
There could be a lot of early fights for drop spots for sure, but I don't know if whether they have decided to change their drop spot, especially for Sanhok. There's 3 teams are going down face-to-face between FaZe Clan, Weibo Gaming, and Wolves at Hatin especially. And not to forget, Sam9 and LGD had a bit of skirmish around cave area, but the fight did not end entirely, where few players of LGD just scattered away before the fight even ended.
Yeah, speaking of LGD, this is a team that had a lot of expectations being set upon them because they've been playing internationally for so many times already, but in this PMRC, it didn't seem like they were able to play the game how they are actually used to. So I'm hoping to see changes being brought in for the rest of LGD, or else I think that they are not going to be able to do all too much heading into day 3. So of course, for those of you guys who are joining in, we'll give you all the lowdowns of what's to come throughout the course of the tournament. But Kyrol, once we actually end the day with the 6 maps being played out, we see so many of all these Indonesian teams doing so well with names like BIGETRON Raid Villains, even MORPY GPX is also somewhere on the front page, and not forgetting the members of PERSIJA EVOS.
Yeah, they're looking well prepared for Sanhok, especially for that map. They are mainly focused towards the center of the circle, especially starting from circle number 3 up until the ending of the circle. But then for Sanhok, for Miramar and Erangel, they're looking a bit shaky around those bigger maps where PL teams are kind of more dominated them in terms of eliminations and kill points. But then this is our overview for the whole tournament, where we start off yesterday on 20th of October up until 22nd of October, which is tomorrow, Sunday. And these teams will play 6 matches per day. And meanwhile, for the point system, the winner chicken dinner team will get 10 points. And for 1 elimination will equivalent to 1 point.
That's right. So it's really important to actually find a striking balance in between getting elimination points as well as finishing in a decent position. I would say at least a top 4 or top 5 finish would suffice if they would carry about, 6 elimination points? That's good enough. Meanwhile, these are teams that are participating. I think that the teams coming from Southeast Asia definitely have a lot more to prove, especially yesterday's run. It was mainly the Indonesians that have been putting points for the side of SEA.
Yeah, we have to talk about the unsung hero from Malaysia, Sam9. They start off well in Sanhok, but then as soon as we change into bigger maps, especially in Erangel and Miramar, they're having a little bit of problem on rotation side, but not on the team fight or engaging the fights with their opponents, especially when facing up TEC in Sanhok. They blindly rotate and push in a compound with 4 players of TEC. It's a 3v4 fight, but then it ends well for them. Maybe they just need a little bit more idea on how to approach those circles that did not go for them.
I absolutely agree. And speaking of TEC, they've also managed to get themselves a chicken dinner, but it has not been proven to the point that are they really the strongest of PEL for the moment. Sure, they've been able to win titles, but hitting here against SEA teams, you can see that they're still somewhere in the middle of the pack, currently sitting on the 6th position, whereas there's also quite a number of different PEL teams that have gotten the chicken dinner, namely TeamPAI Gaming, TeamPAI, as well as K1. But it's actually TeamPAI who have scored the highest without even the chicken dinner.
Yeah, if we see on the amount of winner chicken dinner get by the PL teams, but then they are looking not consistent on the maps they are playing. They usually they will get eliminated early, too soon in the game, and didn't collect enough points to put them on top. Like looking at it right now, for The results, C teams are dominating with 293 points. Meanwhile, the PL teams are still stuck behind with 248 points.
Yeah, I just love this graphic because it basically gives you all the lowdown and all the points that they've been able to get round by round. So far, it started off pretty all right for the side of BIGETRON aliens. Well, I keep saying aliens. It's villains right now. Yeah. So that was Sanhok, and we can easily see that the Indonesians know exactly what to do, especially when the circle goes in towards the central area. They've already have a lot of all these plays being acquired by themselves to gatekeep all the other teams. Now, I wonder, would PEL find a way to counter this heading into our upcoming map, which is going to be Sanhok later on? But it's now even Stevens, 3 chicken dinners for each respective region. But going back to Sanhok, you're just seeing the flags in red and white.
Yep, we have BTR at #1 spot right now with a total of 18 points. MorphGPX on the 2nd place, and followed by PERSIJA, EVOS, and the 4th place is Vampire Esports from Thailand. We can talk about the Thailand teams maybe right now because only Vampire Esports are putting up good stats for them. We haven't seen much of a clutch play or maybe highlights out of from XERXIA and FaZe Clan that much yesterday, but today is a new day, so maybe there's a bit of changes in strategical thinking of them.
Yeah, perhaps so. And speaking of XERXIA, I think like there were highlight moments of fights that they actually partake, which sees them having great clutches, but after that, it seemed like it's harder for them to approach the later stages. It really felt like they are hitting a stumbling block right there. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of XERXIA, because yesterday I think one of the playmakers for the team was Megamind, but other than Megamind, it seemed like majority of them were kind of absent. But for FaZe Clan though, like some games, you know, hard hitting, certain games, nada.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for the Thailand teams, as we can see that they are not that consistent in the maps that they are playing. But for Sanhok mainly, I would hope to see more highlights and more team fights coming out from the PL side, where maybe we can see Weibo Gaming going a bit aggressive over at Hatin if they are going to drop again with all the other 2 teams. But then it would all be answered in-game because we are going to casters with Choo and Sir Cloud.
Thank you so much, Karan, as well as Contra. Great insights coming from our host and analyst down there. And be careful what you wish for, because yesterday was day #1 and today is day #2 where everybody warm up and ready to go. It's going to be Choo and Sir Cloud for your casters here today. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling absolutely stoked because it's day #2. And not only because it's day #2, but because yesterday was like, yeah, the preview day of like what's going to happen and so on. So today, it's a refine of whatever happened yesterday. So I expect some things to change.
I agree. And speaking of Sanhok, we only have Sanhok once per day. So I assume there's not going to be drop spots. There will be a very sort of fixed for most of the teams down there, because it's going to be the smallest map there is. And speaking of Sanhok, even my analysis on Sanhok is quite hard to predict because they change their drop spot for every single team down there.
Yeah, it almost feels like they are maybe testing things out for the PMGC. Well, we don't know. Or they just want to stamp their dominance there for the upcoming PMGC too. I mean, there are so many theories, right? But one thing that we'll be observing, since we only played one Sanhok yesterday, today we will want to see whether some of the key starting fight points will fight again.
That's kind of true, because when compared with Erangel and Miramar, I do see that most teams, well, majority of the teams down there, do take Miramar and Erangel as serious as they can, and they do prefer the bigger map days. But here comes our prediction for the day. Surprisingly, we were separated when we do our predictions. Yeah, but what's your take for Alter Ego first?
Yeah, I was called into the headmaster room to do my prediction earlier on. And Alter Ego, well, I mean, we cannot discount the team that became the champions of PMSL, right? And they became champions in style. So that's definitely one. Yesterday as well, in one of the Erangel maps, I believe it was the first one, Rosemary and Octa did a combo to take out one of the PAL teams. So I think that was pretty nice. So considering that they would have learned from whatever happened yesterday, perhaps today game 1 might be theirs.
Speaking of Octa, will Alva be playing? That's a bigger question, because the moment they swap in Alva, things get a bit heated up on Alter Ego. So that's where they begin to be very aggressive throughout the entire day 1 yesterday. But speaking of all the other teams though, PL team, do they want to focus any chickens in Sanhok or not?
If we do look at the stats, right, like chicken dinner, yes, they got majority of it, but I don't know if it's like chicken dinner is really their main priority or if it's just a bonus for them in the way that they play. Because yes, I noticed some of the comments from our viewers, they say that, oh, PL teams playing very safe and so on. But at the end of the day, they can bring in the points. And I would say in my own words, they take a very smart approach to choose which sort of fights they want to take rather than take all the fights.
Now, personally, I feel like PL team is more tactical compared to Southeast Asia. They do love those fights. Now, that's where we get the gap between around over 40 points of a gap between PL teams and SEA. But can the gap be shrink over by the end of today? Will still be the same lead over by Southeast Asia, leading over 40 points for now. But chicken-wise, I think we have to give it to PL. So it feels like a win-win situation for both regions here.
Yeah, statistically-wise, of course, chicken dinners do favor onto the PEL team. So, well, chicken dinner as well as the points so far doing not too bad. But speaking about the points, so we will be looking at Southeast Asia versus PEL. And so far in Sanhok, which is only played once yesterday, Southeast Asia is leading.
Yeah, they do love the fight, and this is the perfect map for it as well, because the smaller you can get, the easier for you to find your opponents and try to shoot them down. So speaking of second day in PMRC, we're starting off our day with the little map of Sanhok. Let's have it a go.
The little map called Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, and this is just the second Sanhok inside of this edition's PMRC.
Start shooting already?
Anything can happen. I mean, yeah, where are they shooting right now? I'm curious. The earliest is probably around Camp Alpha?
It's definitely Camp Alpha.
Look before that? But they haven't landed yet, so...
I heard gunshot just now. It's not just me, right?
Yeah, you weren't alone in this.
Were they being shot when they're still in, still floating up there? But and no, I don't see anybody landed just yet. Maybe that's just something that, you know. Yeah, they're definitely shooting.
Okay, yes. And early engagement, Alter Ego, they were the first team to be eliminated in Sanhok yesterday because they lost to their challenger. And now, Thunderdog Gaming, one player left, that's going to be Rock. Let's see if we can pull off a clutch here against Alter Ego. Alter Ego will say thank you very much to the mountain of Camp Alpha. We'll get our answer really soon.
Oh, the shotguns is so close yet so far, but Rosemary coming up from behind us per usual is unusual and a bit awkward mask down there. But we're not done with the fights. Around bootcamp, we do have contenders. PERSIJA EVOS versus FaZe Clan. Surprisingly, we don't see TEC here.
Yeah, instead of FaZe Clan, yesterday they played in Hatin, but this time around they choose to come back to bootcamp. And so far for PERSIJA EVOS, two of their players are currently down. Zuxi is kind of low as well. Mormon knocked down by Redface, a little bit of a trade there, but FaZe Clan down to only Ventores, and he will pull off a captain's game and winning bootcamp for FaZe Clan.
Amazing timing by Ventores just now, but unfortunately it will come at cost for the side of FaZe Clan. Heavy casualty, leaving only Ventores alone to deal with whatever surviving challenges and kits he has to go through after this. But we do have another contender next. It's going to be LGD versus Semnet on top of Cave. Now, this is going to be one interesting matchup because we're right directly in the cave itself.
Well, Cairo asked for it. He wanted team fights. He's going to get it right now. LGD, yesterday, track record-wise, they're not fans of early engagement. But so far, in this encounter with Sem9, they got the first blood. So, looking good so far for LGD. Sem9, saw the players, Kenny, Deb, on the other side of the mountain. And they're still going in for it.
Still have a trio on the side of Sem9. Why not? Like per usual, Mikhail will be the first one to be sacrificed once more. Unfortunately, he couldn't actually try to put in some actions again. But for the side of Sem9, they're right on top of LGD. Still happen to be inside of Cave. Why can't he try to find any sort of information? Well, we do have a new visitor passing by. That's going to be XERXIA.
Yep, here we go. For Sem9, want to make that engagement, but they want to gather information first. So one player is not here, it's Tam. So I guess Tam is kind of looting somewhere else. So maybe that's why they're holding ground, getting information, and perhaps wait for Tam to come join them.
Question is, which angle will Tom start to approach LGD? Because LGD definitely aware they are still up there somewhere. Tianba will leave around this area right now. They're not going to be having a lot of problems since nobody's actually nearby. And it compounds that, and they got themselves some vehicles as well, so that's good news. But unfortunately, only found one UAZ. They need to find a second vehicle to make it work for them in case they're being showered by bullets later on. It's not the safest spot or the safest conclusion to put everyone in one vehicle. Alter Ego still going for the hunt, regardless they only have 2 players.
Yeah, Ravenclaw, he happened to drop here alone during the start. So, kind of spot out by Alter Ego. But Weibo happened to pass by. Rosemary will be happy to receive them. And that's going to be 2 in the bag for Alter Ego, just like that.
Surprise, surprise. Fnatic next will be punished the moment they try to open fire. Rosemary will be the anchor for the team. The last remaining member of Alter Ego. Weibo Gaming is definitely not happy with what they don't deserve to be shoot from off angle like that. But Fnatic will be revived by Rosemary. But do they have any smokes for that? They're lucky enough for Alter Ego. Vampires here to save the day.
Wow. Ravenclaw, I believe his teammates should still be at the ruins area, but looks like his other teammates are on their way, so they want to take advantage of this fight. Tony K has arrived. Ravenclaw is climbing up the hill, probably going in for a flank. Rosemary gets Ming. This guy is a one-man army now for Alter Ego.
Oh, spot out Tony K going for the pressure. And that's almost chucked down the entirety of health for the side of Tony K. But Rosemary just made too many enemies for himself and by himself. And we're not done yet. Ravenclaw finish off by Yamao, taking advantage with Weibo Gaming. Despite they lost 2 men early on. Fight back to back. Traps down the ground. Suk managed to secure 1 more knockdown. But Tony K, a bit too far to give extra aid for the rest of the teammates.
Ivan Fluke is knocked as well. I doubt he'll be able to be safe at this moment. Vampire Esports only down to Tony K, going up 1v1 with a nade in hand. Can Tony K do it? This one nade should let it. It did.
Ooh.
Oh man, just last tick of health.
Yamao, I'm not sure if got himself any first aid at this point. He's not healing up. He doesn't have the space and time to do it. As Tony K going in for the rush, pushing him into an angle that is so uncomfortable.
Way.
But Tony K, no way. Oh my God, how did that just happen? Even though despite Tony K managed to knock down Yamao, but he's the last person alive for Vampires.
His nade connected, and at the same time, his opponent, Weibo, shot. So they kind of like traded that move between each other. And so happened both and knock each other out. Well, the biggest winner here, arguably, is Rosemary since he's alive.
It's going to be 1-man squad for not just Alter Ego, that actually includes FaZe Clan at this point. And Weibo Gaming, can he revive the knockdown player? Morph on the other hand, spotted LGD. Cat already being knocked down, but I assume there's going to be quite a distance since we don't see a kill fit to execute Cat at that point. But for side of Weibo Gaming, Suk is trying to just get himself in a better, safer spot while they're trying to reposition himself.
Oh, here we go. CC spots one out, and that's going to be an easy knockdown onto Boboku. On the other side, we got Yoru. Looks like they're going to try to get revenge for their captain. CC will be the one to be finished up by Cleon now. Morph GPX fighting against LGD. And LGD, at this moment, only left with 1 player. And not only that, LGD is the only team with a single-digit point as of now.
LGD back in the cave, there you go. They started off the fight here and now going back since he knows he's alone. And the circle just moves away from cave as well. Now Blessing have to figure out how to get out there safely as Morph will pass by. Well, we do have K1 right in the center. It might be ended up on top of Bon or Lakabi for this one. That's going to be good news for Tianba since they dropped himself there early on.
Yeah, looking at the circle right now, it pulls towards the right, but a good number of teams are on the southern side, mid to south. So I would expect a lot more fights down there. And we got a number of teams trying to get across as well into the circle. So I guess it's going to be chill time for now, perhaps. But give it a moment and we'll see it erupt again.
There's no chill time for this, guys. Look at Megamind trying to hunt people down. He's agitated aggressively, trying to be as productive to gain any sort of intel any way possible. XERXIA, on the other hand, taking a whole compound for themselves. Definitely alerted PEI on that side. Smile, trying to relay the information back to as a team and try to reassess what to do next here. 76 is tempted to go in accordingly, but they hold their grounds for a bit. Smile giving a bit of pressure to K1, quite far off. Ambitious shots, but it will be hard for him to connect.
And that's going to be the long range there by Smile. It did connect onto K1, but with that kind of distance, like what you say, just ambitious. It's more of like warning shots and just stamping their dominance in that area, just not to allow K1 to come towards them. But we do see another knockdown somewhere else. Looks like another fight's happening here with Ren currently down, and the rest of Tianba kind of far away from Ren. So to save him, they have to go in and probably take a little bit of a risk.
LY try to just locate the other players of Wolves right now, where Ren will actually be revived by his other teammates. So that's going to be divide and conquer or divide and distract on the side of Tianba for now. PEI, Eagle, we remember yesterday how we actually running low of bullets. Hopefully that's not the case here for Eagle coming up from TeamPAI today. But back to the side of 77H, Wolf, always the last remaining member when things getting a bit critical for Wolf, but this time they have a full squad to go on. But Morph, they don't think twice about their actions.
Oh, but if you don't think twice, you might be punished. Bobo will be eliminated. Now Rocky tries to get one back out of Wolf, and he will make remember him. The name called Rocky, and that's going to be one in the pocket.
Coming out from the side of Morph, Rocky, DBS fight between these two. Oh. 77 down on the ground. Rocky just gonna finish him off. And next is gonna be finding the rest of the members of the Wolves. But will Morph overstay themselves here? A bit risky since they lost one man as well. A bit of a trade done as Sem9 might just passing by. Might be interested in this too.
Oh, here we go. But we're back onto the side of Wolf. You can see that Rocky here has the sniper tower area against Sem9. Sem9 charging across, life kind of low. So Rocky, can he take advantage of this? Okay, they're surrounding him right now. He has a DBS in hand, managed to get one knockdown. The Molly will force him to come out. Rocky goes down, gets another knock. Onto Dap this time. One more to go. If he can take out Dap, that will be all for Sem9. But he got a little bit of help. And thank you so much to Cleon. Sem9 is out.
You have to give it to Rocky. He got some superpowers just to negate and avoid all the whatever troubles have been tossing around him. And managed to survive and managed to clutch almost the entirety of the team by himself. That's no hesitance being shown over by Rocky. Just so much confidence with that DBS.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like what? Shoot, aim, evade at the same time, all bundled up together. Man, no wonder he's as rocky as Rocky Balboa. But now on the other side, we got the Morph GPX back on screen, and they're not alone. There's another two teams around them.
PEI greeting Morph. It's going to be Tianba. PEI sitting this one quietly, but Smile be knocked down as well. Quite a long distance from BBZ. That spray sounds crispy, but nothing seems to be connecting for the side of Tianba. But here comes Morph. They don't think. They just go and they just do for the side of Morph today. I'm loving this. Since yesterday.
Oh!
My God.
Oh!
I don't know what structure is this. Probably something very solid and nobody knows what is that.
That is probably the most solid sock mountain that I've ever seen in my entire life. But anyway, if it's not because of that, then he would have gotten that knock. But hey, you know what? It is what it is at the end of the day. So right now, update, Wolf will be the next team to be eliminated. As for the team that that tried to really ram through, looks like they are out. Yeah, I believe so.
A lot of solo squad here, including Morph just now. Their decision was a bit reckless, but well paid off with 7 eliminations by far. Singers for Alter Ego, but leaving them with only one player left. PTR, on the other hand, might actually share the same fate if one more player gets knocked down. Lapar tried to revive on Satar for now, while TEC given the pressure. K1 on the other side of a hill. Now this a bit of an issue for the side of BTR since they punctured out tires by TEC. No more vehicles for them to exit out on the side of BTR.
And now TEC sharing the same area with BTR. But BTR, they kind of sandwiched. There's another team on the high ground as well. So nowhere for BTR to kind of move at this moment. But for TEC, they'll be interested to get as many points as possible. Yesterday, they didn't really have a good start, but their second half of the day, they got a chicken dinner and consistency was there. So I would expect for TEC to put in a good performance during the start of today.
Now we're going back to Weibo Gaming. Also, the last player, if I'm not wrong. No, not really. They have another player. That's going to be Yemao with him. So it's going to be 2 players left, still playing a bit of a blue zone down there, coming in a bit later since they know for a fact they don't have enough manpower on their side. But XERXIA approaching the left face. Ventura is going to be the only one coming up from bomb, out of bomb possibly, but the circle just shifted right on top of in between Lakawi and bomb. So the one in the center right now is going to be just TeamPAI, but K1, when will they start to take actions?
Well, speaking of action, it's going to be a blessing from LGD.
Oh,
and that's
boy.
going to be Rocky, the last man for MORPY GPX eliminator. But they managed to get 7 elimination points before they went out. Blessing, counting his blessings, able to get into the safe spot to heal up.
Well, he knew for a fact there's nobody else there. Got himself extra vehicle, like why not? A motorbike, whatever works at this point. But he has to be extra careful. Earl decided to have a bit of a dive and just swim over to a side of Tianba, possibly on the side of outskirts of Lakawi, where Tianba's still waiting there. They don't even necessarily need to move, so the circle's on their side still. They got the compound. Pretty much a sweet spot for Tianba for now.
I want to point out that earlier on, Rosemary, he was by the coastline, rotated all the way from Camp Alpha there, and he's not too far away from the circle, so it's paying dividends to him on whatever risk that he's trying to take or that he took to rotate that far. And now for Tianba, they have company in this area. It's going to be Weibo Gaming and Suk will be the one to go down.
Down to only Yemao to clutch it out for the entirety of Weibo Gaming. It's Tianba we're talking about. They've been quiet so long. The moment they start to see the target, they will not let them pass by easily. XERXIA ramping into BTR. Here comes another team trying to take BTR down, Superboy. Or this is going to be Superboy. And there you go. Knocked down with the DBS. Megamind going in. Next one, a bit of a trade. They're not done yet as RNJ tried to cook up the nade. Tried to clear up the corners inside. And Sharper is bleeding outside just next to him as well.
RNJ 1v1 with Superboy, a.k.a. Yuhai, but it's from all the way downtown. Suki did Yuhai, aka Superboy, a favor to take out his opponent, and BTR, considerably, they want to fight.
TEC, they know for a fact that BTR handicapped right now as they're bleeding out. Gen Force trying to buy them time and space. Bamboo tried to take advantage on the backside of Gen Force, returning the favor with a grenade by the side of BTR. Suki shredded almost his helmet, tried to find a loophole from distance.
Oh,
Gen
whoa!
Force, a big nade coming in with a discount 2-in-1. Why not?
Man, that angle, that was great precision there by Gen Force. But Satar will be knocked down instead. Shadow comes in with an EVS from the other side, and he gets a double knockdown. Beautifully done by Shadow, moving through the darkness. And there's one more to go, and that's going to be Lapa on the other side.
Suki just gonna leave the blue zone, but Tianba stops him. And this is not great for TEC, leaving Shadow alone at this point. QZZ is the only one can stop TEC for now, while BTR try to reset themselves. Shadow, you have to go in, you don't have a choice. Unless you start to leave into the blue zone, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. They don't have that much time, less than 25 seconds. The blue will shrink, and it's gonna be a bit of a problem for Shadow. Happens to be the last member for TEC.
Too bad for Shadow. Both utilities tossed at BTR did not go through the window. If it did, then it could be a different story. But now we move on to LGD. Blessing is going to be the last man. Tosses a nade onto YDD. It does connect. 50% of health left for YDD. MG3 in the hands of Blessing. Can this be a blessing in disguise for him? But we're back to K1.
K1 finally speaks out, spotted out BTR players a minute to secure themselves vehicles and just gonna flee the scene, but PEI stopped them. It's a blockade. You don't have to run anymore, they have to fight now. And PEI obliterate the entirety and what's left of BTR into the dust.
Well, from the pan to the fire, they say, and BTR eliminated number 7. That's going to be YDD, and he took his revenge against Blessing. And now he'll be counting it in the lobby.
Now it's going to be 4 PL teams this time for our first map of the day. Sanhok with Tianba slowly being picked off by K1 from afar. BBZ and also Phil happen to be very comfortable with what they have right now on top of this tower, watching whatever there is, the drama down there.
Yeah, top 5 right now, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, majority of the top 5, 4 of them are from PEL. Outer Eagle, Rosemary representing Southeast Asia. And let's see what he can come up with. So far, he knocked down YDD from Tianba, and he will finish him off. There's going to be another point in the pocket of Rosemary. And now he needs to deal with the other members of Tianba.
Smoke's given away his position here because K1 was definitely scoping out towards his side. BBZ tried to give the pressure off whoever on top of that hill right now as Rosemary start to just get into the circle. Barely made it through, but it's going to be done and dusted by K1. K1 have a high chance and a good potential placement here when it comes to the position right on top of this hill.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now officially top 4 PEL. So for sure, this chicken dinner is going to go to the PEL side. But let's see who will take it home for PEL. At this moment, K1, the best position possible. High ground, sniper tower on the other side of the road. I mean, their message is now, come challenge us.
Quite tough for the side of TEC. That last member barely make it through out of the blue zone. BBZ now giving a bit of a pressure to a side of Tianba. PEI, on the other hand, got himself in the center. They got himself the compound as well. Tianba will try to stop the last member of TEC by themselves. It's 2v1 outnumbered and one more team to go down.
And there's going to be a straightforward elimination on the last member of TEC. So it's number 4 elimination points for them. 3 more teams to go. Either TeamPAI, Tianba, or K1 for the first chicken dinner today.
LY try to read the atmosphere, trying to spot out K1 players. And PEI happen to be in the center as well, but the one that actually will fight each other is going to be K1 versus Tianba first, as PEI do have a bit of a cave-in, a bit of a concave area down there. They even got themselves some walls to work with those compounds, those structures in between. They have buildings for their side. QZZ try to flush them out by tossing throwables, but they're not taking the bait just yet. He's trying to shut down those in the sniper tower, but you reap what you sow.
Wow, through the smoke, that was beautifully done. And now circle-wise, it didn't move away from K1, but they still have part of the circle that they can play with. But if they move into that area where the circle is at, they'll be exposing themselves to Tianba as well as TeamPAI. So I don't know, do they want to try to crash it on the other side? But they will take that risk. If they take that risk, then well, they could be preemptively striked by both teams.
And they are taking that risk. Hence, the smokes already pop out quite early on. K1 got himself 2 players in the vehicle, while the other still giving support fight from the back, trying to stop Tianba from approaching or even trying to close the distance here. TeamPAI, on the other hand, still not trying to decide which team they try to focus on first, but definitely it's going to be K1 since they try to take over this compound out of their hands of TeamPAI. Tianba taking a bit of K1 as well. A bit too much attraction towards out of K1 right now.
Oh, finally they found themselves somewhere to land, but where did that nade come from? It came from Eagle, with Eagle Eye precision to take out Passion. And our field is going to come in. LY from the high ground takes advantage of it. And one player from TeamPAI currently down.
Eagle, can he redeem himself from a loss of bullet yesterday when he was running so low he couldn't secure those chicken? This is the time for him to get that chicken once more with last player of TeamPAI inside of that house while K1 Phil tried to flush him out. But Tianba coming out from the backside. They do have the numbers for the side of Tianba, while the rest of them have 1 knock and 1 still stands.
Okay, we got Phil here with the nade in hand. He's going to want to secure that elimination point. Tianba is on the move as well. LY comes in, knocks down Eagle, and that's going to be more for them to take. The last member of K1, can Phil put off a clasher? He has the DBS. This is going to be the perfect weapon in this kind of distance, but the nade will say no. Nothing is going to stop Tianba, and they will get the chicken dinner for PEL.
Amazing perseverance coming out from the side of Tianba just now. At this point, they're being pressured so much by the side of K1. Lucky that the circle actually favors them as well. They don't need to leave as dire as it is. For K1, they definitely, with the moment they try to push in, that's where Tianba start to punish them back. But when it comes to the circle, when it comes to the first few phases, there's a lot of drop spot clashes.
Oh yeah, boot camp is a new clash spot because yesterday FaZe Clan played in Hartin, but this time they choose to drop in boot camp and they took out the chart leader prior to the start of this game, that was PERSIJA EVOS. So definitely the #1 spot will change after that. But we will want to see if the fight will continue inside of boot camp. Fortunately, we're done with the only sign up for today, so we'll see that tomorrow.
Now, speaking of which, you do have top 5 team just now with only 1 team coming up from SEA, another 4 coming up from PEL side. So will this start to close the gap of the overall points later on, since they do have extra points with their positions for the PEL region?
Yeah, I mean, top 4 went to PEL, so definitely the gap will be close and potentially even overtaking SEA. That's something that we need to tabulate, and we'll keep an eye on what's going to happen. But for the record as well, so this is a back-to-back chicken dinner for Tianba. They got the last one yesterday.
That's kind of true. Feels like they're still in the run for back-to-back chicken, maybe afterwards, because we do know Erangel and Miramar, they do prefer it in that bigger map. But surprisingly, they are more active than yesterday's Sanhok here for the teams from PEL, especially when it comes to the top 5. All 4 of them are actually very productive and active. Now, do they have enough eliminations to cover the gap of the over 40 points beforehand, before even start the first map of the day?
Well, we will get our answer definitely today. So far, first map, we did talk about like, will PEL teams go up? Looks like it's looking good for game #1. So probably something we can expect when it comes to the following games.
Yeah, definitely they warmed up after yesterday. I mean, like for Tianba, nothing can stop them for now. Will they go for another chicken after this? So far, we don't have a back-to-back chicken dinner. If you're talking about the same day, will it be the day here today? We're going to toss it back to our host and analyst, Carol and Contra. Take it away and break down the game for us.
What a phenomenal start to day 2. We got the PEL teams there wreaking havoc across Sanhok, and they have 3 teams in the very final zone. But Tianba, they are on a hot streak, ending yesterday's run with a chicken dinner and here with another.
Yeah, I can say it was very 50-50 at the end there, whether Tianba could win it or K1 Esports or maybe TeamPAI, because on the positioning side, we can see that K1 with the split on top of the hill, they're looking so strong, but then the circle shifted towards TeamPAI, which they have a compound advantage, and Tianba, they have to run down, but then it was quite amazing how Tianba won the match at the end there, because K1 was too busy fighting with TeamPAI. But then player of the match here, we have QZZ with 5 eliminations point, 534 damage coming out from him with 40% team contribution and 156 meters of longest eliminations.
Yeah, as much as it was mainly a PL affair on the very final moment, you see a lot of all these names still come in from the side of SEA, especially Rosemary. The moment that he dropped right into the map, he was just basically mowing down numbers from the top of the Temple Hill over on the Alpha Island, and he's still one of the top dogs to beat. Alter Ego, despite bowing out, we see Rosemary bring the team into a top 5 position, and I believe it was a total of at least 7 eliminations in this map itself in order to now tie it with TeamPAI, but have yet to find that chicken there. That could have actually been TeamPAI's as well, but I believe that we can basically discuss on that for a little bit further.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be the best news that Alter Ego can have right now, because the same fight happened yesterday on top of the hill, but then Thundertalk Gaming just eliminated them, just crucially just deleting them from the game. But then today, Alter Ego showed a different side of them, looking more aggressive, looking more prepared to fight Thundertalk Gaming on top of the hill, and they won it fair and square. But then coming from the third-party side, which we can see Vampire Esports and Weibo Gaming coming down for them on top of the hill too.
Yeah, Rosemary is definitely built so differently because there are so many other teams that were also hoping to infiltrate that area of play. And I think like one of the teams that have also got caught out was also FaZe Clan, despite Rosemary only having one more teammate to work alongside with. It didn't seem like he needed all that help anyways. But I want to really focus back on that final fight early on, because Tianba, the positional strength wasn't exactly the best, but they definitely played to the advantage of the shift, which eventually was K1 not really having that sort of quick priorities onto how they will reposition, because I believe that we had our own discussion prior to what really went down, that they could have used a little bit more of that time to set up those flanks. Those flanks came a little late.
Yeah, a bit late decision making coming out from K1 Esports, but then still have to get a lot of credit to them for pushing a lot of teams to do their rotation on the northern and the southern side of the map, where you can see where Mob GPX, Sam9, Weibo Gaming just coming down to each other at the southern side of the circle, giving a lot of space for K1 to be at the end of the game with, can say, the best ground that they can have. But then, just like we said, that the circle is just one for them.
Yeah, and take a look at this, Cairo. Like, we started off the day with quite a huge margin of points of a gap between SEA as well as PEL. With that sort of a run moving over onto PEL's favor, now the point gap is just about 21 points for the moment. And you can see majority of it is actually coming in from placement points, where we saw, even that past round, PL teams, they prioritize on getting into the zone first, but SEA teams, they want to fight, and fight.
Yep, true. And C teams have to come up with a better game plan for upcoming Erangel and Miramar, because as what we saw yesterday, it was total domination from the side of PEL, and it's time to prove that they are also good in bigger maps, because for Sanhok right now, PL teams definitely have proved that they are also good at small sizes map.
Yeah, and overall, they finally debunk on what exactly went down yesterday, and they came up with their own formula. It's working mighty fine right now, but going back to Erangel, we'll see how SEA is going to be able to put them to the challenge. So let's move back to Choo Choo and Sir Cloud as we get ourselves into the next match.
You know what they say? Size doesn't matter. So performance is where all matters, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, even though in a smaller map, a PL team is still able to perform. And not only a PL team, like at least 4 of them, because they're in the top 4.
Yeah, that's what's scary about teams coming out from PL region, because they can do whatever they want to when they feel like it. And that just shows that, you know what, they don't really play a lot of Sanhok. So are we. I mean, like, we don't really play Sanhok like 2 or 3 maps a day. Everybody just play it once a day since we talked and done about Sanhok. Right now, we're going to head into Erangel. But before that, we do have some polls, if I'm not mistaken, down there. And who won the 2022 PMRC? So you guys answered Infinity. And surprisingly, 45% of you answering A. Are you kidding me? LGD at 3%.
LGD! Okay. I mean, I can kind of understand why a lot of them answered Nova as well.
There's a lot of fans down there.
That's a lot of fans, and they were close up there. They were really close.
True.
Yeah, until the final game. So yeah, I can understand like why maybe like someone thought like, oh, Nova won it, and of course, I mean Nova, they are Nova, right? World champions. So naturally you like click on them.
Nova wins your heart. We do know that, especially Order. And back towards our next map, which you're gonna head into Erangel. Mine's gonna be TeamPAI. Yours gonna be TEC. Interesting.
Yeah. So TEC. Well, we still cannot deny the fact that they are the champions of PEL, and there has been I would say a upscale of performance as compared to their first half yesterday. The second half they started to rise up, and today so far, it's just only game number 1, but they're doing okay. So maybe this round in a bigger map, like what our analysts say, this is where TEC will perform. But how about yours?
I mean, like TeamPAI, we definitely see it just now when they close enough to get themselves that chicken dinner. Every single round since yesterday, they're very close of getting that chicken dinner, but finally being pushed down to 3rd or 2nd place. Now, can they finally finish off the job here with that chicken dinner for once?
If they do, then maybe the map point will be overtaken by PEL. We need to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to our first Erangel for today. But the overall right now between Southeast Asia and PEL is only 21 points difference. It is that close with 8 teams each playing. So this could be the map where that swings. Let's go.
It takes only one map to tip off the balance between the skills here, but at the same time, can they maintain their lead or can they open up the gap again for Southeast Asia teams? Or will Team BL finally speaks out? And you know what? Yesterday was just a warming up day for them, and today is actually the real deal.
Oh yeah, if they can get another chicken dinner, well, looks like they may be on the roll for the rest of the day. But let's look at the flight path. It's going to start from the left side of Hospital all the way down to the areas of Novorepnoye. So Milta is where we want to see if the fight is going to continue on again between Tianba as well as VTR. South Jogopol as well, another fight, and maybe even Pachinki.
Wait for it. I'm looking at Hospital. There's going to be a lot of teams down there because Weibo Gaming happen to be dropping there. LGD, that's their usual drop spot. We do know FaZe always drops there as well, but Alter Ego decided to join in the fray. Now, this is going to be super interesting. We do know for a fact that Morph always drops around Gutka, so they're not that far off either. Where Wolf decided they might actually try to take around Pachinki as per usual. But for now, we do remember yesterday there's a lot of fight between Shelter around the Milta area. So Milta, are we having another fight down there?
Well, we're going to have a fight in South Jogopol, round number 4 between FaZe Clan as well as LGD, with FaZe Clan opening up by taking out one member of LGD, and Mela will be the first one to take first blood.
4 teams around South Jogopol and Hospital here, including Alter Ego as well as LGD. LGD is a bit busy against FaZe Clan, while we do have Milta again, BTR versus Tianba once more. Now, so far, BTR won 2-1 for the scores on top of Erangel between these two teams. Can Tianba just get that 1 point back?
Yeah, Tianba, one casualty on their side, taken out by Lapar. And Lapar might get a second one. His shots does connect, but he's very low on ammo, so he's not going to continue on. Going to focus on to looting for now.
They definitely knows their visitors is there, and they know their neighborhood for now for BTR and Tianba. So they know for a fact now today is not going to be the same day we did the same mistake yesterday. We waited out for things for BTR. Yesterday they didn't loot up, wasted their time. So this time they go for the looting first. Now Tianba on the other end try to stop whatever they're trying to collect. With LY trying to giving a bit of a pressure down there, but it's running low on bullets as well. We saw how it actually will change if you have enough bullet by the end of the day. So hopefully they try to secure their loot first.
Yeah, we definitely saw that yesterday with Ego from PEI. Could have potentially got the chicken dinner if not because of his ammunition. But yeah, if you want to know, do check out yesterday's highlight. It was an amazing ending in one of the Erangel maps. But anyway, between BTR and Tianba, Circle not onto them. Similar like how yesterday was, about 1,700 meters away from the Circle. So same. They can't spend too much time inside Milta.
Shocking the fact that so many teams on South Jogopol right now. But there's nobody willing to open up the fight first, because last time we saw FaZe and Alter Egos dropping nearby there as well, but nothing too serious about that. So I assume they kind of marked their territories, lines being drawn not to cross over the other side, and everybody just respected that line for now, but FaZe definitely tempted to go for the push.
Yeah, no respect for the lines as they open up the smoke to get across, and now 4 of them in the same building of where Cat is at together with his teammate. So they're going to play in numbers. At this moment, LGD has that one player on the other side, so he's going to provide cover fire, provide support. But if FaZe Clan is navigating from behind of this building, there's no way that CC can support them.
Onzons and the rest of FaZe Clan still on the ground floor. In the same building, just above them, Blessing and Cat already prepared themselves with a grenade and also the DBS. But BTR fired against LGD players. First seems like one knockdown, against Tianba. They got one player, maybe 2 players already got finished by the side of Tianba. It's going to be a bit of a problem for them since they're being outnumbered, where BTR still having a full squad down there.
Okay, here we go. FaZe Clan on the ground floor, but not making the big moves yet. They want to find an advantage by trying to knock at least one member of LGD, but the nades are not connecting, so that's not going to happen for now. At least the good news for these two teams is that they are within the circle, so they can kind of play around with time, but I can't say the same for BTR and Tianba. They are way, way away from the circle.
Circle is one thing. Not liking to share is another issue here. They don't want their loot being taken by another team here. Well, sort of LGD Cat heard the footsteps. Mela open up the troubles first. They will actually reply with another trouble. That's going to grenade from Cat and Molly just to stop them from breaching the second floor. Alter Ego fighting against Morph, surprisingly. Now, for Morph, they are in Gutka, so I assume that Alter Ego already got himself in Gutka down there.
Two Indonesians going at each other. We got casualties somewhere else. And now we will have another casualty.
Wow.
That's going to be a nade in front of the face of QZZ. Superboy, aka Yuhai, is the one that got him.
It was a remarkable nade, by the way. The angle he just tossed in, it was so perfect, but on the sort of phase, they did not prepare for the counter fire coming from LGD. They've been waiting this for a long time. Now, blasting, switch over to Scar L, sprays over, but nobody's there. LGD been holding the fort quite long. Now, CC is here to save the day. Cheng Si hoping to find any sort of a weakness, any flaw from the outside.
Oh, and he evaded a nade from Mela. That was nice game sense shown by him. Ventores is going to play the support role and try to take down CC, but CC is still okay. 40% of health. He'll be able to reset himself. Continuing on to put pressure onto FaZe Clan. DBS gameplay, and he will land the shot onto Mela, the star man of FaZe Clan. There's going to be an advantage for LGD. They're finding more, and they will get it.
Using the windows, that's why it's called the window pane, by the way. But LGD, that was smart, baiting it out with Cheng Si, but that couldn't hold on much longer. Lucky enough for FaZe, is being knocked down for 2 players for FaZe Clan instead of being executed entirely. So they still have a full squad to go on, but for the side of LGD, this is going to hurt them much more than their points can take here. The least amount of 12 points down there, not getting any point from this map as well.
On top of that, the score between LGD and FaZe Clan is 3 to FaZe Clan, 1 to LGD. So like what our analyst mentioned yesterday, is it going to be worth it for LGD to continue to challenge FaZe Clan in South Europe? Well, 2 more rounds for today. Only LGD can answer that through their actions.
It's best to actually start to change here. For sort of LGD, they need to gather some points, and this is not working right in every single Erangel for them. Back to a sort of TEC, they're crossing the fields here, hoping to find themselves a safer spot where they can camp out and just wait it out with the circle. Passing around Gutka, if I'm not mistaken. And surprisingly, we do see Alter Ego versus Morph before on top of Gutka. I'm not sure what happened by the end of the day between those 2 teams.
Don't have a visual yet, so probably they rotated elsewhere. But we'll get a confirmation hopefully soon. Okay, so here we go. So circle-wise, yeah. 50-50 between the north and the south side. So it's going to be a calculation that the teams need to make. But I understand why a lot of teams want to play by the river because it allows the access to either side easier. But looks like the circle went all the way up. So migration time, choke point on the bridge, that will be crucial.
Ended up in no man's land for that circle. The only team actually inside just now was Weibo Gaming. This is actually an advantage for them, but can they hold their ground? TEC on the other end found 1 player, so Wolf in the middle of an open street, surprisingly, and nobody else is there. I don't know where are the rest of Wolf just now.
Well, hopefully we get a visual on them later on. But as of now, for TEC, they're in a position where they have yet to cross over. They're probably finding a way. But I wonder where they want to go. Okay, so they're scouting, they're finding information. They're probably going to make that long rotation and take a different bridge, considering how congested that area could be.
I think they're just trying to run away from all the bullets left, right just now. Were being clustered up by 2 teams at the same time. Wolf were eyeing them out, knowing the fact that their members being finished off by TEC. But FaZe Mormon didn't check every corner there is. Ravenclaw coming up from behind, creeping out and just take 1 down. Mormon will try to scream for help as Onzen trying to actually give a bit of support fight to his Ravenclaw, while the others will try to gather up together just to go for the push. Now, Fluke and Tony K already make their move towards the center and towards the front. And Onza's now already prepared himself with a hand grenade.
Well, welcome the rest of Vampire Esports. And now, they want to try to take down Onzen. Onzen surrounded by the Vampires. Tony K shoots. And there you go. It's going to be Fluke that gets a knockdown to Onzen's 2 players from FaZe Clan out. FaZe Clan losing men. Tony K knocked down. But with that distance, it should be all right for Vampire to save him.
In Taurus, can he clutch another one for the side of FaZe Clan where Tony K will be revived by Fluke, asking him to actually crawl out. It's not safe to be indoors anymore because FaZe Clan kept tossing those hand grenades to flush them down. Inside of Empires, they will buy them a bit of time with those smokes. They do have vehicles, 2 vehicles at the back. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand start attacking Thunder Talk across the other side of a map.
Oh, yes. Not only that, looks like PEI is in between PERSIJA EVOS as well. Wonder what's happening there. Probably the congestion when they all want to migrate to the northern island. Same goes for Vampire Esports. They are making their move against FaZe Clan. Ravenclaw will lead the charge, and Mela, with his DBS, this will be the perfect weapon in this scenario.
At the moment, he opens the door and down you go. Mela not showing any sort of mercy, didn't waste any time. What a reaction. But can he secure this one out as the blue starts approaching from the backside?
Oh, Mela! That nade, it did chip down a little bit. But now the blue has arrived onto these 2 teams. We are at stage 2, moving to stage 3. And make that officially stage 3 now. Circle-wise, North Yogopu, Vampire. They might have wished that they would have stayed at North Yogopu instead.
Center, they do have some elevations. Weibo Gaming might actually want to take the mountains up there. The only high places that everybody can see, everything's down. But FaZe Clan on there then still struggles to get out from the blues and as they're being stopped by Vampires. But the Vampires are sharing the same fate if they don't try to move. Mela will be taking a bit of a spray, but nothing seems to be connecting on the side of Vampires. And Mela still trying to win this over, hoping he will clear and get
Mela.
1 or 2. He got 1.
What?
He might actually got 2. Here comes the jump shot, but he missed.
Oh.
He's on the ground. Tony K almost got run down. He plays with the doors for now, just staring at the wall, hoping that nobody else coming up from behind. But Venturas just going to be the last player of FaZe Clan for now.
And Tony K only has 5 bullets on his M4. Hoping to loot up to get bullets. Yes, he will. Replenish his ammo. But at the same time, another fight's happening where Alter Ego is involved. 2 of them currently knocked down. That includes Rosemary. So now it's down to Fnatic and Alva.
I was playing for sort of Alter Ego. A bit too early for those pre-fires. He knows exactly where he stands now for Alva. And Alva tried to outmaneuver Weibo Gaming players, but Alter Ego having a bit of a trade with Weibo players there. Weibo Gaming down to only 2 players as Sug will be revived at the back line. But Alva tried to give a bit more pressure as Weibo Gaming start to bridge into this compound. Alva will try to revive while Gap coming in from the back. Being welcomed by a barbecue there.
And totally didn't expect that. And now Gap needs to close the gap of his health. At the same time, his other teammates are coming in to support him. The Molly's thrown in. Alter Ego not able to move until the Molly is out, allowing Gap to reset.
Yeah, Mal, try to just be the 2-leg ambulance for now. Yeah, Mal. The running ambulance trying to save the rest of the team at the back line, while Ox are giving the pressure more of it. They keep tossing those mollies to the side of Alter Ego, hoping it will stop their advancement towards the side of Weibo Gaming. But at the same time, Alter Ego relentlessly trying to finish them off, but they have to be extra careful. There's going to be more than one team they have to deal with, as Thunder Talk, as well as the other team, approaching towards the side.
Oh, yes. 3 teams at least on the minimap that we can see. Who knows how many more could be around them. So that's where Alter Ego got to be careful because they left the building. They could be exposed. And now we move forward to the Waterhouse. We got GenForce from BTR, as well as 97 from TEC. They're going to duke it out with each other, but they only, like, GenForce only has 1 first aid.
Trying to use it at the best time possible after he's done with this business, but 97 is not making it easy, making GenForce to waste his time, hence a first aid will have to be used anyhow. But GenForce, the moment he got reset, 97 know the perfect timing to toss that nade. The moment he don't have any more first aid, and it's easy finish come out from the TEC player 97.
Yeah, that was incredible considering that the smoke blocked his vision, but he's still able to land that nade. I mean, that was definitely something. And now on the north side where shooting range is at, XERXIA has the blue behind them. 30 seconds before the blue starts to close in on XERXIA. So they got to start picking their fight. There's a team in front of them that's going to be PERSIJA EVOS, perhaps their next target.
Under the choke point for XERXIA being blocked. The advancement, denying the entrance to a circle, but BTR coming up from the other side. XERXIA quite scattered among themselves on top of school, but they have to figure out how to get in there. K1, on the other hand, taking the majority of the circle by themselves. Over 1/3 of the circle is just by K1 for now. Alter Ego, on the other hand, playing the southern side of the circle, they have to deal with 3 teams at the same time.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, welcome to the club now as Gap opens up the door, knocked down by Alter Ego. And looks at Alter Ego, they are winning the defense against Weibo. So far, so good for them, picking up 4 points at this moment. Weibo only left with Suk on the other building.
This is Suk we're talking about. He's one of the star players for PEL. Definitely the pillar for the team here. He can actually outmaneuver play, but can he do the miracle clutch by himself since they're being outnumbered by the other teams? But for Lapar, is playing alongside with the Doors against XERXIA. Doors gone. What else do you have for Lapar? That DBS will have to put up to work, but XERXIA did neither as Chopper just finished off the last play of PTR.
As they move over to 7-9 now, trying to get the last member of Weibo, that's going to be Suk. He drives away. Lucky enough for him, 7-9 did not manage to take him out. But Suk, oh no, now K1 might be the one to get a point out of Suk. Suk is down to 50% health, and K1, straightforward elimination for him. Thank you very much, he says.
Not like that, so he got stuck in between the tower and also the vehicle himself. We can see how he's struggling to get out of there, but K1 not wasting any more time by not taking that bonus point for themselves. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, is still trying to take out the players of Tianba, and that's going to be the last player. Ren just finished off by PERSIJA EVOS, but XERXIA is going to be their next target. They're quite close by.
Oh yeah, just next to each other. Now, if we look at the terrain-wise, it does seem like PERSIJA EVOS has that little bit of elevation onto XERXIA, so they could be able to shoot them down. As we look at the next team eliminated, seems like it's going to be TEC out, but at least they got 4 points in their hand.
The hill's the one that dividing these teams from actually seeing each other, secured by those terrain. Wolves, on the other hand, taking things a bit slower, trying to be safe, but there's going to be PERSIJA EVOS start to crush down on XERXIA. They need to move now, but the moment they start to move, TeamPAI is waiting right across them. South side of the circle is just too crowded at the current moment. Look at the colors. K1 is just dominating over the circle with nobody to challenge them.
Oh yeah, look at the spread as well. That's how confident they are within the circle. Trying to get as big of a perimeter as they could get. And with the circle closed, K1 is right in the middle of it. In fact, 40% of the circle is theirs with this kind of spread.
Yeah, they're going for 1-2-1 spread for K1, taking over more than half of the circle. While the rest of the team still trying to fight for their life just to get into the safe zone. Alter Ego not driving in the open. Nobody trying to shoot him down, but Wolves crash into 7-9. Hello, and somebody gonna have to say goodbye.
Oh, damn, tries to get the member of Wolf, but not able to land that one last shot. But Wolf, where are they gonna go now? K1 just right in front of them. 77H will be the next one to fall. And looks like he's being shot at by PEI. That means it's not only K1, there are a good amount of teams around them. Wolf better be praying that they'll be safe.
Huge advantage for K1. They're waiting everything to be served towards them as they wait in the best position possible. Nobody tried to pick a challenge against K1. Whatever effort being put up by all the other teams in the center of the circle here will be finished off by K1. They can steal away all those eliminations, but Alter Ego is not sitting this quietly as well. They're still fighting for the compound for the longest time.
We have another fight happening elsewhere as well, so lots of fights happening at the same time at this moment. Pigfeet will be finished off by BBC from K1. They're looking to take down the last member of Wolf at this moment. The long-range stab from BBC. BBC, thank you. He will take 2.
TeamPAI having a bit of a problem. Fight in the open with nothing to cover themselves. But we're not done with the shotguns games here. Yuri finish it off. Seems looking at pretty easy. Finish off Alter Ego Alva just now. That's leaving Alter Ego down to 2 players despite. Here's the last player for Morph. Yuri still stands strong and still have the fight in him.
Yeah, but now he has to face off against Tony K from Vampire Esports. Top fragger for Vampire versus top fragger from Morph GPX. Now let's see who will win this. This Nate, if we can creep in. Ooh, that is a close one. It's probably on the other room.
PERSIJA EVOS taking a bit of challenge against K1, who's been comfortably waiting at the sweet spot here. But for Morph and Vampires, it's not going to be a happy ending since both teams are living with only one player here. Can Yoru fight against Tony K, or they're trying to switch over and part ways? Mikhail, for the first time, we're looking at him alive and well here this time, with a full score of 7-9 still intact.
Oh, he could see action
Not so
now.
long.
I
sorry.
rest my case.
I mean, like, Mikhail, you got your highlight and that's it for now. But back towards the side of Tommy, trying to take back what he lost before his teammate. Vintorius, that was a nice surprise shot.
Oh, TBS gameplay now versus Tam, and Tam will take revenge for his teammate, eliminating FaZe Clan in the process. So it's going to be number 10 with 6 elimination points for them. Tony K comes in, taking out Yoru. It's going to be Fnatic, in fact.
Oh,
wait! What?
Yoru!
Yoru!
That was
What?
Fnatic of Alter Ego. It's a big fish will out there. By the end of the day, the solo squad players ended up with only one. The one that winning is going to be more from Yoru. But TT, Thundertop, Rock spot out. Time surprisingly, took him quite some time to spot that one out.
Yoru!
You thief!
Bruh!
Oh, a sneaky thief of Yoru spoken out.
I mean, that was one from the front, one from the back. I mean, Yoru, well, whatever brings him the points, I think he'll be happy with that. But anyway, so now XERXIA will take advantage of Sem9's recovery at this moment as Urzi tries to connect the nade onto Sem9, and they will. With that, Sem9 is out.
This is going to be more entertaining if Yoru actually clutched this with a chicken dinner.
I would want to see that.
Oh, might actually jinx him. It's going to be tough for Yoru. So it's going to be two different angles entirely guarding over that side. XERXIA have eyes on top of Yoru for now. Definitely focus onto him. And he's the only one coming up from the south. So if he actually waits just a tiny bit longer, can actually survive this because nobody else knows that he's there.
Yeah, XERXIA, maybe they do, maybe they don't. Okay, but I guess maybe it's someone that they might want to ignore for now as they focus on what's going to happen inside the circle. And speaking about inside the circle, PERSIJA EVOS, red face, getting one out of PEI, and they're looking for more.
Red face, here comes the beast, is awakened. Misery will need a bit of a help first before Zakti and Luxy try to open up the space and give them more time for Misery to be revived by Red Face. PEI on the other hand, SG, nobody trying to help him because Eagle is a bit occupied by now. K-Chon of K1, even though they got knocked down before by PERSIJA EVOS, but they managed to reset themselves.
Here we go. Speaking of reset, PERSIJA EVOS, after resetting now, they're keeping an eye onto PEI, creating that smoke break, so they're going to go in for it. PEI got to be prepared to defend against PERSIJA EVOS. They are circling around, and now PEI, they have yet to get back on all four. Or at least that's all three members. So right now, PERSIJA EVOS might want to take advantage of that. At the same time, we can see that Yoru is still alive and he's on the clear.
It's kind of true, but PERSIJA EVOS try to box in TeamPAI. K1 trying to give a bit more pressure. TeamPAI feels like they're being cornered all around because the reposition of PERSIJA EVOS making sure they don't have an exit out. Now TeamPAI, left, right, center, somebody will toss them somewhere. And they don't have the space. SG have to fight back, but Luxy giving such pressure towards the side that it's not even willing to pick out. 76 and SG only got smokes and a couple of barriers by those carcasses of vehicles that's remaining up for them. But look at the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They definitely want to wipe TeamPAI off this phase.
Yeah, they're raining down the mortar onto TeamPAI now, hoping to get a knockdown. But none of them really connected just yet. At the same time, you got to be careful of K1 on the other side who could potentially shoot them down. And XERXIA, we can see that RNJ making his own move with Yoru still behind him.
I'm not sure Yoru being discovered by RNJ of XERXIA. Not so far. It feels like they don't have a clue. They all focus onto a sort of PERSIJA EVOS, suddenly their vision about the big fights happening in the center, but Yoru just overshow himself.
Oh, here we go.
Chop trying to overrun him. Yoru still fight for his life, but that's the end of the solo runner Yoru. He did so much work for Team Morph.
And now for XERXIA, looks like the circle went away from them, so they have to be part of the fight after this. Looking at the current circle, we got three teams inside of it. K1, one of them, PERSIJA EVOS as well. So we can expect a fight to happen, to continue on between these teams.
TeamPAI.
As we can see here, PEI defending their ground.
TeamPAI at disadvantage. Despite them being surrounded, they still have the fight in them. Suxy giving the pressure. That wipe off TeamPAI clean, but not clean enough for PERSIJA EVOS because XERXIA now taking advantage since they need to reset. They didn't even give them the time and slot needed.
Well, they're not going to give time to PERSIJA EVOS now. They're going to make that move, but they got to be aware that K1 is on the other side, monitoring the situation. So at any point of time, K1 can come in to be the third party.
RNJ making a big
Here we go.
goal here. But the moment he tried to take out his gun, a bit too late. Misery, what a reaction. But the jump shot from Chopper just eliminate PERSIJA EVOS and they stand at third. We're down to 2 more team. Is it going to be K1 with the most numbers or XERXIA will outwit them?
Is it going to be PEL or Southeast Asia for the second chicken dinner for today? XERXIA representing Southeast Asia, K1 representing PEL, and K1 making a move. But Erzi, that's going to be sneaky right now. He pulls the trigger onto K1 and now exposing himself.
Erzi calculating the trajectory. But he got naded down by Phil and said, what a perfect clean nade. K1 not wasting any more time, finish him off straight the bat. But Megamind and Chopper, no respawn coming out from the teammate of XERXIA due to their distance. Now they have to sacrifice one for the sake of information, but the numbers are just too much for XERXIA.
Well, 2 more to go. Okay, K1 wrap things up over. XERXIA pull off an amazing comeback. At this moment, Megamind repositioning himself. K1 still playing pretty much by the edge of the circle. Let's not forget there's still stage number 8 circle for us to observe on what's going to happen. But as of now, K1 with the man advantage, they will open up the space.
Found it out Megamind, that's a bit of trouble for XERXIA, but BBZ and K1 not leaving any floor corners. They're not cutting off corners here for K1. They're taking all they have. Just fight this one last fight for that chicken dinner. Phil spotted out Megamind. Chopper barely trying to hide himself. Well, Phil, look at that lean peek. He tries to spot out Chopper, but the problem is the smoke will try to stop him for a bit. But Chopper, the nade's been raining onto him. There's no room for him to just be safe at all.
Well, you don't need a nade, you just need a bullet for an M4, and now he's currently down. Megamind going to get one for himself as well, knocking out Field. 3 more to go. Can Megamind, with a big brain play, pull off an insane clutch against K1 at this moment? 3 from K1, they are charging onto Megamind. Megamind, 1v3, the neighbor thrown out by K1. Megamind super duper low at this moment. Passion with the UMP goes in with the spray into the smoke. Megamind finally taken out by K1, and it's going to be PEL Chicken Dinner number 2 today.
Amazing map control by the hands of K1 just now. Playing it super smart, patient, and very reserved in the first half. Being quiet all day long, but bring out their best plays when it comes to the chicken dinner. Despite they've been quiet, they've been saving all their resources. So it's pretty much straightforward and self-explanatory that the fact that they do have a lot of Molotov, a lot of hand grenades to shut down towards the last member of XERXIA.
Yeah, and they have the numbers against XERXIA, but it was also a difficult circle for XERXIA as well. Like the circle went away from them, so they had to move up now. They had to deal with PERSIJA EVOS. As for K1, the circle kind of favored them, so they had the advantage of waiting and allowing PERSIJA EVOS and XERXIA to fight and drain their utilities before they come in later.
Yeah, very objective-oriented for the side of K1 just now. Playing alongside with the circle and just wait out with their best position. We saw how they just dominate of the circle since the start, but there's so many fights early on, especially in the South Jogopol area. Even Gatka, surprisingly, Alter Ego taking a bit of a turn, dropping themselves around hospital at first and meeting up with Morph on top of Gatka. The rest of them, the circle itself was quite tricky to play along.
Yeah, the circle went all the way up north. Majority of the teams, I'm sure they find it really, really hard. But Yoru, man, at first, he took out Tony K. Second, he turned behind, he got another one for himself. I mean, that guy was just sneaky the entire round.
Great teeth. He's the Sinbad of this Erangel for now. That's going to be more for Yoru. Definitely well deserving to just respect that kind of plays. One player to solo-handedly carry the entire team with 3 eliminations by the end of the day. But XERXIA, they'll be more aggressive than yesterday. It just shows that they're more comfortable, they're more confident. But at the same time, will be enough because today is the rise up of the PEL team.
Oh yeah, it's already 2 chicken dinners today for PEL and a total of 6 chicken dinners. Man, they are starting to dominate this. Can't wait to see once the points are tabulated, like whether they've overtaken the Southeast Asia points or is there still a gap between them? Because the last we checked, the gap is only 21 points.
Yeah, I don't think it will be any gap anymore. Maybe overtaken to the lead. It's going to be a sort of Team PL because one match is just what they needed to just turn the tables around. But we're going to have to leave those jobs of calculating, breaking down stuff, just counting stuff as well. Who is our analyst and host, which we're going to toss over later on. But that was a crazy match. Now, this is a time where the crazy breakdowns happening towards our analyst and host, Contra and Kyril. Take it away.
K1 back at it again with the split meta from Sanhok to Erangel. But this time around, they managed to secure the winner-winner chicken dinner. They have been playing greatly on the northern side of the map where the circle shifted to them, yes, but the map control that they've gained from the start of circle number 3 up until the end is the best thing that they can do to get that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, we were basically observing the mini-map the whole time, and we saw at one point K1 has basically taken over at least 80% of the field, and eventually they have managed to also find the perfect terrain for them to hide out and also get some great vision onto all the other teams. So well-deserving victory coming in for K1. SEA did put on a really good fight, and we saw the hill that they were on were so advantageous. They managed to reap points coming in from teams like Sem9 and even more to go. They did also stop the onslaught coming from PERSIJA EVOS, and the player of the match has got to be K-Chon. He's been dealing damage everywhere you go.
Yep, K-Chon with 2 eliminations, 607 damage, 27% in team contribution, and 53 meters longest eliminations. K1 is just dominating for the first 2 maps, and they must be confident with their gameplay right now. Maybe we can see more of them in the upcoming matches, but for sure the other teams must be planning out new strategies, especially for the C teams right now. They're having quite a big of a problem to secure winner-winner chicken dinner for this time around.
Yeah, like how we've already have the calculations on your screen. There's a total of 6 chicken dinner already in the hands of PEL. It's only Alter Ego as well as BIGETRON Red Villains that only has 1 each for themselves. So TeamPAI, I guess like they're kind of on the same boat, but they've always had that same form of consistency. And K1, ever since they've already found their formula, you see that slow and steady climb. They were basically near the bottom yesterday and now sitting at number 7.
Yep, and maybe we can touch a little bit about the early fights for drop spots, especially at Milta between BIGETRON Red Villains and Tianba. There was some maybe unfinished business where Tianba, the last player, just ran away. He just, I'm not finishing this fight. I'm trying to gain some points for the teams, but then he's a loner in game. He can't do much. And for BTR on the other hand, they managed to score up now 3-1 against Tianba. Maybe Tianba should consider on changing drop spots from now on.
Yeah, perhaps so, but at the very same time, this isn't the PMGC yet. This is the perfect playground for them to really test those firepower, and what better than to actually go in for challenges against BIGETRON Red Villains. And you can see either one of these teams, when they do survive with healthy amount of players in the match, they will be able to put up a huge chunk of points on the block. So head-to-head, I think this is one of SEA's best performance so far. We see the combo coming in from Megamind as well as RNJ working in tandem very, very efficiently.
Yep, just wiping out teams from the outer side of the circle where they managed to get the prime position on the high ground there, eliminating Sem9, Morph GPX, and then heading towards the final destination, as we could say, that they head towards PERSIJA EVOS, who initiate the fight first between them and TeamPAI, and XERXIA managed to third party well there, but then at the end, K1 with the number advantage for sure. They have the upper advantage to get the winner-winner chicken dinner, but then still XERXIA gained a lot of points in that match.
Yeah, and in one sense as well, K1, the area that they were holding out, they weren't exactly contested by PERSIJA EVOS because they were so fixated on the team that was on the other corner, and I guess like maybe things could have actually been a little bit more different on how it will be played out. But coming on to our next match, is still going to be another round of Erangel. I think we've had too many Northern Circles, don't you think?
Yeah, I would agree to that. Maybe we can change a little bit maybe
Change the
a
feng shui
southern
of
side
it.
of the circle, maybe SMB, so North Community Based Circle.
Yeah, that would be fun.
But looking at this graphic, right, this is not looking good for C teams because especially on their performance on yesterday with the bigger maps where PEL teams are more dominating. And from the start, we can see that the first map of Erangel, the PEL teams are already winning. So maybe C teams, yes, they are consistent. Yes, on the leaderboard, we can see that, 5 teams or maybe 4 teams from C teams are up there, but then they just cannot close out games.
Yeah, I could definitely see that form of inconsistency coming in from most of the teams coming in from Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, PEL, they're just sticking to the game plan where they've already had this formulated back in the own PEL, and they're just basically bringing it over. Like, when they do drop games, it's like, okay, something must have actually went wrong somewhere. I think like they really adapt very, very quickly into this sort of playstyle that SEA is shoving against them. So I think things definitely need to look a little bit more different on how Southeast Asia needs to approach some of all these team fights that we see. And yeah, I guess a lot of all these close card combat, so long as you got that DPS, I think it's pretty clear for them to just hold out a territory and try to win it out.
Yep, and we see a lot of northern side of the circle being pop up there, and we've seen that FaZe Clan and LGD keep fighting around Jojopol City, and this time around Vampire Esports coming up from the south side, Primos. Their rotations are quite nice. They arrived there in time to do a little bit of third party and catching out one of the players from FaZe Clan, and they managed to wipe the team out quite quickly and get them a rotation easily up to the northern side of the map.
At this point in time, when you're talking about that fight over South George, somebody probably needs to tap out and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to the corner map. I'm just going to take Zarky, right? Nobody else is going to be there. I assure you for that. So maybe that could be the case if the flight path does allow it. But I don't think that either side will let down their ego. I think it's just too much to just say, hey, guys, we're building out.
Yeah. And I feel like there's more to talk about with our casters on the caster table. Take it away, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
I don't know what sort of Bollywood dance is this, but anyway, so it's not us asking it, it's them for military base circle. So if it does happen, sorry players, it's their fault.
Oh, we're so demanding. We have the power to actually control the circle. You wish, but at the same time, I have to agree. I'm not complaining. We're definitely complaints there, but it's too much northern circle. So if I want to see something a bit more different, but at the same time, I feel like between these two regions, PL, their priority, and with comparing to Southeast Asia team, their priorities are so different. South Asia teams do prefer getting those frags, getting those elimination numbers, because if you compare eliminations, that's the reason why they're having that overall score lead compared to the placement, where it's been more focused towards PL teams.
Yeah, and despite like PL getting a lot of chicken dinners, but because of we calculate based on the overall points for all the teams, right? Majority of the PL teams, they were like on the second half of the page. So that is why the point gap has widened between Southeast Asia and PEL. But does that mean that PEL is not able to catch up? Of course not. They do have that potential of catching up. It's just that maybe they need to do it like all together has to be up there if they want to overtake Southeast Asia.
Yeah, across the board just now, we saw of all the teams that actually get themselves the chicken, only 2 chickens coming out from South Asia teams, which means they're focusing more towards eliminations there. And that's why the top 5, most of them, not really having those chickens going. But for this time, surprisingly, we're going for PERSIJA, EVOS and FaZe Clan. Now, we do have our wavelength pretty much the same, alternating between PEL and SEA team. We're being fair, we're being nice. But what's your reasoning of FaZe Clan?
Well, if we look at the stats, right, so far FaZe Clan has been winning all their early fights against LGD. So LGD only won once, and FaZe Clan has been winning everything else since yesterday. So as long as they can get that good start and that win against LGD, then anything else can happen after that.
Oh, that's quite insightful and in-depth reasoning for the, his choosing of FaZe Clan. For me, there's going to be only one word: red face. You don't need anything else than just red face. That's I do want to see what's going to happen. Like, we haven't seen the most aggressive play for PERSIJA EVOS yet, and this might actually be their best map in Erangel, because compared to Marama, we do see a bit of a how do I say, a bit of uncomfortableness being shown by the Indonesian teams. I do want to see the best of PERSIJA EVOS or the best of the Indonesian teams across Erangel first, because we do have 2 more Erangel. That's good news for the teams that love Erangel. Most of them do. But can they score it, since PEL teams are so good at keeping the pace of a circle and getting themselves the best position when they need it to?
Yeah, as for PERSIJA EVOS specifically, they seem to be still playing like how they played during the PMSL, which is try to get into the middle of the circle as soon as possible and then defend from there, which brought them a decent amount of success during the PMSL. And they are trying to repeat the formula here again. And that's why a lot of times we do see PERSIJA EVOS, they tend to survive a little bit longer. But it's not only about survival, is you also need to collect elimination points along the way. If not, the gap will be there. But speaking about the gap, we did talk about between C and PEL point gap, and now we have a decent amount of gap between the 2 of them for the Erangel map. Let's see if anything changes in Erangel number 2 for today.
We're back here. Will the circle be kind to us, giving us what we wanted, or will it just defy us entirely and not gonna keep up with our requests? So the circle, the flight path so far is more towards the northern side. So I assume Morph actually will pick over Severny, maybe phase around Rosok or even Hospital. They can drop whatever they fancy because they have a lot of drop spot on the northern side for FaZe Clan. LGD, will they drop again on South Jogpool just like before and challenge FaZe Clan once more? And we didn't mention about Tianba just now. Will they start to fight and start to give up? That's another issue that everybody have to figure out with.
Well, I guess you got your answer. Tianba is dropping on the left side instead, around the areas of, on the left side of Hospital-ish. So they're gonna let Milta go to BTR this time. Now, the question will be whether BTR will still go back to Milta. If only they have this information, they'll definitely go back there. But do keep your eye on to South Jogopol, because we're going to get round number 552 between LGD and FaZe Clan.
Don't forget, Weibo Gaming is there for the take as well. Now, we do talk about FaZe Clan versus LGD, and it's happening already, commencing. That's going to be first blood and first contact made, and LGD Chengxi managed to secure that one now. A bit of a trading for the knockdowns.
Yeah, and that's going to be still a man advantage for FaZe Clan at this moment. At least for Weibo, they are on North Jogopul, so they're not going to interrupt this fight. Smallman, speaking of interruption, he will jump down and interrupt Blessing, who is now counting his blessings on his knees. And that is going to be a wipeout for LGD. The first team to go out with 1 elimination point. And FaZe Clan wins it again.
Now, a big question mark on top of it. Oh, thank you, game. This is just amazing. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk and TeamPAI, especially Thunder Talk, who used to drop themselves here, they're nowhere near due to the flight path. But at the same time, this is just amazing, Circle.
Well, benefit of the doubt, there's still a possibility that the circle goes up to the main peninsula, but nah, let's keep it on Military Base Island, alright? Nobody's there, so it's going to be a fair fight or a fair race to get down to Military Base Island. Both bridges still open at this moment. Even the boat ride, if a vampire chooses to use it, is still open as well. Let's see who's faster.
Looking at Morph is rushing towards the SMB side, while Wolf tried to actually hold the ground on top of bridge, but Pigfeet don't have any vehicles, so I have a bad feeling for Pigfeet. He's been discovered, definitely have a bit of a high goodbyes by Morph, but they're just going to leave it be, knowing the fact their priority is going to get into the SMB first. And for Pigfeet, finally found himself some buggy and just going to drive over that side, but the problem is he needs to rejoin with his team first and move along with the entire cavalry of it. He will be digging his own grave. He goes there by himself.
I believe Morph GPX will be the first team to arrive inside of Military Base Island. They shush pass by and they should be okay there. If only he has they have the information that, hey, you know what? Military Base itself is empty. Go straight there, continue on looting. The next team could be Sam9 because they're just ignoring everything else and focusing on to get into the Military Base. But SERXIA will not allow them that.
KONE tried to make a bit of a block there. Couldn't make it happen. He's the only person trying to block the entirety of SERXIA passing by. Nice effort by the side of KONE. But the rest of Sam9 a bit later, but Depp at least managed to stop it. Z got one, tried to stop another, and they tried to hunt down SERXIA.
Well, at least they got one out of SERXIA, but the other members of SERXIA, they managed to make it across So now they're repositioning themselves. I believe they're not going to take this fight since they don't have the numbers. So they're going to go perhaps all the way south just to loot in that area before continuing on the next step.
Now it's going to be a bit of a pause when we actually see another fight here, since everybody's busy trying to loot, whether you want to go for the loot first or you want to go for the position first. There's a critical decision to be made by the IGLs respectively for each of the team. But back to the side of Tianba, they're approaching Quarry, so not that far off from the circle, but they have to cut across Vampires first, because Vampires did drop around Ferropia area, so quite near towards SMB on the left side of the bridge. Will they try to block the bridge from there and try to barricade and just guard over gatekeeping whoever actually tried to get into SMB later?
As much as Vampire want to take the bridge into SMB, looks like a Tianba will be the one leading it instead. So Vampire may be considering taking the boat into SMB. From our view, we know that that route is kind of clear at this moment. So if only they have that information, they'll probably do that.
Back to the sort of BTR, they are a bit disappointed they don't have their usual contenders here, which are going to be Tianba. But yep, Tianba already got himself a different drop entirely just on the left side of the map. Just now we saw early on. But for Sam9, they are definitely thirsty for blood here. They might actually try to hunt down Thundertalk Rock, but Rock is always the observing, all-seeing Rock. So he's not going to put some actions into it until he got the green light from the team.
Yeah, looks like Sam9 moved away anyway. So not necessarily for them to expose themselves. They're more in a defensive stance for now. But not only them, Bob GPX on a defensive stance at the bridge, and this time they're going to try to stop Tianba from getting across.
This is a very rowdy bridge here. We do have two teams try to gatekeep this side. Rocky inside, more Yori and Rocky. Oh, ooh. Rocky got punished in an instant. Yori tried to make do, but he couldn't hold on much longer. Tianba got crashed when one of the pillars on top of the bridge, but Yori willingly just giving away his body. Cleon couldn't do anything about it because Tianba approached this bridge with a full team with it. And why did he discover a sneaky one down there? And that's wiping off 3 players of Morph, leaving them with only 1.
Oh, Tianba. Man, they were at a disadvantage at some point because they were the one who's supposed to get across. But somehow they ran into Morph GPX. Morph GPX wasn't ready for it. Well, they looked like they were ready, but for some reason they weren't when Tianba arrived right in front of them, and that is how they got wiped out.
They were ready for Tianba players to cross over one by one. They did not expect all the cars are moving at the same speed at the same time. Was clustered just now, but back towards the side of Sam9. Oh, RNG
wow.
Still got that revenge going on. Is not done with Sam9 yet, but oh, brutal way to go. A bit of a trade, but RNG managed to knock down on 2 for Sam9.
Slam dunk onto RNJ. Sam9 takes a point home, but the rest of SEA, they're coming by, and Chopper stops onto the next building. Chopper tries to get one knockdown onto Sam9. His other teammate is on his way as well. So it looks like it's going to be the 2 members of SEA taking out 3 from Sam9.
Not the best weapon here for Chopper with the Bison and M16 in his hands. But Megamind tried to give a bit of a support at the backline to a side of Chopper. They only have 2 players. They have to work with each other out for SEA. But the rest of Sam9, will they make a mistake or will they actually get this one clean?
Here we go. SEA making their move now. They're closing the gap between them and Sam9. Tam was left way behind, so there's no way he can be saved. Now Chopper trying to get an opening, tossing a nade into the building, but nobody is there. They're on the other end of this warehouse. Megawai with a nade on himself and not connecting on Sam9. So it's still 2v3.
Taking a bit of a long time for Sam9, running out of the resources. And mind you that Sam9 didn't actually have too much time to loot since they've been rotating across the map, trying to get into the circle since the start. And still the stage 1, but stage 1 will finish in less than a minute. Megamind climbed himself on the roof, discovered by Mikkel. Just chip a tiny bit, but we do have another visitor passing there. It's going to be Thundertalk. I don't think he's interested here. Back to the side of Megamind, trying to find himself amongst the smoke.
Ooh, Deb gets one over Megamind, leaving Chopper alone right now. This is the moment that Sam9 can actually take him out. is they rush in all together. Megaman finish off by Dap. And now, they know that Chopper's on the second floor. Chopper with the Bison in hand. Mikael, 40% of health at this moment, but they want to finish off Chopper before they reset. Chopper defending his ground, and Chopper gets one.
Oh boy.
He almost got a second one, but from the other side, it is Kenny to finish him off.
Being so smart, he outplayed, outmaneuvered what just now we witnessed. He was climbing on the windowsill outside. Knowing the staircase, it would be difficult for 7-9 to breach in, but XERXIA, unfortunately, that was close enough. Based on the timing of those playing around the stairs, but back to his side of Tianba, got himself already around SMB, just around the plain junkyard. And YDD and the rest of them already take themselves the position where they feel the most comfortable. Spot some Thunder Talk players giving a bit of warning shot, but in between them, they do have another team in the center.
Yeah, mid to the base is starting to fill up with teams now. So 3 at least from what we can see on the minimap, probably more at another area, but we'll keep an eye on that. Looking at the current circle, I can see the edge of it by the minimap, and the circle is fully inside of mid to the base. So that also means that teams like Weibo Gaming, we need to find a get across. But at first, they need to deal with Wolves, who will be interested to get across as well.
Just want to mention about swimmers. We definitely got our first few swimmers here. It's going to be PERSIJA EVOS managed to dock themselves on the right side, just on top of Nova Repno, if I'm not mistaken here, or the other side. I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but might actually have 2 more swimmers later on. Back towards a fight we go. Weibo Gaming taking a bit of a jab with FaZe Clan. And maybe another team, Wolf, is here as well. 3-way war. Gap managed to respawn with a shotgun. Get one, might get the second.
Oh, but just too much for him to handle. Not able to get the second one as Wolves will run over him. And that's going to be another point for Wolves. But the rest of Weibo Gaming have arrived. And now Sook with the Molly onto the second floor, putting pressure onto the Wolves. They're not able to move right now with the Molly. But look at this. The blue has arrived, putting more pressure onto Wolves.
Here comes Alter taking advantage of the situation. This is not great for both teams, but Alter, will they be interested to pull over and finish off? Yeah, but Wolves taking a bit of a nade by Yemao. 77's on the ground bleeding. Yemao trying to finish off with a shotgun. Found himself that corner and easily just wiped him off the surface. Ming on the other end fights back. But Alter will wait at the end of the bridge because they're not taking the blue damage for now, not willing to do so. But Weibo versus Wolf, this is not going anywhere.
Yeah, they're just trading off with each other right now. While the blue is on top of them, remember, comes down to make sure that he is remembered. On the right, the spray with the UMP now switches onto the M4, and he will finish up the job by eliminating Weibo Gaming.
Do they have enough first aids? Hopefully those death boxes have more than enough to supply the remaining players of Wolves right now. One of them will be sacrificed due to the time will not permit for them to be picked up. But back on the side of SMB, we do have PERSIJA EVOS who managed to dock themselves successfully without being spotted out by BTR players. BTR spreading out the moment they got themselves in the island, while LGD giving a bit of pressure for La Paz, running low of health.
Well, it's going to be El Clasico now. PERSIJA EVOS and BIGETRON Red Villains with PERSIJA EVOS Misery finish off by Gen Force. So man advantage now for BIGETRON Red Villains. As we look at the elimination feed, looks like K1 has a hand in this fight as well.
The moment BTR just trying to flee from the grasp of PERSIJA EVOS, they've been meted up with K1 is waiting around the other end, and this is not great for BTR. They're losing so many men within seconds. But not just that, K1 got himself a bonus here. It's a Thanksgiving day for K1. They just got themselves that last chicken in, and now might actually score another because they spotted out the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS, who's being pressured by the blue, have no other options and just run straight towards the direction of K1.
Yeah, and K1 seem to be interested to get more, but unfortunately they're on the outside of the circle, so they have to move as well. Now they're moving towards the members of PERSIJA EVOS, but since they have the information, do they want to get into the circle first? No. So this is going to be a style of PEL teams. They like to maximize their opportunity in the blue, locking out other teams, and that's exactly what they're doing against PERSIJA.
Same boat shared here for K1 and PERSIJA EVOS, both barely touching the rim of the circle. BBZ a bit too far off. LGD will try to push into a side of Passion, who already prepped himself a nade. But Luxy got shot by BBC from afar. He tried to counter fire, but the Blues are still hurting. And they barely got enough. A couple of first aid, yes, but not going to be too much for them to prolong this kind of fight. But for K1, on the other hand, they decided to leave. It's not worth fighting for if they have to have the war inside of the blue.
Yeah, because we're talking about stage 3 to stage 4, and they have to consider the amount of utility that they have as well. But as well, PERSIJA was the monitoring the situation. But look at this. K1 not letting go of PERSIJA, playing by the edge of the blue and the edge of the circle as well. So now, PERSIJA EVOS, they're locked out.
Going to be just Zuxi trying to slowly get out from the very small shack. Passion, on the other hand, already in a prepared position to fire them in the open the moment they're trying to leave the blue zone. Alter Ego as well. Now, Wolves, can that one actually made it? No, not really. Now, still got 6 first aid, but no time. What took them so long to heal up, despite they have so many first aids?
Well, not too sure about that. Maybe they were pressured by the situation that they were locked out as well. Just like how PERSIJA EVOS is at this moment. K1 takes one in the pocket. And I have a feeling that PERSIJA EVOS will be the next team to go out. There's no way for them to go unless they win the fight against K1.
You don't want to miscalculate the timing of the blue zone. Start to tick off your life here. For K1, definitely they are counting with the bullets just facing towards their side. Rat Face not showing any sign of mercy, sorry for that. But he still doesn't have any first aid. He's just going to sacrifice himself in the blue here.
Oh! But looks like they will not allow him to do that. Long-range shot to take him down from Passion. We're just waiting for a confirmation to see whether that point will be theirs or not. But as for PERSIJA EVOS, at least they said Zuxi who went in for the flag. So Zuxi is going for the flag.
It's going to be one-man show. One-man show for Zuxi. Nobody else going to give him some support via the back. There's going to be 7-9 in the way. Now K1, they're quite occupied with 7-9 as well. Distracted, their focus. Definitely shift over to the other side with vehicles. Sounds are too loud. The audio cue just distracted them. This is time. Zuxi take advantage. He's just gonna spray, but one connect, one knock. There's leaving outfield. He's gonna try to get another. Playing alongside with a tree.
There you go.
Second. Can Zuxi actually do it with one last first aid? He finished off 2 playoff K1 by himself.
Whatever it is, the backstab worked for them. And might work out in the favor of 7-9 as well, as now 2 players from K1 is taken out by Zuxi all alone, opening up space for 7-9 to take out the rest of the members of K1 at this moment. K1 distorted by the fact that they were backstabbed by Zuxi.
Taken by surprise. K1 definitely not really happy about this. A bit agitated. They have to fall back for now. But still have no clue where Zuxi is. The rest of the team, and they already died before. Maybe we'll relay information, but K1, another backstab. Where those shots came from, that's going to be devastating. K1 just failed to find position of all the players been shooting onto them. Now he's leaving down to BBC to do all the job by himself. But Zuxi, on the other hand, knows exactly where K1 is. But the problem is they have a new contender up there. TEC is approaching this area.
Yeah, and TEC now going up against 7-9. As 7-9 might lose one player. That's going to be Kenny down on his knees, taken out by Suki. The rest of 7-9 all the way behind. Don't think they'll be able to pick him up anytime soon, but BBC finally takes out Zuxi, who was distracted by the firepower or the fight happening behind him.
Found him, the Fox himself, by K1, but it's going to be TEC 97, finish off the last play of K1. At least they got their revenge. At least they managed to redeem themselves in the last minute by shutting down PERSIJA EVOS. But here comes, the circle pops again. TeamPAI only have 1 play, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be the last one, Eagle. Actually sharing the same place with one of Vampire's player who quite separated themselves in the southern side.
Yeah, I believe it's like the difference of terrain down there. So let's see what's going to happen because both of them do not have the circle. Speaking about teams having the circle, we got Thunderdog Gaming with the circle. There are 2 other teams just beside them. So it might be a possibility that their building might be crashed in. But at the same time, looking at the elimination feed, 7-9 might lose another player.
Tap it out. Tony K, I know you want to do it with that Mini 14. It's a perfect weapon at this distance. The DMR will not fail you. Mikael have no clue where he's hovering onto. Oh, he got himself in a car. Tony K, a bit regretful. not take the shot quite early, but on the side of TeamPAI, Eagle, that's going to be the last man here. We remember what happened for Eagle last time. Can he actually get that one go? But Vampire still having a full squad.
Yeah, Vampire full squad, but they have no idea that Eagle is just below Tony K. So wonder if they'll be punished for it later on. We need to keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. But also keeping an eye on the minimap. Lots of teams right now in the circle within the area of mid to the base. So when the next circle shifts, we could see an all-out urban warfare.
Rosemary trying to go on this other side. Oh, we got stuck there. You're gonna have to leave with it, Rosemary. For the side of Tony, in case still trying to find the last player of Eagle. I think he heard those footsteps. The auto queue definitely knows it. There's somebody here, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where that person is. And going into the bunkers possibly, while not just wasting any more time, get into the side of the circle with his friends and his teammate. But Eagle saw that one coming. He's just gonna wait for Vampires to leave, while Alter Ego and Morph happen to be sharing the same pit, just like we saw before.
Nice usage of a stun grenade by Rosemary to take out Cleon, the last member of Morph GPX. We don't always get to see like the stun grenade being used that well. This is one of the rare opportunities that Rosemary shows us how it's done.
Actually, really good throwables based on the positions here for Rosemary. That was a perfect one for him. But for the side of Alter Ego, they are treading on thin ice, being cautious about where the other teams are. But Eagle finally found it out by Schweppes. Despite Tony K trying to dig out the last player of TeamPAI, but Schweppes the one that actually found him. And Vampire scores another, getting themselves 3 points for now. But for Vampires, they need to decide where to go next if the circle don't really favor them.
Yeah, it was either Eagle taken out by the blue or giving himself to Vampire Esports. So Vampire Esports, yep, that's another point. And also the box to loot. Now, like what you said, next is going to be their decision. And I guess it's going to be based on the next stage of the circle since we still have stage 5 moving on to stage 6. So they can kind of take their time for now since they're in the open down south.
Time is not anybody's sight here. With 5 seconds to go and the circle will shrink. But for Thunder Talk, they definitely secured themselves in the center. But they are in the center in between teams here as well. Tianba is just next to them. We do have not just Tianba, BTR is nearby. Vampires coming up from behind, but they need to leave here. For Vampires, they have to cut across Thunder Talk, who will try to gatekeep them. And Tianba is there as well. So this is a bit of a problem for Vampires to figure out which way to squeeze into the circle.
Yeah, especially with Tony K currently down. So whether they want to save him or not first, we'll keep an eye on that. That's 7-9 now crashing onto TEC. Dep, the forefront player. They need to finish this fight fast because they're still on the outside of the circle. Mikael will get one knockdown onto GenForce. And now GenForce will finish off. Looks like 7-9 is winning the compound fight.
Finally, we get to see some Mikael actions down there, but on the side of TEC, they're not sitting this one quietly. They start to move, they start to be a bit more active than before. But at the same time, they're trying to figure out where are the players of Alter Ego. Has been shooting them from afar. Suki spotted out Rosemary. Shadow tried to toss the nade. Rosemary knocked down. Suki found out where his hiding places were. But for Shadow, who's already breached into the same building as Alter Ego.
Shadow moving around the building, just like the Shadow here is, together with his teammates from TEC. Trying to find that last member of Alter Ego. But we move forward to Thunder Talk Gaming, defending their ground against Vampire Esports, taking out most of their members. But one managed to escape.
Almost impossible task for Vampires. Not almost, definitely an impossible task with Tianba and also TEC guarding over, sorry, the other team actually guarding over that side. Thunder Talk and Tianba. But for Alter Ego, 2 knocks, and they already let loose of Suki inside, and this is gonna get even crazier for Bamboo. A bit of wrongly calculated trajectory for the hand grenade. Definitely punish him so hard. Might actually giving a bit of a toll for TEC here as Suki tried to make a bit of a space for the team, but Sam9 will not them allowed to do so.
Ooh, long range from Sam9, so he knows who's in the building just in front of them. And for TEC, they cannot afford that sort of mistake again. They're down low on utilities at this moment. So Alter Ego need to hold on. They need to win the fight. But 55 more seconds before the zone closes again. And we'll see circle number 7 But at this moment, TEC is holding it as well. So I guess they're looking for that advantage before coming up to the third floor.
For Alter Ego, they can't sit this one quietly. It's quite nerve-wracking knowing you are in the same building with the openings down there. But for the side of 7-9, all clustered up together right on top of each other down there. It's not really the best position they can be, but that's the only option for now with 1-3 to take covers from. For the side of Thunder Talk, they are spreading out across the southern side of the map, but here comes the last few circles we have in less than 20 seconds. While TEC still trying to wrap around Alter Ego. Alter Ego will not give this away easily. Oh,
Well, looks like TEC will not give it easily as well as they managed to get a knockdown to one member of Alter Ego. And they will go in and with Fnatic not able to withstand his ground. Alter Ego will be eliminated and TEC reigns supreme. But now, looking over onto 7-9, they're making a move. They don't have an idea. They don't know that Satar is there, so Satar could surprise them.
no, but for the side
Oh,
of
they
TEC.
know.
Oh, Satar! Oh, what is that? What? How? Why? Why are you not looking at that? Damn, he got a clear shot, but Tianba stole it away from him. Oh, he missed his chance. That was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, that could have been Deb's point to take. But then again, for some reason, he was not able to connect his shot. And Tianba took advantage of it and saying that, thank you very much for telling us that Satar is there. We'll happily take it.
For the side of 7-9, devastated definitely with a loss of 1 point. It should be theirs to take. Now they have to prepare and siege over their place because Tianba stopped to push and go for the rush. Mikhail found himself an off angle. That was crucial for 7-9. Not just that, Thunder Talk taking a jab towards Tianba as well. This is a problem from Tianba. They did not see this one coming from Thunder Talk.
Well, Mikhail getting a lot more action this time around. And out of the top 4 teams, 3 of them from PEL. 7-9 representing Southeast Asia. Mikhail knocked down by YDD. But Dab will counterfire to YDD, knocking him down instead. So it looks like it's a trade between the 2 teams. QZZ is going to be the last man standing for Tianba as Bamboo tries to take advantage of the misery that 7-9 is currently having.
Tianba, Thunder Talk, and TEC. 3 PL teams against 1 SEA 7-9 who only have 1 more play with 1 knock. For now, but Suki managed to shut down on Thunder Talk. It's going to be Atier, already got finished off by TEC players. So far, TEC, well-organized movement coming out the entirety of the road. So it was so clean so far, very well communicated. And not just that, it's super clean with the crossfire. But back to the start of 7-9, pressured by the blue zone. And Dap barely have enough HP to hold on as well. He managed to just get nearby Mikhail, but the blue zone will not be as merciful as before.
Unfortunately, Mikhail knocked down second time this time around. Champ Bamboo tries to stop the members of 7-9 from coming in. At this moment, we can see they are just by the edge of the blue. The moment the blue shrinks again, 7-9 will definitely be on top of it. How are they going to cut across? Right now, they have Thunderdog Gaming to deal with on the left and Tianba Bamboo on the right.
Rock trying to find a leeway in. 7-9, at least they got some couple of structures to cover themselves. TEC wide spread out. Just shows how confident they are. All of the teams do have 3 players, except for 7-9 ended up with a duo. Now Bamboo will be the wild card on the side of TEC, a bit far apart. But if he can actually figure out where 7-9 is, he will be the bane for 7-9 here.
Ooh, yes, this will be the big question. But at least for 7-9, good news for them. Mikhail is currently up, so they have 2 players active. The bad news is that they're still on the outside of the circle. Now, speaking about zones, it is starting to close, and 7-9 definitely will be forced to move and potentially exposing themselves to Bamboo.
Bamboo playing as patient as possible, but tap out by Rock first. 7-9 cannot sit quietly anymore. Discovered by Rock, the all-seeing, not cooking, but definitely frying now. Bamboo, on the other hand, want to take advantage of what Thunder Talk have put in all the effort to at 7-9, but couldn't spot the players out. He needs to leave if the blue zone start to shrink. That barely got any space. He's been cornered up by the compound itself. The only way him to go up is just by standing up, and that's going to be expose himself to Bamboo.
Yeah, and that's where Bamboo is waiting for that moment. But at least Dab could crawl himself inside. So he's okay for now. He could still stay on his belly. Okay, this nade from Bamboo. First nade, nope, that's not going to hit onto Dab. second nade. He got 5 more nades. So if he wants to try his luck, he could.
Well, problem is, luck's actually not really one of the biggest factor here. But for Bamboo, he start to build up the bridge of smoke, knowing the fact that he needs to leave the compound in time now. But for Dap, I mean, like, if I'm going down, I'm going to take down you with me. That's what Dap trying to get his point across. He's down to only 3 more hand grenades, whilst on the side of Bamboo, he still have plenty more. Here comes Dap. Speaking of luck, will it connect? Not really, but the Blue Zone definitely will connect each one of them.
Yeah, he's trying to time it with the blue, putting pressure on the Bamboo, and they're just trading nades with each other at this moment. Trying to anticipate like the blue versus their potential movement and tossing the nade at the right timing. Now Bamboo is kind of low. He's forced to move by the Molly. Bamboo, lucky enough, he does have the first aid. But for Dab, he's just taking a slow approach, using as much structure as possible to kind of give it that stealthy move, but unfortunately, finally exposing himself to Rock.
Oh, Rock, and now Suki, TEC. Bamboo twice in a row. I'm sorry, but I saw that one coming. Twice in a row, he got himself the grenade in wrongly calculated trajectory. But back to his TT or Thunder Talk fighting TEC. This is what we're talking about. Bamboo finally start to take action, but TT Thunder Talk are being pressured by the Blue Zone. He couldn't actually hold on to his those painful Blue Zone taking their life. TEC want to finish things off to secure the chicken. They're taking the fight head on. Bamboo actions taken and finish off with a big explosive chicken, and Bamboo redeem himself in the very last minute.
Wow, Bamboo, that ending, he tanked out the blue and finished out the final few members of his opponent. My goodness, that was a brave move there by Bamboo to bring home the chicken dinner for TEC. And that means that so far, as of today, it has been the day of PEL.
I agree, and so far, speaking of chickens, it will be enough with just positioning because the SEA teams are aiming for the frags. But there's a lot of failed attempt and successful one in this time around. With XERXIA, they were running and gunning, hunting people down. We do know the Thais are aiming for the frags. They are going for this as a hunting ground instead. Sem9, this yet to be one of their best rounds here.
Yeah, Sem9, this is definitely their best round so far. And I kind of lost count how many times Mikael went down, went up, went down, went up. He had a lot more action this time, and naturally that happens as well. So good move for Sem9, and plus they were one of the earlier teams to arrive in military base, giving them that advantage of securing a good spot for themselves.
I have to give it to TEC this time. Their communication, their team play was immaculate. I have to give it to them. It was a perfect run for them. Even though despite they're not having all full men well in life, but the moment we saw how they flushed out Alter Ego, the crossfire, the timing, the communication about when to pick at the same time, it was clean from TEC.
Yeah, and also Thunderdog Gaming, they had a very patient game as well. So gotta give it to them, allowing the fight between Sem9 as well as TEC to kind of finish before they come in. So it was a patient game, very tactical, and that is the trend of the PEL teams in general that we can see in this tournament. They are very tactical, they don't take unnecessary fights, and they come out at the right timing.
And for Thunder Talk, they have been holding the ground for such a long time. Now, we have to see this from a different angle on the side of SEA teams. Will they start to change their gameplay here when it comes to the half of the day and second day? We're definitely in the halfway through the tournament right now. So there's going to be one more Erangel and 2 more Miramar. And we do know for the fact PL teams are definitely more confident, more comfortable in the Miramar map itself.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well. I mean, they got all the chicken dinners in Miramar too. So that's one stat to look at. And also the other stats that we want to look at is that what is the overall point now between Southeast Asia and PEL. Whether Southeast Asia still has that gap or PEL would have overtaken. It depends on overall 8 teams for each region. But anyway, we'll let the calculations to the analyst desk and we'll pass it on to Contra. So as Cairo, take out your calculator.
Calculator?
Calculate. Counting. Syntax error. Sorry.
We're bad at math, right?
But then, yeah, we request they deliver. We keep saying about, oh, there's too much of a Northern Circle coming up for Erangel maps. But this time around, we get to see a South circle where SMB is the main circle at the end.
Yeah, and by the end of it all, it was TEC that triumphed. Not only did they play out those fights really well by the military base, the moment that they won those fights, they start to disperse into very strategic locations across the map where their positions will allow them to take multiple fights at all fronts. And not only that, also giving them a little bit more edge when it comes down to playing a little bit more defensive. But it's a huge improvement coming from SEM9 because this team, yesterday had a little bit of slump. Today, they have managed to at least come out on the top 3 here in that southern terrain that they played out.
Yep, but for the play of the match is given to Suki with 6 elimination points, 962 damage coming out from him, and 38% of team contribution with 148 meters of longest eliminations. But we see that the remaining players that in the game just now was eliminated by Bamboo. Great positioning by him to secure the game for TEC to gain that winner chicken dinner. But for elimination leaders, it has to be Suki here with 6, top of the charts right now, but followed by Deb from SEM9. As you said just now, this is one of their best performance after around 8 games have been played by them. And it feels like maybe the rhythm is coming up to them now.
Yeah, you can already see that there's the arrow pointing upwards now. SEM9 now moves into the 14th spot, pushing Wolves downwards. And other than that, of course, the thing glaring on the screen is going to be TEC now holding on to that #1 position after securing their second chicken dinner throughout the course of the run. But Alter Ego can still catch up. They just need about 11 points or less actually to be able to overtake. But for now, things looking to be great for most of the PEL teams. Meanwhile, on the first pager itself, majority of the C teams are actually teams from Indonesia that's currently holding more points than the rest of the C squads.
Yeah, there is still no clear domination on which side is doing better, but from the results we've seen that still the C teams are leading on the points and the PL teams are leading in the winner chicken dinner counter. But at the end of the day, who will be crowned champion is the most important thing here. And as we can see now, the gap between those teams in the overall rankings is not that far off anyway.
Yeah, it's not that far off. And you could already see that certain teams are also starting to change their strategy. Evidently in SEM9, where even in the past Erangel round, you could see that they really are playing for positioning instead because they have realized, oh, certain fights that they've been taking, they've been ending up with certain losses, which doesn't really benefit anyone. And you can see that SEM9 is a team that progressively gets better as the game progresses as well. That very reliable. Sure, he whipped a couple of shots earlier, but we don't discount him from that because like that's just 1 point being slided away. Looking at the rest of the squad, even ThunderTalk really had that chances. Do you feel like maybe ThunderTalk could have actually done a little bit better to maybe get that chicken dinner away from TEC?
There was not much playable ground there for ThunderTalk Gaming to secure the winner chicken dinner, as we've seen that the positioning of the players from TEC, they are quite spread out in the last circle where ThunderTalk Gaming can't do much about it and they just managed to go a little bit up front. But then they were eliminated quite fast by Bamboo at the end there. But still, the winner chicken dinner goes to the best team with the best position and the number of players remaining. But we have 3 maps to go for day number 2. We are going to go on a short break. Catch you guys after this.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It's SEA versus PEL. My name's Contra, and this is Cairo alongside with me. And today has been a sure PEL dominance with 3 chicken dinners going their way, and the gap of points between 2 regions are closing in already. Now, second half, do you feel like SEA has got what it takes to take, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners?
Oof, that's a hard question to ask. But for me, I still have faith in the C teams to bring up a better game plan for the upcoming matches, especially for Miramar, on how Morph GPX shown in the last 2 maps yesterday, where they dominate Miramar maps with map control splitting on the northern side of the map. But for you guys that are playing PUBG Mobile right now, there's a new mode is out, which is Zombie Age, where you can play starting from September 7th, and yeah, quite long now. So you guys can try the mode if you haven't tried. It's a great mode for you guys to play with your friends.
Yeah, and it's perfect team for the Halloween. And if you guys are feeling a little bit hungry, it's dinner time right now. You can order yourself some KFC, and this is our brand new collaboration of PUBG Mobile alongside KFC, where you will be able to not only get brand new items inside of the game itself that's KFC related, you can even go to the KFC store where they have brand new sets for you guys to try.
Yep, and for head-to-head right now, as we speak, the gap is closing down between the C teams and the PL teams, with 499 points going for C teams and 397 points going to the PL teams. Yes, the winner chicken dinner counter shows that PL teams are more dominating on closing out the games, but on the consistent side, looking at C teams, they managed to find a way to gain some extra points by eliminating teams early on and winning their draw spot fights.
Yeah, what's also interesting to me on that stats is that I'm looking at the times being spent over on the blue zone. PL tends to take things a little bit slower as compared to the rest of them, where they are hoping to at least have a clearer passage in terms of rotation to get to maybe the later stages of the game. I think this is a great game plan, whereas we've seen so many times, especially the C teams of Indonesia, to try to claim very, very early movements. Maybe in the last round, it didn't work out for Morph GPX. They tried to take the bridge, but it didn't seem to be giving them much points possible.
Yeah, it's said that it's a fail setup, I would say, from Morph GPX. They positioned their players well, but one overpick cost them the round, where Tianba, with no fear, confidently just come up to them and killing them one by one. And this is a bad news from especially for Morph GPX, because they've been playing so aggressive in the last previous game, but then when they're trying to take it slow, it feels like they are losing themselves now.
Yeah, it felt like they were holding on to a false identity where it's like, okay, is this how we're playing right now?
Yeah.
Because I'm not used to it. So hopefully we get to see that aggressive side of Morph GPX again when we do move into these upcoming rounds. So this is going to be the last round of Erangel. I believe it's time for us to get back into the game. So let's move over to Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Thank you so much. With the love and mini love flying over to this side of the table from Cairo and Contra, that was really insightful. Speaking of how well the other teams of SEA have to adjust to PL teams. Speaking of which, we have to give credit for the side of TEC. There was well-orchestrated team play coming out from that team. Not just that, can they secure another chicken? So far, we don't have per day back-to-back chicken by a team yet.
Yeah, not in a day. So we're still waiting for that. Who knows, that could happen today because we've got 3 more games to go. So anything can still come up later on. But you know what? You guys have a voice as well. I would like to hear from you. So here it is. Which region do you think will end up with more regional points? And looks like Southeast Asia has a slight tilt.
It's still 22 points lead by SEA. Previous when it was 21, it's still around that area. SEA still lead when it comes to elimination points. But when it comes to the chicken, you have to give all the KFCs for PEL today.
Yeah, it's been like what, since yesterday, right? So far, only BTR representing Southeast Asia got the chicken dinner. Other than that, it's like PL all the way. So we're still waiting for the next Southeast Asia team to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, yesterday at least Alter Ego scored another on the last Erangel. Now, can they do it again? Even BTR, they have a really great start in first. Sanhok in PMRC. But the problem is, we feel like BTR are being suffocated so much, they barely can actually pick out or do anything about this.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's also like, you kind of think about it, like PEL, they are so well coordinated that they can open up space, they can wait for you from afar, they know exactly when to come in. And teams like what you say, like BTR even, like they are feeling the pressure from this kind of tactical approach from the PEL team.
Yeah, I agree. Like how our analysts and hosts mentioned before, they have to fake their identity just to fit in. It feels like some teams are playing as misfits down there due to how they use the aggressive and fast gameplay, and now PEL are forcing to corner them up to just, you know what, we want to play this as default, we're going to play as slow as possible and make it a bit of a pressure for the teams that love to play aggressive. They're definitely not liking their positions now.
Yeah, they definitely, I mean, comfort is something that they need to come out with, right? If they want to overcome the PEL teams. Yes, they are consistent, like what our analysts pointed out, but the chicken dinners still fall towards PEL. And if we take out like team by team by team, it's at this moment like a PEL team is at the #1 spot. So and our prize pool is divided by like the #1 all the way down, right? So if the PEL teams capture majority of the prize pool, well, I would say it's still pretty much a win for them, right?
It's kind of true, but when it comes to who is actually the best region between these two, because last time we had our regional clash between South Asia and Southeast Asia, that ended up as a 50-50 still till the end of it. Now we'll be having the same thing here by end of tomorrow, because so far Chicken Dinner is dominated by PEL team, but point-wise, still not really up there yet for Team PL. Now, can they push with eliminations, or will PMPL South Asia teams, we're just going to go, you know what, we don't really care about those chickens, we just want to get the points in the fray, that's it.
Yeah, it feels like a stock market for PEL, right? It's
Yeah.
like, okay, at one point they're like, okay, we are close, and then oh, we're close again now. So, you know, it's a matter of like that breakthrough moment whereby they can overtake the number that the PEL teams are having right now. As of now, it is, well, 22 points. 22 points with 8 teams. I don't think it's that big of a gap, but it cannot be dependent on only one PEL team. It has to be like the other PEL teams have to pull their own weight too.
That's kind of true. And speaking of the other PL team, the only one that actually didn't score any chicken but still up there is going to be TeamPAI. Now, TeamPAI have always been consistent, getting themselves in the top 5 almost every single map, but it's just closing the deal is a bit of a problem for them. But I think for Tianba, K1 and even TEC, they scored themselves a double chicken since yesterday, and we're waiting for Thunder Talk to actually score another. And the only PEL team didn't score any chicken is LGD and as well as TeamPAI. Now, the only team for PMPL South Asia actually scored chicken is going to be only BTI and Alter Ego, but elimination-wise, they're just blowing off the roof.
Yeah, teams like what? The Thai teams, Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, they have been putting up a good amount of elimination points. But for placement points, not that much. That is how they got traded off back, right? And that comes back to the narrative like what you say. Southeast Asia teams in general, focusing on elimination points, taking fights, not much on the tactical and also the placement point perspective.
And that's kind of true. I mean, like, maybe they had too much KFC before. They're just going to leave the KFC for PL teams. Or maybe PL teams just want the banners flying over across the screen to have all their names up there. But speaking of which, do they want to swap their tacticals now for the side of our South Asia team? Because it's all down to the mind games, right? PL teams making it so hard for Team South Asia to push in. Their defense is so strong and being fortified multiple times that coming out from South Asia teams, even though they want to go for the aggressive play, it feels impossible to penetrate through the barrier caused by the side of PL teams.
Yeah, I think we saw that multiple times. In fact, if we take a recent example inside of Miramar, remember the Morph GPX at the bridge?
Yeah.
Like they were prepared. They were ready. It's like, okay, I know you guys are going to come in. I know Tianba is going to come in. But all of a sudden, it's like Tianba just goes in and Morph GPX loses 3 players when they were supposed to be the one ready.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. It feels like a rabbit and also a turtle, a tortoise sort of a race, right? Like PL teams, they are the turtle. They are very strong with their shell, but they move things slowly and start to creep out, like creeping in slowly, but surely they are going to get to the finish line. On the side of Team South Asia, they're like rabbit. They are running rampant. They are so productive. They are so fast. They're going here and there, trying to play aggressive. But by the end of the day, they caught off guard where they're being left behind there.
I like how that's a spin-off of the turtle and turtle
I
and
mean, the
rabbit
rabbit
story.
don't bite, but they can.
It definitely makes sense. I can totally vibe with that. Yeah. and that is just like one example, right? I'm sure like across, since yesterday, there are a lot of similar examples. But that was the one that, at least because it was just the previous game, it's so clear to us that you guys are supposed to be able to defend. You guys have the advantage, but how? And I guess in general, this is something that, especially in preparation for the PMGC, the Southeast Asia teams will need to learn how to defend this better, because there will also be PEL teams there.
And not just that, it's also the mental game strategy we talked about, because the moment you have all this momentum trying to push in for most of the South Asia team here, you've been blocked by a big wall where team coming up from PEL know exactly how to defend if they're trying to rush in. And that put them as a whole. The moment they have momentum being crushed down by PEL team with their defense, they feel like they have to go along with the tempo of Team PEL and caught up with it and caught themselves in a trap. That's always the biggest issue. And also, speaking of PEL team, yes, we are giving all the praises because they've been winning a lot today. But don't forget about LGD.
Ooh, the only thing that they need to do right now is really to reconsider if they want to challenge FaZe Clan. That's all. That's the first starter.
I like the fact, Contra, our analyst, did mention about this is the playground. They can test things out for LGD if they can finally find it out. But sometimes when you hit the wall too many times, it will actually not going the way that you want it to be, but instead it's going to be a double-edged sword where it will kill the momentum and the motivation for the entire team if you keep failing.
Yeah, I guess, well, we don't know exactly who makes that decision for them, right? Whether it's the coach or the player themselves wants to do that. So the motivation part, I guess, will be answered by who makes that decision. If it's the coach, then, well, maybe the players will be kind of affected. But if it's the players that say, we want to go gung-ho, well, that's on you guys.
Oh, now, in case you guys are questioning why it took so long to get into the game, I'm just going to update you guys. We do have a remake of a lobby for a bit, so bear with us. We were waiting for the last Erangel to commence again. While waiting, we might as well think about the clashes might be happening in Erangel. We do know, just now, based on the flight path, really, for Team PL to choose where their drop spots will be. Now, so far, last time we saw BTR always being challenged by TeamPAI, right? But the moment TeamPAI actually leave BTR have it peacefully, it's always about the question between FaZe Clan and LGD. And also, speaking of, it's going to be a very generous, we assume it's going to be generous sort of flight path as a start. Now, don't forget about Milta again. And so far, only one time we didn't see, I think it was Alter Ego, PEI, and maybe even XERXIA in the fray if they happen to decide to drop himself in a Milta. And BTR with TeamPAI on top of Milta. That was Milta power, by the way, for Alter Ego, PEI, and also TeamPAI. But for Milta, it's going to be TeamPAI and BTR. Will we be seeing that again?
You know what? Another change that I noticed as well, North Jogopool.
Yeah.
Used to be, let's see, I believe it was Weibo and also Vampire Esports. But in that round, somehow Vampire, they choose to go down to Fairy Pier, Primos instead.
I'm sorry, I'm going to correct you that. Vampires always take Primos and Fairy Pier. It's always FaZe LGD. It was Alter Ego that swapped with Weibo and Alter Ego who dropped himself around there.
But Vampire has been dropping into Jogopool since yesterday, only the previous round.
We're going to have to recheck that. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But so far, I feel like because of how the tempo of PEL teams forcing the South Asia players have to slow down for a bit, they want to force the drop spot early on for South Asia team. They want to force the fight straight off the bat.
Okay. So if we look at forcing the fight, I guess, yeah, it is still like the two. Even though like the North Jogopool, when we have one PEL team and one Southeast Asia team, that fight didn't really happen. It's like drop and they loot. And I guess it's also because like North Jogopool is kind of big enough to house 2 teams technically. As long as, you know, one drops on the left and one drops on the right, then that's absolutely fine. But if it's like South Jogopul, Milta, then it's a little bit hard. But you know what? We will allow more time for our teams to prepare for the next round. So we'll be heading on to a break and we'll be see you guys after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash between Southeast Asia and Peacekeeper Elite teams here from China. And we are back here for our slightly short break. And not just that, apologize for a slight delay due to some how do I say, inevitable circumstances with me, Chu, and Cloud on the caster's desk.
Yeah, we allow them some time to get into the lobby, get refreshed, and prepare for the final Erangel for today, in which, so far, the entire day has been PEL teams.
For the chicken. For elimination, it's different story entirely. We still have 22 points gap, by the way, but we're not going to waste any more time. I'm going to go straight into the game after this. But, I do have a lot of delayed predictions here. I don't know why, but yeah, TC just won the last one, but can they get a back-to-back?
Yeah, we're looking for that, right? Technically, Tianba did it, but, well, we're looking for that one-day back-to-back. That's an even bigger flex. So, who knows if TEC could be the one to take it home, but for PEI, well, this is going to be the last Erangel for today. And PEI yesterday, especially when Eagle showed up really well, except for the part where he ran out of ammo, he could have potentially got the chicken dinner. And we're looking for TeamPAI's first chicken dinner.
And that's going to live on forever in history, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Out of bullet moment for Eagle, especially. But so far, South Asia team do love this map more. Can they finally get a chicken here for today? Because we're heading for our last Erangel of the day. Let's go straight into it.
Here we go! Erangel, game number 4, day number 2. And we're at the halfway mark here, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, the fly path is going to be on the left side, starting from very pier all the way up north to shooting range. So, Milta, very far. That means Tianba probably might drop on the left side of hospital again.
Yeah, I feel like especially South Drogopol and Hospital will be over-occupied by not just Tianba just now. It's going to be Weibo Gaming, maybe FaZe, even LGD might be interested there as well. I'm not sure about the others. Will TeamPAI join in the fray of, you know, a clash of the drop early on? So far, TeamPAI always close enough to get themselves those chicken. But it's just so hard for them to have the grasp on the chicken for the final of every single map. Now, right now, TeamPAI is leading the boards across the chart here. But they are the only team of PEL in the top 5 without any chicken yet.
I'm looking over at the mid to the base now. We have Sem9, we have Sanhok Gaming, we have TeamPAI in that island itself. So that's this is like the most teams so far that we have seen dropping onto the island as a start. As for Tianba, yes, they're dropping on the left side of the map, so they're leaving Milta. Maybe it's because it's far. But this circle, again, in potentially northern circle, but because it's divided with the North Island and also the main peninsula, it's going to be a roll of a dice for the teams.
But again, Alter Ego decided to drop on the left side as well as Weibo Gaming, who happened to be changing the drop spot. Both teams happen to be deciding the same thing here today. And speaking of left side, again, FaZe versus LGD. We cannot get enough of this.
Well, here we go. Let's see who will win this, because FaZe Clan so far has the better statistics of winning this fight. However, LGD opens it up by taking out Onsen, so now they have the upper hand.
As per usual, XERXIA always delivers, but the problem is the moment they got slight confidence in this, that's where FaZe start to backstab them again from behind. But we saw a couple of flying things just now, and never mind that. Back to a side of FaZe, they don't land themselves enough gears. They have to loot up quickly. On side of LGD, they secure a couple of weaponries, but will it be enough for now?
Ooh. After getting that first elimination, well, looks like they take the slow and tactical approach, which is normal for PEL teams. And you talk about like utility-wise, wow, that was a shoot from behind. I can see that whole line of shots, but that one last shot did not hit. So CC is still all right.
Back to a side of Mela, Micro Uzi M16, no helmet, no vest. While the rest of FaZe managed to land himself a couple of good gears down there. Mormon, as per usual, with that DBS, might actually try the window strat again like how he did before. But this time, FaZe Clan do have the second and third story up there. LGD is taking the ground floor. A bit of a reverse against FaZe. But for XERXIA, I don't see he can land himself any first aids down there. He still haven't reset him in his HP for now. But this is One of the first few times where LGD actually do take the lead against FaZe Clan.
Ooh, and Alter Ego circling around. Okay, peeking and wondering what's happened here until they're shot at by LGD. But maybe because of that shot, they'll be like, okay, we don't want any part of this for now. Let's stay at the corner. We're fine.
These warning shots are quite costly to the side of LGD. They barely got enough to fight against FaZe Clan. They cannot afford to waste any more ammunition just to give away warning shots towards Alter Ego. And that definitely will be giving a lot of information for Alter Ego. Now they're intrigued and interested to be part of this as well. They pulled over on across the other side of the street and waiting for the right time when this war will break loose. That's where Alter Ego start to take advantage.
Yeah, number one, monitoring the situation. Number two, because it's a 50-50 circle between the north and the main peninsula, so this is one of their access point in case like the circle goes all the way up north and it is closest to the bridge, so it gives them easier or faster, quicker access to the North Jogo Pool at least. Well, but that also depends on what happens between LGD and FaZe Clan. I guess they're waiting for the elimination fee to roll before deciding if they want to come in.
Barely got enough for both teams. And Mormon running low of bullets. Same goes for Mormon. It is not great. The magazines and clips are barely enough, but they managed to trade up to what Mormon, as per usual, delivers and making such a wonderful work with his DBS plays. But will it be enough? They barely got nothing yet. Oh my god, LGD, no first aid, not enough ammunition. Bandage is still going to be at best option here, but the problem is that one last player, he got nothing else to work with. Nobody and not enough equipment.
Yeah, you can say, oh my god, again there for LS, now that he's only dependent on bandages and weapon-wise, it's like, okay, 2 shotguns, that's about it. Obviously, he's the last man standing, so that's definitely not good news. But we have another team approaching South Jogo Pool, keeping an eye as well, doing pretty much the same thing what Alter Ego is doing on the left side. So I guess they're also waiting. Yeah, we got visualized. It's going to be Weibo Gaming. They're waiting for the situation to end, but looks like to them, they're ready to come in.
Caught himself in a trap here for both teams, FaZe and LGD, because left side we have Alter Ego, right side we have Weibo Gaming. Clear shot for Yemao, but it's not taking it yet. He's not pulling the trigger, surprisingly, where he got a clear view. A last player of LGD. Questionable without helmet on LGD's player as well. There was a clear shot to get that knocked down straight off. But for LGD, he managed to just knock on one but didn't secure the elimination. That's going to be the end, and still nil winning points for LGD versus FaZe. But this is where Weibo Gaming start to fight, but Wolves is dead.
Wow, when did 77 come in? Now he's in the middle of 2 teams. His other teammates are nowhere to be found as of now. Alter Ego on the other side. They notice whatever happened. And now information to them is that, okay, there's at least like 2-3 teams there. So let's not butt in first.
Weibo Gaming didn't see this one coming from Team Wolves here. FaZe definitely gonna trample everything they come across him, and 77 couldn't even breathe for a moment after being charged by Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, despite that they got all lined up just now, they pull all the way fall back because they did not see this one coming. Another Wolf player just happened to be popped by here. The entire cavalry is here by now, but FaZe, can they hold their ground with Venturas bleeding out?
Oh, here we go. Mormon DBS gameplay gets 2, and he will finish him off. Nicely done by Mormon, but unfortunately his teammate Mela will be knocked down by Remember, leaving Mormon all alone. And I remember with 20% of health, Mormon jump shot takes him out, and that is it for Wolves.
Incredible clutch by the side of FaZe Clan. Down there, Mormon did so much plays with that DBS multiple times against LGD, and now Wolf next target is going to be Weibo Gaming, going back in after the fallback temporarily just now, cooking up the nade. But Rosemary managed to help out FaZe Clan in an indirect way because they want to get into FaZe compound as well. It happened to be clashing at the same time with Weibo Gaming.
Here we go. Alter Ego being the third party. Mormon sandwiched between 2 teams. Weibo Gaming not letting him go just yet as we have Sook at the ground floor. Tosses a nade onto the top floor, but nobody is there. As we can see here, Mormon, he is by the stairs. He has the nade of his own, but the nade will not hit onto anyone.
At least he got more than a couple of death boxes to supply himself for the side of Mormon, but Weibo very hesitant, despite they got a clear shot just now, didn't take the shot out. I'm not sure what happened to Thunder Talk, but it feels like it's going to be versus Sam9 as well as TeamPAI in SMB for now. For Alter Ego, they stopped their actions there, going in straight where the players previously who fought against FaZe Clan have been leaving with their death boxes around, but Vampire seems to be passing by. They go all the way from PMOS up towards this side, and this is going to be super interesting. We have more than we expected around this area.
Well, Alter Ego taking the approach to go up north because that's a signal that the circle went majority to the northern side. So, Zaki Town Circle. Well, we have seen an outskirts Zaki Circle before, but not a Zaki Town. So if there's a wish list, I wouldn't mind that. But at the same time, BTR rushing in onto their opponent. That is going to be Tianba. And now Tianba losing players because of BTR.
LY being shot from afar. BTR trying to surround all corners. They're boxed into a Tianba players. LY got finished off. That's going to be the last one of Tianba. Eliminated, taken out of the equation by BTR's hand. They're fired up for the Indonesian teams right now, having the most score across the board for eliminations. BTR going for the hunt.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't matter whether it's Realta or not. BTR and Tianba still clashing, and BTR has the upper hand against Tianba. And we're back onto South Jungle Pool. Momon is still there. Somehow he's still able to stay alive, but for how long further? As Weibo Gaming is just waiting for him to make the wrong move.
Multiple repositioning by Weibo Gaming after given so many chances to rush in, but back towards the teams from SMB before. It's going to be TeamPAI clashing with XERXIA, and XERXIA, lucky enough, the structures in between the vegetation actually covers them temporarily, but not so long, as Shopper already being knocked down. Megamind is going to be next from the back. Where are the res of XERXIA? Leaving only one player left, nowhere to be spotted out. That one player have to carry the responsibility of the whole XERXIA till the end of this map.
Oh, nicely done by Eagle. But look at the elimination feed now. Looks like TeamPAI Smile is currently knocked down by PERSIJA EVOS from afar. But looking at the current location, too much open space. Eagle can't take the direct approach. So he chooses to fall back, which is absolutely fine since one of his teammates is knocked down.
So XERXIA, RNJ, that's going to be the last player at the back. He definitely will exit out. For Alter Egos, as case they lost 2 men early on while they're trying to leave the SMB before. I think they clashed with PAI and Thunder Talk early. FaZe Mormon is going to be the last player remaining for FaZe Clan.
Mormon.
By 8
Oh!
points! Mormon, can he do it again? He clutched so many teams by himself so far. He managed to finish off Suk, one of the most vital players for Weibo Gaming, leaving only Mao left on that side. It's quite costly for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Nicely timed need by Mormon. Like what you say, I'm waiting to see if we can do it again onto the other member of Weibo. Now we have Waimao on screen. Let's see, he has a nade of his own, toss it to Momo, but looks like the nade gameplay goes to Weibo Gaming.
Like he scored himself 9 eliminations in such a short time. 3 teams have to be rushing to where FaZe resides early on. But it's just, they have to settle it down there. For Mormon, that was valiant effort. Incredible plays just with those DBS. That's just one of the best DBS plays we have in PMRC so far. But we have to move on towards the other teams here. Vampire spotted out Thunder Talk, Dreamy and Sing. Scouted by Tony K. Tony K, it's been a while. We haven't seen him in action for quite a bit here, but can they get it going for Vampires?
Yeah, Tony K has been playing all the games for Vampire Esports, but we have yet to see an explosive gameplay from Tony K. Maybe now, as they try to take down the members of TEC, repositioning themselves. They're on the outside of the circle now. They try to close the gap between them and TEC trading it back and forth. Fluke is currently on his knees. Tony K going in for a frontal approach.
Very risky move from Tony K. Bamboo spotted out him. Trying to toss the nade over, but Bamboo definitely will not try to let him go easily, but Tony K managed to flee without breaking a sweat. Now he's trying to take Suki head front, and it's happening. It's successfully well done attempt. Well, Vampire, they're trying to find TEC, trying to drop them in shambles, picking up one by one. But Bamboo, Tony K in trouble. Now Bamboo, can he redeem for his team here?
Oh, DBS gameplay from behind, but Tony K! Wow, that is like 10,000 IQ gameplay from Tony K. Can he finish up the job? Can he put a cream on the cake? But unfortunately, Shadow says no. But that was a great move from Tony K to anticipate the incoming Bamboo.
Feels like he's 10 steps ahead just now, but unfortunately doesn't have enough manpower. But Sam9 trying to leave SMB a bit later to cross the bridge, but being gatekept heavily by Octa. Lucky for Sam9, Octa running out of bullet with Scar L. Trying to just pin them down, but two of them managed to squeeze in. Morph on the other end, Cleon spotted out Alter Ego and Sam9 as well. It's just Sam9 from the palm to the fire and now being burned off one by one.
Here we have K1 versus PERSIJA EVOS, and PERSIJA EVOS winning the fight. Luxy getting a couple of knockdowns with its EVS, and K1 will give their life away to PERSIJA EVOS. Do not challenge them in this hill.
TeamPAI approaching PERSIJA EVOS. The moment they heard the gunshots from afar, they want to make sure they don't have the time for reset, and they're trying to take advantage of the current corner situation for PERSIJA EVOS. Eagle getting on the north angle, but the Blues start to close in here, and he got himself that UMP to work with even a Molly on the side of PERSIJA EVOS to fire back. He still have to fight in him for red face, but the problem is a bit too far from the rest of the teammate.
Luxy, one nade in hand. This one nade could be the decider on if he can win against TeamPAI. The nade tossed onto the left side, but it will not connect onto anyone. TeamPAI now knows that PERSIJA EVOS is incoming onto them, and plus the circle, the zone will put pressure onto these two teams. And at this point, we can see PERSIJA EVOS is the one trying to lock out TeamPAI.
Oh no.
DBS gameplay for Luxy does connect.
SG in trouble. Didn't see this one coming, but Luxy, he have to focus on two. He managed to get on one. The SG knocked down. Here comes another, but Luxy couldn't hold on much longer with that DBS. Moss coming in from the back. This is going to be a bit problematic for PERSIJA EVOS. Didn't see this one, but Red Face is back up on his feet. Smile trying to revive SG, but couldn't make it happen.
Whoa!
Oh, Red Face.
Red Face, man. Turn TeamPAI to Red Face as he won it for PERSIJA EVOS. 9 elimination points now for PERSIJA EVOS. And they have the chance to take that #1 spot away from TEC. Now, we move over to Sam9 with only Kenny as well as Tom alive.
There's going to be Alter Ego being deleted off this map as the last Erangel of the day, as Sam9 managed to triumph temporarily, but have a casualty before this. Kind of hard for Sam9 to dictate where to go next, since they are kind of being swarmed by too many teams left and right. BTR will be one of their neighbors, if I'm not mistaken. Thunder Talk is around here possibly as well. TEC on the other side of the corner, a bit northern side. Or BTR still trying to find any sort of information they can gather, because there's too many shots just now being heard across what's in front of them.
Looks like a substitution for BTR. Supernan replaces Superboy, which was Yuhai. So Supernan is Keenan. And this might be the swap for the rest of the day with the remaining 3 more games to go. Let's see if that changes any level of performance for BTR. Now, circle-wise, on the outskirts of Zaki, we won't get to see a Zaki City circle, but that's absolutely fine. Morph GPX has the best position, high ground and on the clear.
As per usual, Morph is back on the track like how they did on Thursday. Always favoured by the circle, play alongside with it. North Jogger Pool Circle is quite rare and at this stage of a tournament. But BTR might actually spot out RNG. That's going to be the last play of XERXIA for quite some time, playing solo. TEC here to conquer, but can they conquer against the blue zone first? Or Yema will give them a bit of a problem to march into the safe zone.
Yeah, 2 more first aids and 30 more seconds before stage 5. It's going to be really hard for him. Okay, tries to get the second member of TEC with the spray, but it will not connect enough. And with 1 more first aid, ooh, I guess he could be sacrificed to the blue.
Definitely resort to that based on how he plays himself way deep into the blue zone here. Yeah, man, unless he got himself some vehicles, there's still a slight chance of him to actually get away from this. But He wants to go down with at least 1 elimination points, but TEC
Oh, wow!
side not gonna survive. At least Yama gave his all, and it well worth it as well. He scored 4 for the entirety of Weibo Gaming, despite it having a rough run before this.
Man, TEC will be looking back at this replay and telling themselves that, you know what, that should have been the case, but gotta give it to the man himself, right? I mean, that was a long range that I didn't expect him to finish, and he did before he went out.
There's gonna be determinations coming out from the side of the player we just mentioned, Weibo Gaming. They lost too many men early on. They could have made it here, but BTR is going to be our next to focus on. We have Morph and Thunder Talk. BTR giving a bit of a warning shot. Morph can see BTR across the other side of here. A bit of a long shot, ambitious even if they try to tap it out. But Janforce is going to take the lead to be the front line against Thunder Talk next.
Here we go. BTR on the outside of the circle must take the fight against Thunder Talk Gaming, as they have a full squad. BTR same as well. They're trying to get an advantage by naning out at least one player from Thunder Talk Gaming, tossing nade after nade after nade. Morph GPX, again, still in a great position. Just look at the terrain advantage that they have.
Even though they got the terrain advantage, unfortunately, there's a big tree right across them for Morph. Yoru can spot 7-9 from there. That one big tree.
Yeah, if only they have a saw that can cut down that
If only.
tree, right? Then,
If only.
yeah, if only that exists, I'm sure they would happily take that. But speaking about Morph GPX and 7-9, Yoru still managed to get a knockdown onto Kenny.
And not just that, Thunder Talk start taking action against BTR. They managed to knock on one, but here comes the rush for Gen Force. A failed attempt to shut down on TT. But Rock's on the ground. They finish off the players that being knocked down early on for BTR. Sing, on the other hand, have to help Rock back up his feet, while Dreamy tried to open up the space with his throwables. K1 happened to be fighting against PERSIJA EVOS. This is a bit of a problem. 4 teams fighting at the same time. Where are the other 2? As Sam9 only remaining 1 player, the one that actually not doing that much is going to be Morph and Sam9. Yeah, well, Sam in the moment will mention the Morph just starts to take action. They managed to knock 1 on Morph player.
Well, Tam is doing a lot as he managed to secure another point for 7-9. Morph GPX monitoring the situation, still with their terrain advantage. RNJ just in front of Bobohu, but Bobohu knows that he's there. He's prepping up the nade, tossing on the RNJ, so they know that he's there. They just can't find a perfect angle to take out RNJ. So no rush for them. Well, if they can finish it off right now, why not?
Yep, Cleon just making sure that all the teams know exactly where it's at, coming up from the front just now. That's leaving us with only 5 teams left. This time, our 5-3 coming out Southeast Asia team, while K1 and Thunder Talk still there. Thunder Talk still have 4 players remaining. We just lost 7-9 just now. Morph and Thunder Talk do have advantage when it comes to manpower, while K1 and BTR only have that 1 singular player to actually carry out for the entirety of the team.
Well, it is 50-50 now between PEL and Southeast Asia to net this chicken dinner. As we can see here, K1, only BBC left, but he will stay quiet on the right side of the circle. He's going to stay out of everything since he is the last man.
Yoru, can he surprise us with more gameplay that he did today? Amazing plays for him today. It's just a lot of thieves moment, stealing away last minute eliminations from the back. Rocky, on the other hand, relay back the information and scouted out the rest of Thunder Talk players. Ambitious is trying to tap them out, but Thunder Talk moving in a 2-2 formation, just passing by BBC. They didn't even try to check that compound. While here comes the spray. It actually connected, but will it be knocking down one of the players? Yes, it did. BBC just shut down on Rock. Rock is on the ground again.
Wow, the Lone Ranger BBC doing work for K1 right now, and he managed to secure the point against Rock. But looks like Bobohu will be knocked down by AJ. And that is going to be pretty much it for him, I believe, because his teammates need to travel to save him. Let's see if they can do that. But Dreamy will make sure that BBC will not be a nuisance for them. Lapar now goes in the front of approach and will lose it against Rocky.
Now, Morph, can they revive Bibihu to have a full squad going against Thunder Talk, who have a tree? Adair and the rest of Thunder Talk happen to be spreading out. They're trying to make sure they got themselves the triangle formation that they needed to just secure those eliminations. While Cleo being scouted out by Dreamy, a couple of bullets connected and clipped him down. Yoru's bleeding out as well. This is not looking great for the side of Morph, but for the side of Thundertalk, this is a shot for their chicken here.
Oh yeah, with Yoru almost taken out. And now technically Morph GPX playing with 2 players since right now Yoru is currently down. And let's go for Thundertalk Gaming. They are closing the gap between them as well as Morph GPX getting into the circle. But I do notice that they are on the other side of the road. Now, if they can get themselves on the same side as Morph GPX, then it's going to be equal playing field.
The problem is the one splitting out in the center cannot be helped at all. Yoru down to only 40% of HP, while his HP starts to tick down bit by bit. Singh was hoping from Thundertalk to wait any players of Morph to take up the bait, but none of them willing to show themselves. Knowing that this is a bait, they will have to sacrifice Yoru, and Yoru just openly accept that he will be the sacrificial lamb for the team for the sake of information exactly where the players of Thundertalks are. Ideas start to move about, they start to open up the spread between them, but for Rocky and Cleon, can they do this for SEA?
Ooh. SEA or PEL? This will be another round to determine that. And so far the streak has been PEL. If Thundertalk Gaming wins it, then their streak did not end. But if Morph GPX does, then at least they bring back at least 1 for Southeast Asia. Right now, it's still anyone's game. Despite Morph GPX having only 2 players, but if you look at their spread, they can cover multiple angles as well. So they can be tricky to Thundertalk Gaming to overcome.
Still have 3 more stages to go with less than 10 seconds for stage number 7 now. Counted in, if Thundertalk decide to push, it's a bit of a problem. So they cannot give away the position for the side of Morph. But for Thundertalk, this is the best time for them. Try to corner down each player of Morph, since the radius of a circle is not too far either. Around 150 meters apart between them and Morph players. For Thundertalk, they have to really synchronize 3 players. Coordination-wise have to be perfect to finish the deal.
Yeah, it's almost like a chess game right now. Who makes the wrong move will be punished. And at this moment, we can see Thundertalk Gaming, they're moving like a chess piece themselves. Like, okay, one person moves, the other person stays and cover. The other person moves, another person stays. So they have this interchange between them on how they move. As for Morph GPX, because they don't have the numbers naturally, they would hold their ground a little bit more. But they are prepared in case Thundertalk Gaming comes to them directly, since they have this off-angle position ready for them. Now, I'll be a little bit worried for Thundertalk Gaming, for Morph GPX, because we still have stage 8. And if the circle moves away from them, especially for Boo Boo Hoo, then it's going to be hard for him to get across.
Not just that, Rocky's position cannot be saved by Cleon here, because of the terrain kind of blocked the vision across the other side of the street. So they are for themselves, each player of Morph, while Thundertalk, they are working this well as a trio and making sure they're not too far for distance in case one of them being knocked down. They're not willingly giving any free points to a side of Morph if they're being caught off guard. Here comes the push, possibly from the idea, but is going back and forth, trying to intimidate Rocky to open fire, and he took the bait anyway. Now Ajay knows exactly where Rocky is right now.
Yeah, very disciplined gameplay by Thundertalk Gaming, not just rushing onto Morph GPX, gathering information, creeping in slowly to Morph GPX, and Morph GPX, they know that they managed to push Morph GPX to a corner. And like what you said, that trigger pull by Rocky revealed his position. So right now, they know that he's there. They're going to focus onto him.
Rocky need to move his position slightly so Cleon can actually get in the line of sights towards Rocky. So if they're pushing him, he can at least trade it off for a tiny bit for Cleon. But the problem is Cleon might be discovered by Dreamy. While Thundertalk, they're hesitant. They don't know exactly where the position of the players are. But the problem is they don't know the other side of the curvature of that terrain, how it worked well for them or not. Right now, they try to open as much space as possible while Singh slowly creeping behind Rocky, trying to surprise him with a surprise attack.
Oh yeah, and Rocky's looking the other way. So at this moment as well, we can see movement here by Cleon. He's on his vehicle because he knows that he has to somehow get across. But that will also reveal his position. So that's why they're not too worried about Cleon, because the blue will do its work. So all they need to do is focus on the Rocky. Clear will show itself naturally because of the blue. And that's where Thunderdog Gaming will take advantage to close things off.
Now, there's no more time here. We're talking about less than a minute. It's going to be the last stage commencing here. It's down to the last wire between these two players. Barely got enough. They need all the troubles being saved here, because if they can actually clutch things out, those troubles will actually make the big play for those chicken. Less than 45 seconds. We're down to the last stage. This might be one of the longest Erangel we've ever had for the past few days.
Yeah, the longest standoff between two teams that we have had so far, the PMRC, not gonna lie. Well, anyway, after these 25 seconds are done, the next stage is going to be no stage. It's going to be stage number 9. It's going to close entirely. That's where we would definitely see the ending of this. Unless if MORPY GPX maybe gets 2 knocks, then things could swing their way.
All they need is just equalize the field for the side of Morph to get at least 1 knockdown. Definitely going to give so much advantage for that. But he's tossing his nade without clipping and connecting as much. They are running out of resources for Morph here. They're taking the first few actions while Thunderdog have been patiently waiting. They barely got enough for themselves for their resources as well. But here comes the final stage. Like it or not, they have to man up, just fight it out and brawl and have those duel between these 3v2 teams.
Oh yeah, and speaking about the brawl, since Thunderdog Gaming, they have the advantage of information, knowing exactly where Rocky is at. But Rocky, he probably doesn't know exactly where Thunderdog Gaming is at. He's only focusing on the one area, but he's not focusing on to the other. So if he overextends on one side, then he could be punished for it. But Dreamy is going to start it off by trying to knock down Rocky. 50% of health left, and Dreamy not able to finish up the job, but his teammates are now following up.
Oh boy, Dreamy. Those magazines, but Rocky! So close, he managed to sneak in the last... Oh my god, it's not going to be doable to avoid that. Singh just knocked him down. Here comes Thunderdog. This is the time they've been waiting for. Running down on one, that's going to be a secure chicken for Thunderdog.
Well, it just shows that Thunderdog Gaming has a very disciplined gameplay. They're not like, okay, even though we have 3, you have 2, we push you to the corner, we will just ram onto you. In general, if we're talking about the Southeast Asia teams, that's what they would do. It's just a matter of different play style. But for like Thunderdog Gaming, they are willing to take the slow approach as long as they close up the game with a chicken dinner.
I agree. Patience is their virtue here for the side of Thunderdog Gaming. And surprisingly, it feels like a well-orchestrated, well-planned chickens for the entire day. If you compare with yesterday, we're starting off with Thunderdog, TEC, K1 and Tianba. And today we're starting off with the reverse. Tianba, K1, TEC and Thunderdog. The same teams got themselves chicken yesterday, scored another today.
Wow, okay. Oh, the reverse theory. Interesting point out. But for Outer Eagle, also interesting enough that they prioritize getting to the northern side, and that's how we saw Outer Eagle securing a couple of elimination points, especially from Sem9, who was traveling there. And Sem9, by the time they reach onto North Jogopol, they already lost 2 members, so it was kind of hard for Sem9 to play the rest of the game from there.
Also, speaking of positioning, I have to say Morph actually do have the circle from the start, but just to finish off, because the circle was quite wild in Zaki. There was unusual circle. We had it only twice now in my entire life and entire career of PUBG Mobile. I only see it twice. That was the second one. But at least we get to see a bit more north this time. And like it's always the north, only once for SMP. But can we get a different circle for the different map? We're going to toss it back to our host and analyst, Kara and Contra. Just take your mini love back. Take it.
Yeah, we're taking all of the mini loves now. But then what more can I say? It has been a great day, a spectacular day for PL teams, and their fans must be cheering right now. They've been winning since game number 1. Now it's game number 4. All of it went to the PL side.
I'm just absolutely amazed by how calculated they actually play out. Like on the very final stage, you even see that, hey, MORPY GPX, they only have 2 members left. Even with 3, you're basically mathing it out, hey, we're supposed to win this, but they are basically waiting for mistakes to happen coming in from MORPY GPX. And eventually, when the circle shrinks even further, it's just MORPY GPX being choked out overall. And mind you, Thunderdog, the way that they played, they weren't the other teams planning themselves inside of North George or South George in order to actually get more rewards out of it. they just say, okay, we played cool. Teams will come to us later on. And that's how they get most of their points.
Yeah, but the player of the match will go to AJ for Thunder Talk Gaming here with 3 elimination points, 549 damage, 36% of team contribution, and 123 meters for longest eliminations. AJ has been the backbone of the team for sure, but then from the help of his teammates, he won't be getting here. This is a great performance coming out from Thunder Talk Gaming. They managed to secure the winner chicken dinner, even though, just like what you said just now about Morph GPX, having the map control on the west side of the circle, being the, can say, best placed team on the high ground, eliminating one by one, and just sadly, the circle wasn't meant for them at the end.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, but it is what it is. At the very least, Morph did manage to bounce back from a very dismal run to the game before that matchup happened. So Morph GPX, at least they are a little bit more stable now, having 69 points tied up with PAI, TeamPAI. Meanwhile, even Alter Ego is also being pushed down the charts as well. TEC as well as Thunder Talk. This is going to be a race that we will keep our eyes on, as Thunder Talk now also ties up with 2 chicken dinner of their own. Just like what you said, hey, basically they're just duplicating the results from yesterday. It's like, I'll take that map, you take that map instead. But you know, this match, I think the highlight was Mormon. Like FaZe Clan, they were down and out, and you have this one guy with the DBS, and teams just keep running at him. He never really tapped out until Weibo came in, and that's like, what, the 3rd or 4th team that challenged?
Yeah, that spot was really the center of attention. One after the other teams coming in just to fight off Mormon alone, and he managed to stay alive. But then, yeah, what can a man do to eliminate everyone that's coming up to him? But then he did a great job defending that ground. But then at the end of the story, as we can see here, from the result itself, it has been all the way from the start till match number 4 for the PL teams.
Yeah, now we're just gonna see whether or not can they actually have a perfect day run with all of the PL teams getting the chicken dinners in Miramar as well. Yesterday, I believe that we also did see a very decent challenge coming in from the side of Southeast Asia. So this is not going to be all too clear-cut, especially now there's a little bit more buffer time. I feel like of all the maps, this is the map where, you know, C teams, they get to maybe chill a little bit. But when I say that, usually stage 1, we still get those fights in Hacienda, we get it in Picado, and so many other places. I mean, Minas Generalis is also another one to take a look out for. Is there going to be changes? We'll have to see, because I believe that they've been so focused on all the other maps happening in Erangel. So this is definitely a fresh start.
Yeah, talking about early fight drop spots, maybe C teams should change their drop spot early, because maybe this will affect their performance in Miramar. As for now, we can see that it has been all dominated by the PL teams to close out the games, but we cannot forget about Vampire Esports and Morph GPX, who performed quite well yesterday on Miramar. So they might be one of the teams that C teams can rely on to get a winner chicken dinner in Miramar.
Yeah, I believe so too. So when we look into all these form of stats, I believe that BIGETRON Red Villains did actually put up quite the showing from yesterday, alongside with PERSIJA EVOS. So I think, like, if there's anyone to do it, these are the 2 teams from C that can put up with the punches.
Yep, but we're gonna do less of the talking and let the action run the story. So let's pass the mic back to Chuchu and Sir Cloud at the caster's desk.
Is this how you pass the mic? Okay. I mean, they're doing something different every time, but okay. To me, this
Give
is like...
me the money. Give me the money, man.
To me, this is washing dishes.
Give me the money.
Okay,
No money, no talk.
I don't mind if they do, though. They pass it on to us, the money that is. But anyway, we're going to pass it on to the players to show us whether they can hit the mark in this round, because so far it is still PEL dominating the chicken dinner streak.
Still, I feel like we're pushing all the work to somebody else every single time.
Yeah.
This guy's pushed to us, we push to somebody. Okay, and speaking of Miramar, right? I mean, I did listen to Contra mention about the players get to chill. I don't think they get to chill at all, buddy. This is where PEL teams love most, this Miramar map. I mean, yesterday we have like, what, 4 drop spots have been clashing straight off the start. Don't forget, you mentioned about, yes, Minas Generales, there's going to be Vampires versus Thunder Talk. We talked about Power Grid. That's going to be another scuffle between BTR and PEI. And not just that, it depends on the flight path, really. If the flight path is just a different one, not really a generous one, then we might actually have lesser clashes than we used to.
But there is one drop spot that for some reason nobody wants to go there. That is Impala.
Oh,
For some reason, right? But let's see if our two predicted teams can survive this. Yours, Vampire. Want to talk us through this?
I mean, come on, guys. I don't know what's gonna happen next because we do know Vampires can do whatever they want to, but the problem is we don't see the best of the players yet. We don't see how they used to play as they were in PMWI for Vampires. I'm waiting for that to happen here.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's because like, okay, you have a mix and a different play style because you kind of mix up like the PEL teams, and that's why adaptability is the thing for them. But if you kind of think about it as well, if you want to go devil's advocate with yourself, then PMWI, you also have PEL teams and you have other regions as well. So and they were able to adapt to that. But this time around, well, I guess I just want to put it to like, it's a training ground for them.
Now, you talked about training ground for circles even. We have weird circles, some of us today. But for a northern circle, I think we had enough in Erangel for the north. We want to see around Impala, which happened to be so vacant, to be one of those few circles or even Los Eagles, possibly as we head into our first Miramar of the day. Let's take it away.
Impala. Let's see if anyone would go there. So far, flight path-wise, from our big screen, yes, it will pass by Impala. Very possible for teams to drop there. It's going to be the question whether teams want to go there or not. But Picado in the middle of the map. Let's take a look at that later on because, well, expect another clash there.
There's going to be a lot of clashing, definitely. I mean, like LGD always drop El-Azhar, but will Alter Ego drop there as well as their second drop spot? But if Alter Ego, in this case, I feel like they don't want to go there. Maybe around the south of Los Leones. If that happens for Alter Ego, they will actually have to fight Tianba as the start. Now, for the side of Morph, we do know they're actually taking a bit of a northern side, which is going to be on top of Chris Deville or Toru Ahumada. Then the contender might actually be Weibo Gaming. But will Weibo Gaming drop there? That's a bigger question because there have been a lot of change of drop spot recently.
Well, looks like we're going to start it off again. And as usual, LGD always has company in their drop spot. This time it's going to be Alter Ego. And here we go. 1-for-1 trade between the two.
So far, Alvar can revive his fallen teammate, but LGD need to do the same to reach over to his friends. It's not possible as they finished off blasting. That's going to be first point into the hands of Alter Ego.
Here we go. Alter Ego with that man advantage. LGD not a fan of early fights, and I guess that's also the reason why they're down there. LS taken out by Alvar. Alter Ego still with the full squad now. Rosemary knocked down, but the follow-up is coming in for the rest of the members of Alter Ego. Cat jumping to safety. Micro Uzi in hand, trying to close in the gap, and he will win the fight.
Sort of LGD. Is it another lost map here for them? Down to Cat with less than 20% of HP down there. Whilst on the side of Alter Ego, can he revive the other two players? This is going to be tough. They are dropping themselves just on the side of El-Azhar. Straight off fighting with whatever they managed to loot up here. But none of them managed to secure any first aids.
Ah, man, they're super out of ammo as well. I mean, look at Cat. He only has 13 bullets in his Micro Uzi. Micro Uzi, one of the highest firing rates. The moment you press, the 13 bullets are all gone. I'm not sure how much you can get out of this, but let's see if we can come up with something amazing since they're kind of low, and that is expected. He managed to get one knock, but you won't have enough bullets to follow up to the others.
Quite costly for Alter Ego. Huge casualty, but I feel like it's not FaZe, but still a loss for LGD so far. Feels like LGD don't see the end, the light in the end of the tunnel there. Barely get enough light for themselves to have hope for any point progress with their current standings.
Well, now we're back onto Picado, where Wolf and FaZe Clan, no stranger to each other for sure. They clash all the time here. And for the most part, it has been FaZe Clan. But, well, Wolf did pull off something insane as well before this. So I would say that it's 1-1 at this moment. However, this will probably break that tie at this moment. Looking at both teams, how they position themselves, both of them play very safely, and they're going to take their time. But time is not on their side because they are not in the circle.
Yep, that's kind of true. We didn't mention about might be 3 teams. If FaZe versus Wolf is one of it on top of Picado. But where is Sam9? Do they decide to actually drop around here as well? If they do, there's going to be a 3-way war. And so far, the Wolves are playing it quietly, but FaZe, we do know they are not really that quiet sort of a type, aren't they? Victorious open up the first steps into advancement, hoping it will land on somebody with that hand grenade. Nobody's being knocked down. Onden's found one, 77 on his knees. This is going to be a problem for Wolf because it's a green light for FaZe Clan trying to push into their compound.
That knock on 77, who's across. Okay, so they took out that off-angle guy, and that is a permanent elimination onto 77. 3 more from the Wolves to go, and they are on the other side of the building, clumped up with each other in pretty much the same area. So it's easier for FaZe Clan to manage it.
Big feet. Trying to wait somebody to pick out just right into those doors or across those hallways. Definitely not feeling safe here. No helmet, no troubles, not much of resources to work with. While FaZe try to spread out across that building. FaZe are still having a 4 while Wolves down to 3 here. If they're taking this too long, there might be passerby taking advantage as a third party. They need to wrap things up quickly.
And it's common for Victorious to be the support guy to open up a different angle, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. As for Mela, he's moving around the other side of the Picado City. I guess he's not well looted up yet, so he's finding more stuff to prepare himself for the siege onto Wolves. At this moment, Wolves, no advantage for them. 3 players clumped up in one building, and FaZe Clan knows exactly where they are. So it's a matter of time till FaZe Clan chooses to just move it onto Wolves.
Mela, AKM, rifles, and a UMP. They want to open up those angles, try to clear up those corners, trying to find any Wolves member. Definitely remembers exactly how many players are they for FaZe Clan still alive. Just playing a bit safer here, hugging into one corner, but barely got enough to survive himself. There only 1 UMP, and that's going to be the only weapon he got himself. K1 on the other hand, going up to La Dilera from Valdemar. It seems like nothing stopped them, and when they reach Monte Novo, it's still going to be vacant, unless another team already occupied that. But for FaZe and Wolf right now, feels like a standstill.
Yeah, even without looking at the map, we just look at the blue zone timer. It will arrive onto them soon. Okay, so this is the time where we check the utilities. Mela, 4 first aids, pretty cool. I believe Mormon had like 2 first aids, so FaZe Clan generally well stocked up. The more worrying one is definitely Wolves because they did not really move from this building. Hence, they didn't really loot as much. So the disadvantage will be onto them when the blue zone arrives.
Surprisingly, we thought it would be a bit more drop clashes early on because we saw early Vampires versus Thundertalk on top of Minas Generalis before, but happened to be them not engaging any sort of contacts between themselves there. Same goes for Ascender de Patron. I'm not sure if it's quite vacant or it's only TEC on top of Ascender de Patron for now. Even BTR versus Pies not making any sound. It's supposed to be on power grid, but everybody just stays quiet. Only LGD being deleted off this map.
Yeah, not as many clashes as we would thought. So I guess it's pretty well spread right now, despite the flight path like towards the right side. But we'll still need to end this fight, and I believe it's going to end soon as the Blues should arrive onto them. Right now, as what we expected, FaZe Clan is going to come in from multiple angles. They will enclose onto Wolves. It's a matter of when will they execute whatever that they plan. But they have to do it now because the blue will arrive onto them now.
The only team inside of the blue zone right now, I thought it's just Sem9, but Sem9 get out of there. But FaZe Clan and Wolf just extended this fight way too long. FaZe Clan, surprisingly, they're following the tempo of Wolf, who managed to knock down on Dartron. Now, remember, trying to hold his ground on the first floor, but Pigfit got knocked down instead, leaving only one player of Remember. That is for Wolves. And now it will be worth it for Wolf to prolong this fight way too deep in the blue zone.
Well, I don't think it's them wanting to prolong. It is FaZe Clan not letting them go. And here we go. FaZe Clan finishes up Wolf, 4 points to the back, not losing anyone. And they have decent amount of time to get away, together with decent amount of healing items.
Problem is they still have a lot of stuff to check the boxes, including trying to find those vehicles for the side of FaZe Clan. After a very long standoff between them and the Wolf team, not just they are quite low with their loot, they have to find those vehicles to move away from the blue. K1, on the other hand, happened to be stumble into another set of team, which is going to be TeamPAI. The entire cavalry is here. So on the side of field, already prepped himself with a nade, but K1 actually might be the wild card. Smile down on his knees. This is not great for Pi.
Okay, let's see if we can get more out of this. He's on the second floor though. Scar L onto him, not connecting at all. So now Theo holding his ground with the DBS, and because he has the DBS, this close quarters combat will be great for him. He's fighting his opponent, he sees one, goes into the building, he's going in for the chase, and his DBS gameplay will not bring in the return that he won.
SG, they need to revive their teammate. K1 on the other hand, heavy casualty, cost them dearly for this fight. Passion trying to get up into the vehicle, but problem is being stopped by SG, who's keeping the pressure onto his side of KONE, but K1 players. BBZ have those elevations to work, but he didn't actually have enough utilities, I think. If only he actually got his hand grenades to work, it would be perfect. They're the first one to be tossed around, but TeamPAI, this might actually turning the tables. Eagle, can he actually collage this for his team?
Oh, BBZ in the open, turns his back, takes a couple of shots from Eagle. And on the other side, Passion is still there. Eagle is going, he has to finish this fast. Oh, will he pick out his teammate? Nope, he will go in for it. 1v2, he's not going to go in with the numbers. He's going to go in all alone. UMP in hand, finding the right target, but not able to get a good, clear shot.
It's a 2v1. Passion reset himself. Trying to revive a bit too late now for Eagle. You have to leave it by for SG. There's no way for him to save it. Almost got another knock. Eagle, 1v2 just now. And now he's trying to just shut down on Passion, but Passion is so passionate on Eagle. No way he can just leave him by.
15 bullets on his UMP. You have to make this work. If not, it will be like whatever happened yesterday. 50 bullets. Oh, now he has an M4 with full ammunition. Not going to be a problem. And Eagle wins the fight without an ammunition issue.
Oh, at least his lessons learned, making sure he stack up all his ammunition in the back. And now back to Weibo Gaming. They are fighting against BTR. Satai is hunting them down. Look at these guys aggressively tailing Weibo Gaming. On Weibo, they look like they're fallen back, but not really. They reposition themselves for a tactical approach, but never mind that as Gap being knocked down first.
Nicely done by Boysil, waiting for the flank from the lower ground to get that knock. And that's a signal to Ming that he needs to bail this. The terrain is just not friendly to him as a solo player. Gap, finished off by Boysil. That's going to be elimination number 2 for BTR.
Alva, finished by TEC. Alter Ego, surprisingly, they're being eliminated quite early on, but this is not their strong suit for selection of a map, Mirama. 2 teams make it 4. K1, Alter Ego, Wolves, and LGD. Alter Ego giving opportunities for Thundertalk and TeamPAI to overtake them in the overall scores, but for BTR, Satar, quite a far-fetched save for BTR. He's too open down there for Satar. Nothing to cover himself except for his buggy.
Yeah, I mean, he's currently on his knees as well, so it's a matter of time till Ming really takes him out for sure. Now for the rest of BTR, at least they're to his rescue. They're trying to get that different approach onto Ming. Finally, Sata finish off. So it's a little bit too late for BTR, but the least they could do is to get revenge.
Yep, it's not too much of casualty. Yes, Sata is such a pivotal player for the lineup of BTR right now, but unfortunately they have to let it go. Work with the trio, still doable, winnable, manageable. From the side of Thunder Talk, they're slowly creeping in down there. But we do have another contender. Weibo Gaming, BTR, TEC happen to be in a three-way war. If TEC leaves, that's a great news for both teams.
As we look at the great news, 7-9 does not have one of it. They are on the outside, tanking the blue, being gate-capped by another team, forcing themselves to move and rotate up north. Not going to face off with Tianba. And hopefully they'll be able to get an entry. Looking at the minimap, looks like they will find an entry through an open space. But they got to be careful. That one player from Weibo Gaming could surprise them.
Yeah, Mal might actually try to create 7-9 happily with Ming, giving support fire back. Here comes Yamal sprays with the M4. And now it's changing over to grenade. Hoping it will clip on somebody who tried to knock the doors. But 7-9. Oh boy, there's another contender around the other side, BTR, but being taken away by Yemao as Kenny being finished off. Dap is bleeding out on his knees, crawling for help as Yemao giving another nade just to finish off Dap. Here comes another Molly.
Oh, there you go. He's being shot at though, forcing himself to turn around and reset with a medkit. Bad news for them. Circle moved down south, so they don't have to circle at all as QZZ from another angle wants to get something for themselves.
Tianba just taking a bit of a jab towards 7-9 and Yemao. Yemao, surprisingly, even though he is a solo player all this while, he's been taking the shots and defending this fortress all by himself. I'm not sure where is the other player. Ming, yeah. Ming is actually behind him to give him support fire. That was a very genius between two players strategy here with what they have. They will try to make it work. But for Ming feeding off information for Yemao, where Yemao will finish off the job in a CQC. Mikkel trying to save Tom, who's bleeding out. But for the side of 7-9, they need to make this fast.
At least we do get to see Mikkel helping his teammate there. And now Sing knocked down. There's going to be a rush in there by Ren to knock that one player of Thundertalk Gaming. But the counter coming in from the other side. They managed to knock down one onto Tianba. Oh, it's actually MORPY GPX. So it must be a long-range shot.
Ajay trying to revive Sing. Tianba, they lost a lot of a player. LY and QZZ left. But they need to be back up their feet for Thunder Talk while we're looking at Weibo Gaming still holding his ground by himself. LY managed to knock down on Rock and secures those eliminations. Thunder Talk, they need to go up those elevations if they want to fight or just part ways. They decided to part ways, but leaving Sing to just take this one alone.
QZZ, just right in front of him. That's one. But it seems like he don't know that somebody is there. Okay, that nade being pulled. The pin of the nade being pulled. Tossed up by Sing. Will it land? Looks like the answer is no, but then again, he revealed his position, allowing LY to come in to knock him down. But the long range from AJ to counter fire onto the member of Tianba. Now, they need to feel the wrath of the blue at the same time.
Ajay making so much plays by himself. The last MVP just now trying to make it work again for the side of Thunder Talk here. Ajay and Dreamy have to work things around with only 2 players left. They couldn't actually afford to save those in the blue zone because they're not safe themselves. Dreamy down to last flick of help remaining, down to only 1 player. Oh, Ajay, you have to carry this by yourself. Same goes for the side of Tianba, leaving only QZZ alone. 2 players have to solo-handedly go against the entirety of Morph gatekeeping on the right side of the map.
Yeah, big advantage for MORPY GPX now as they have the high ground with the compound, with the edge of the circle. It's probably a matter of time before they can pick up that 1 extra point. As we move over to another area that XERXIA is currently at. It's the first time that we see XERXIA showing themselves in this map. Now, they still have a full squad and they have a good spread. Just look at this. Minimap, we see 2 of them. And another 2 of them, we don't really get to see them. So that means they're controlling the perimeter around this area.
Hopefully that's the best case scenario here. But at the same time, La Par and Eagle, it's not great for them. For BTR, Boychill's quite far back down there, and the entire cavalry of TEC might actually charge towards him. That's the case, Gemforce going to help him through, but Eagles, they have the fight in him anyhow. Ming from Weibo Gaming will come into the fray here, walking into the safe zone. He just moves away the moment he steps one step into the safe zone, and Vampires managed to secure this in the center.
Yeah, same goes for PERSIJA EVOS as well, with the circle currently. And now, Eagle, always the last man standing for TeamPAI. Now coming into BTR's location. Two of them in the building, they probably heard the footsteps, but Eagle being all alone, not going to make the big moves yet.
9 teams left, with PEI, last player, trying to fight for his life. He secured 3 eliminations by himself. Gen 4's got clipped quite a bit with those random bullets flying. Eagle still want to fight. He's so resilient. Tenacity showcased by one play, but he couldn't go through one more. But still taking 1 more point with him before he goes down.
Well, now top 8, ladies and gentlemen, with TEC as well as Thundertalk Gaming and BTR, the top 3 teams still alive. TEC, full squad. Looking good maybe to secure another chicken dinner. Let's keep an eye on that. As now, MORPY GPX outside the circle needs to come in, but they need to take out the last member of Thundertalk Gaming first.
Yo, can he be the thief like how he used to be? Managed to third party all the way. Morph. I love this version of Morph. They just so different from the first half of first day. Second half, first day, they just change entirely a different team here and just continue with the momentum in day number 2. But for TEC, they are the champs, and can they just live up to their statue of place when it comes to PMRC? Spotted at Ajay returns a favor, giving a bit of a jab to Shadows' hat. TEC, they will try to reposition themselves. Vampires got themselves the strongest compound here. They are in the center.
Man, you pointed it out right, like TEC, they are the champs. Remember yesterday, first half of the day, they were like kind of down there, second half and all that, but after like the second half of yesterday, they just went all the way and now they are number 1 and they still have a full squad in this round. So looking good so far for them. But can't say the same for Rocky from MORPY GPX. Spotted out by FaZe Clan. They'll happily say thank you to knock him down.
Venturus and PEI Tony K. We haven't yet get to see the best of Tony K here. It feels like he's been shut down entirely by the strat of PEL teams. Tony K tapping it out towards Morph. Cleon in trouble. Oh boy, he's down to last tap here. If he actually connects for Tony K, that's going to be a first knock. And will easily pick the shot finish off Cleon. But he managed to reset himself. Cleon definitely don't want to get on top of that vehicle again.
Well, another shot connected to Cleon. And as what you said, the vehicle smoked up. That's why he's not going up onto it. And finally, Cleon being knocked out. And now the rest of MORPY GPS coming in on the FaZe Clan instead. And there's going to be a massacre by Moment. They were prepared for it. And they were taken out by FaZe Clan. To be fair, it was probably a decision that they had to make. If not, they don't have any other choice.
Crazy, insane plays by Moment the entire day today. We should give him a new name. Monster. That's going to be insane. I mean, like, we saw the DBS plays before, and that spray without, like, casually just all 3 of them. I'm going to take you guys out with a clutch. Like, Moment has been insane. Top form today.
Wow, yeah. Right position, right timing, right weapon. Every star aligned for him to get that. And at the same time, he saved his IGL, Venturus, in the process. MORPY GPS was not able to secure anything out of knocking Venturus. So Moment, I'm sure he gets a lot of kisses from his big daddy.
Oh, AWM in action. Bamboo. Scout out Mega Mine. Giving a bit of a pressure and trouble to his side of XERXIA. XERXIA kind of stuck them there. Gatekeep by the hands of Bamboo of TEC. Shadow spotted out Adair from Thundertalk. And that's going to be the last one of the Thundertalk players. They have to place themselves at 7 for now. But for TEC, it's not done yet. Even though despite they being charged by BTR from the back, they have the audacity to focus on XERXIA at first. The one they should be worried about is going to be BTR breathing right next to them.
Oh!
Suki.
Nice nade knocking down Gen Force. And that's an opening for them to take down Lapa. Lapa on the left, but the smoke is blocking the vision of TEC. They're not able to get a good clear view of where Lapa is at. But at the same time, they need to be aware of the incoming XERXIA, who has interest to get points.
Definitely kind of not really happy with being tapped by the AWM before. ERXIA, a bit trouble, a bit risky plays. They're playing around the slopes of the hill. Lapar all the way pushed down, sliding down just beneath Chopper, while TEC taking the reign of the higher mountains, getting themselves quite a view up there. Chopper and Megamind work hand in hand. They are going for 1-2-1 formation. I don't think that's going to work, but he actually dodged all the bullets flying by Bamboo.
Oh, at the same time, the blue will put pressure on the BTR first. High ground advantage for TEC, not letting XERXIA go. One of XERXIA member, LC, is currently down. And Lapar looks like he would deny himself to the blue.
At least he's not giving points to anybody for now, but we do have Vampire, XERXIA, FaZe, PERSIJA, EVOS, only one PL this time, surprisingly, in this Miramar. But TEC do have a full squad, great view up here, but will the circle favors them next?
Yeah, it's still a tall order for PEL to secure this chicken dinner since they only have one representative. But their representative is the champion with a full squad. Unless if Shadow gets taken out by RNJ, then they will be playing as a trio. Let's see what can happen here as RNJ goes up to the high ground, get knocks down immediately. The rest of XERXIA trying to hike, but to no avail.
But at the same time, 97, the rest of them kind of low, with also Shadow bleeding out. They need to find a safe spot to reset themselves. Megamind just opened up towards the flank side, but 97 can sniff through his plans. Now try to shut him down, but Vampire start to move against FaZe as well. One bombardment to the side of FaZe, definitely just put them in shambles right now as Vampires taking advantage of that knockdown, but a bit too reckless while Straps trying to push on the flank, but the entirety of FaZe being deleted in the eyes of none other than the Vampires.
Yeah, the Thai champions taking out another Thai team that's going to be FaZe Clan, and now we're down to the top 3 teams. PERSIJA EVOS now has interest against Vampire Esports. They're trying to get one member of Vampire. Ravenclaw burned, and Ravenclaw managed to escape just in time. But no, Redface will not allow him to run.
Yeah, IGL screaming for help as Tony K trying to reset himself down to only a few percent of HP left. TEC is just watching this at bay. They might actually get this chicken dinner if nobody spot them out, and they are perfect when it comes to calculate the timing as a third party from the PL side. Now back to it, the side of the fight, Vampires versus PERSIJA EVOS. Nobody can reach out to Ravenclaw for now.
Oh, here we go. Redface trying to find an opening, but unfortunately the smoke is blinding him, so he can't get a good clear shot. But at the same time, TEC, they're monitoring the situation on the left side of the map, so they can come in as a third party. We can see the movement here by TEC from the south side. They are getting closer and closer. They can surprise PERSIJA EVOS.
Side of Vampires, they are lucky enough to have the compound for now. Give them a bit covers, a bit shelter to actually get themselves resetted. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, trying to work around their strategy against TEC, who's moving in as a 4, spreading out into 2-2 formation, and divide and conquer. Try to find any flaw from Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS' strategy here.
TEC, just look at this. They're not only like moving all 4 in one direction, they're splitting out 2-2. So they can take an off angle, and at the same time they can also monitor not only PERSIJA EVOS, but also Vampire Esports on the left. Basically, TEC has now the best zone control.
Not just that, now they're spreading even further, going for 1-1-2 for TEC, while the rest of Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS, they're still going to go as a 4, clustered up together. A bit risky if they're being met up with a bombardment by the side of TEC. But on the side of Vampires, they're trying to keep their eye out. The circle shifted away. Everybody's touching at the rim of it. But on the side of TEC, they do have those elevations at advantage here.
Oh yeah, terrain advantage definitely on the side of TEC. So that's why they're, as usual, disciplined gameplay by the PEL teams, holding their ground. They know that they don't really need to push. Now, the bigger pressure will be onto PERSIJA EVOS since the entire squad is on the outside of the circle.
On the side of TEC, trying to shift over their movement, going for 3-1, while PERSIJA EVOS going for 2-1-1. Here comes the rush. 97 have to prepare. Siege over this side. Suki will meet up with a nade, but he hurt himself in the process. A bit overcooked in that process. Definitely will be detrimental if PERSIJA EVOS decide to just push in, but they hold their grounds. That's going to be fortunate for TEC so far.
Okay, we got Suki. Yes, brave, but Suki knocked down by Misery. Nice counter by PERSIJA EVOS. They will not go down without a fight. And now, with at least that one knock, PERSIJA EVOS can rush in onto TEC, but they gotta be careful because Bamboo is there ready for them.
Bamboo just waiting for the right turn to pick out. Tony K taking on PERSIJA EVOS. PERSIJA EVOS happen to be in a turmoil. They've been clutched from both left and right. They're being sandwiched and Misery jump shot. Finish off another player of TEC. Bamboo now trying to scream for her, but there's no way 97 can actually help it. Tony K. Here comes the great player we've been waiting for. He getting on too with the help of Fluke at the back. Tony K going in for the push. PERSIJA EVOS need to revive, but TEC still breathe at the side. Flank side is a problem for Vampires now.
Shadow is coming in now. Can he finish up the job? He's still at full level at this moment. And 4 in hand. And Shadow will get the knockdown. We're not done yet with TEC. Despite PERSIJA EVOS almost taking it out. They will now reset as soon as possible. But same goes for Vampire. They need to pick up Tony K.
It's 2v1. It's 2v1 and Vampires, despite they got a full squad before, down to only one last player. Can they revive another to equal out the odds against 3v3? TEC are prepared to open fire. Shadow starts the first contact once more. Tony K taking the front line down to 50% of speed. Fluke have been taken out by Shadow. Finish off Tony K and TCE made it happen. The streak is still going on with the double chicken, the first team ever in a day.
You have 4 Southeast Asia teams in the top 5 and 1 TEC, and they still get the chicken dinner. This is ridiculously great from them.
That's why they are crowned as the champs from the Peacekeeper Elite League. And they just deliver up to the statue. That was amazing. How they just fall back. They didn't actually admit defeat, but it was a tactical fallback. The moment TEC players, 2 of them being knocked down, they just pull all the way back and making sure it's enough room for PERSIJA EVOS and Vampire to fight against each other. That gives them so much room to recover and just go back at it again and just secures the chicken.
On top of the whole tactical fallback thing, they also have amazing gun skills as well. I mean, just look at the 1v1. They can still win it. I mean, this is insane. This is like amazing performance here coming in from TEC. It's a very different TEC that we've seen on the first half of yesterday. Ever since the second half up until this game, they have been insanely great. I would honestly like to see TEC going head-to-head in the map against the Mongolians. Like a team like Formidable Vibes. Like, come on, bring it on. This is going to be a big match.
You have to wait for PMGC for that. That's going to be in PMGC. Now, you know the prelude of PMGC is going to be this PMRC. Now, you're definitely looking for PMGC now. But, man, if you can have the opportunity to give one MVP for TEC player, I personally give it to either Shadow or 97.
Yeah, I totally agree. But that is from us. We got to hear it from our analysts. Who they think is the MVP in that round? Analyst Cairo Contra, take it away.
Wow, such a jaw-dropping game that was. And just like what Sir Cloud just said, in the top 5, there was just 4 teams from SEA versus 1 PL team. And yet again, it's TEC that secures the chicken dinner. This is their second for today and 1 from yesterday. That makes it 3.
It's definitely a chaotic ending right there where PERSIJA EVOS, they try to approach Vampire Esports after they eliminate FaZe Clan of the map, but then they took maybe too long to initiate the fight, but then giving some space to TEC just coming in, split and get the best positioning over those 2 teams. And at the end of the game, we can see how TEC dominated the round and Shadow as the player of the match with 6 eliminations, 693 damage, with 26% team contribution and 224 meters longest elimination.
And Shadow really does it all. Remember yesterday he was also on that 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
So today he has shown that he is one of the king of duels when it comes down to very sticky situations. But I definitely have to give credit where credit is due to Tony K has also put up all those numbers to try to match up to Shadow. Only 1 point shy in terms of eliminations in order to catch up to him. So things can be evened out. But you look at this, basically you have 3 members out of Titan Esports Club that is on the board on the top 5. So TEC, without a shadow of a doubt, will be at the #1 spot with 104 points. First team to breach the triple-digit mark.
They are looking so confident right now. The PEL Summer Champion is on top by having, I think this is the biggest gap that we can have after few matches have been done, 11 matches done, and this is the biggest gap that we have from the first place and the second place. And TEC, if they keep up this performance, they might be crowned as champion at the end of day 3.
It could certainly be the case, but there's still many more games to play it out. And by the time that they do get one good night of rest, perhaps things will be very different for the side of SEA. You know what? Some of all these other casts say, all these C teams, they're late bloomers, so they got to keep an eye out for that. But I want to go back to the game real quick because there was a few instances. It's kind of like rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw the moment that PERSIJA EVOS started the initiation against TEC, it felt convincing that they could wipe out TEC, but from the back, Vampire strike them a very massive blow to eventually eliminate PERSIJA EVOS.
That must be a hard pill to swallow for PERSIJA EVOS for sure, because they didn't initiate the fight earlier on with Vampire Esports, and giving them a chance to actually stab them at the back, that must be hurtful for PERSIJA EVOS. But there's one moment that we saw in the game just now where Morman at the off-angle position, and the opponents didn't know that he was actually behind them and sending Vintores in as a bait. It was a great team fight coming up from FaZe Clan in Miramar, and I bet we're going to see more of them in the last game.
Absolutely. I just can't wait for the next game to start already because things are getting heated up. And when we look into the track record, even for PERSIJA EVOS, they always come so close and yet so far to that chicken dinner. It's all about that final touches that they all could almost actually get a glimpse of it. So in terms of the way that they play, I think like they are definitely in their prime form right now. So just needing to touch up a little bit more of the fine edges and they should be good to go. That's kind of like my prediction. I'm sad that we don't have our own prediction bar.
Yeah, for myself, I feel like maybe we'll see more of Vampire Esports for sure, because yesterday they put up a good performance in Miramar, and today they almost secure a winner chicken dinner, but it happens to be for TEC, and I feel like they won't go down without a fight. And I feel like C teams must prove something at the end of the day. They can secure a game, they can secure a winner chicken dinner, because they have been fighting all day long. They've been engaging fights here and there, but then they just couldn't secure the game. That's the biggest problem for them now.
Yeah, it's always about the first hurdle, and same could be said about LGD. I mean, every single match, these guys are in for a brawl, and I think like we have not really seen them left their township. We kind of meme about it backstage for a couple of rounds, but like I think like this is basically a good way for them to practice on how to really brawl efficiently. But I believe it's time for us to move into the final game of the night. So Cairo, let's pass it back over to Chuchu and Sir Cloud.
You know what? They're running out of ideas now. I see that. See, I still got one. But anyway, our Southeast Asia teams, are they running out of ideas to get the chicken dinner?
I feel like it's all about tactical at this point, which kind of a good brawl, and it's a good training grounds before PMGC for SEA players. They see what they're lacking, and that's going to be tactical wise in that side. But nonetheless, we have to give credit when it's due. TEC, the first one to break the record or double chicken dinner day, the first team to get the most chicken dinners 3, and the first one to break a triple digit. Can they score a hat trick now?
Well, can these teams score a chicken dinner? And so happened that, well, to be fair, we made the prediction before the show started, right? So, yeah.
Mine is always a bit too late, though.
Yeah, actually, Thunder Talk is not too bad of a prediction.
And they always, but they already scored one chicken today. I don't know if they can actually score another.
Well, I mean, performance-wise, they're not too bad. You got to bank on Eagle to really put up a big one. He's been doing very well.
I think the only problem with Eagle is making sure his bullets is going to be there. You know, the bullets, if it's not there, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yes, if he has bullets, then he can pull off like those clutches, like whatever he did earlier on. So.
And speaking of which, don't forget Mormon. He clutched quite a number of times today.
Oh yeah, got to give it to Mormon as well. Today he has been amazing for FaZe Clan. And the rest of FaZe Clan, I mean, they coordinate really well, not gonna lie. Like Ventorius plays a support role really well as well, opening up off angles and all that. It's just like what our analysts say is like closing the game and get a chicken dinner. That's all.
Because my prediction just now was Vampires. Close enough, too close to be true. But it's just, it feels like, you know, we lost the spark on Tony K. Yes, his elimination is still up there, still up to par. But we missed the Tony K that's, you know, going wild out there. He actually got the shot, but it's not doable. It's not because Tony K is underperforming. It's just TEC is just so good at approaching fights.
Yeah, I mean, like 4 Southeast Asia teams, 1 PL team, and that 1 PL team still wins. Still gets the chicken dinner. I mean, it is just how amazing they are. I mean, I have no other ways to explain it, right? But the other team that I'll be looking forward to from PEL to get the chicken dinner, since, well, they are doing very well now, TeamPAI to get the chicken dinner, and hopefully LGD.
Oh man, I don't know. LGD was having really a rough 2 days here. The moment they step out from the plane, that's where everything turns into a blunder. They force themselves to fight so many times. Previously was FaZe. Just now, it was Alter Ego. It didn't turn out well still.
Yeah, so, I mean, they don't have the best win rate when it comes to winning that early fight or the drop-off fight. I mean, that's why they don't get to collect that many points. But hopefully that their fate will change this time around. Check out Picado in Miramar.
Now, on the side of Picado, we will be assuming if the flight path actually gave the space for the players to drop themselves, there might be Wolves and also FaZe Clan. Now, we are anticipating Chumasarobi Zerja's spot, K1 as per usual, Valdemar. Now, the one we should watch out for this time is going to be Tianba versus Alter Ego. High chance it's going to be south of Los Leones there. Not just that, we might actually join in by PERSIJA EVOS just slightly to the right side of Los Leones if that's going to be their usual drop spot. But if not, you might actually have more than we anticipate for, because LGD, they're going to drop a bit up towards Alpoza this time.
Oh, and we did talk about like Impala not having any team, right? So the previous round, Thunder Talk Gaming dropped in Impala. So yay, finally Impala has citizens. But for Picado, just too many citizens. I am looking at, obviously FaZe Clan will drop there because, yeah, they win multiple times. Wolf is going to do that again.
The Wolf just doing Wolf things. But for LGD, their next contender, if they want to decide taking over Alpoza, is going to be not easy task, because don't forget Morph usually resides there. Speaking of Morph, I love how they perform these days, but it's going to be Alpoza Circle, and Morph got the Circle again. Morph equals to Circle, but can they secure this one? Back to its FaZe versus Wolf.
Oh, well, here we go again. And we have a couple of pistols in the hands of Wolf. And with that, they will get a knockdown to Onzen and Mormon as well. The player that has been performing really well this time. So now it's only Mela and Ventorius representing FaZe Clan that Wolves need to take out to be the king of Picado in Miramar number 2.
Can this be the solution that Wolves has been waiting for to take out Mormon, the clutcher for the team of FaZe Clan here? LGD fighting Morph quite early on. This time they're winning. They're taking Boo Boo Hoo, but for FaZe Clan, a bit of a trade there was incredible, but Mela don't have a support fire at the back. A bit of a problem. Well, remember, got 10 more bullets left in that pistol. 77 and also tried to smack down on Ventorius, and that's going to be the solution. Take out Mormon first.
Yeah. No moment, no party, right?
No moment, no problem.
Yeah, no moment, no problem. And that's exactly so. Obviously, they wouldn't know that who is Mormon, right? Only we
Yeah.
would know. But the moment they saw that, oh, Mormon out on the elimination feed, it's time to party, my friend.
This is the guy that we've been trying to find. But yeah, speaking of the side of FaZe, it feels like this time they have their smiles wipe off their faces and they've been eliminated first one without any point. But I am very interested to know what's happening to LGD, despite LGD have been losing a lot of times here today. Even though they always got themselves a first blood, or even getting that one particular first elimination against his enemy, can they just win this fight for once?
Yeah, at
For
least they have a cool start. Like they took out that one player of MORPY GPX, and now they have the entire town for them to loot, so they're okay. So good for them. Finally, LGD has something to work with from the start. Now, looking at LGD's points, they're like 13 points different than Wolves, so that is quite a big gap. And you know what? Because we are also comparing the points between Southeast Asia and PEL, right? For PEL to overtake the total points of Southeast Asia, Wolves and LGD can't be down there.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And I hate to break it, but I feel like LGD actually scores less than 5 points today. Starting off, they got themselves already double digit with one at the front, which I think is starting off at 12 or 14, around there somewhere. But LGD, despite they got themselves an advantage, just like how they did in the previous map, managed to shut down on one player of the openings, but it doesn't mean it's not concluding that the fact that they can win that fight. That's what scares me most. Even though it was 3v4, they have the tendency to mess something up when it's not necessary.
I know, right? I know,
I'm
right?
sorry, I have to break it.
But benefit of the doubt for them, at least they got the first elimination onto MORPY GPX, not losing anyone. So it's a good start for LGD at least. Well, if they can get the chicken dinner, then I'll be really happy for them because they're having a tough time so far in the PMRC.
I think tough time is a bit underrated there. Hellish time might be the perfect one. What's beyond worse? I
Well,
mean, like, you don't even last 5 minutes into the map, every single map.
I wouldn't say every single map, but yeah, I get the point is that they always get eliminated without points or very little points. So it is the same impact anyway. Yeah, I guess that is something that I do hope that they are able to come out of. I mean, not only them, Wolves as well, 7-9 as well. SERXIA, we're starting to see like SERXIA is like already the okay-ish bracket. But yeah, LGD definitely, they are quite far behind.
LGD, I tell you why most of the maps that happens. Remember Erangel, we do have triple Erangel in a day. They fought against FaZe Clan, never once they won today. And just now we saw how they fought against none other than, I think it was Alter Ego before. It didn't turn out well as well, and this time they actually took a fight against Morph. At least it's got one on Boo Boo Hoo. But I'm loving the fact they're not really trying to force themselves to fight again. It's best for them to part ways, try to loot up. I want to see what LGD have to offer because we've never seen them in action.
Yeah, even that elimination onto Boo Boo Hoo or that one player on MORPY GPX, we didn't get to see it. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get to see like a full team sort of mid-stage fight. And we're going to start off that sort of that mid-stage fight right now. Well, not really mid-stage yet, but TeamPAI trying to take out a member of PERSIJA EVOS who cut across them. And I would say that that is probably a true attempt to try to get the knock if they could, but obviously they couldn't yet.
PERSIJA EVOS do have those elevations. As G, Alter Ego, spotted out LY, Tianba. It's going to be run, taking back out towards side of Rosemary. Straight execution to the side of the main fragger. Not really, still bleeding out. That's double knockdown back-to-back. Never mind, got finished off. And Tianba will be punished by Octos. Not happy with his partner, one of his best partner being finished off by the hands.
Yeah, but I do like the opening or the positioning of Alter Ego. Like Octa's on that high ground and then the other members of Alter Ego like on the lower ground, so they have a decent spread, playing this support role really well. But Octa being spotted out by Ren, tapped on by from afar, but he's still all right. The other members of Alter Ego, though, they're also taking this slow approach towards Tianba, but it's bringing them return as they manage to take out YDD.
Tianba, standard fight here in the blue zone, way deep. Ren tried to actually revive his teammate. Wolves, on the other hand, trying to cross over the other side, but BTR got them boxed in. They are walking straight into a trap.
Boysil knocking down Big Feet. And that's going to be an opening for BTR to take out Wolves. Wolves now playing with 3 players. Lampa will get one as well. Make that 2. And that is the Wolves being hunted by BTR. And it's out at number 15. Looks like they will only take on 4 points this time.
Clean trap set up by the side of BTR just now. That was amazing gameplay here. And Wolf walked straight into it. 7-9 passing by BTR. And now we're looking at the south of Valpozo. It will be occupied by a lot of teams. And Morph, despite they got on first circle, now they have to move those trailer park area down towards the side of Valpozo. LGD, I'm glad to see them in action here. We want to see some of their gameplay in day number 2.
Yeah, in general, we'd like to see how they actually play in an open situation rather than like a closed situation at the start, because that has been majority of the time. So really want to see them. Now, the opportunity is in their hands since they have a full squad to show us what they can actually do in an open battleground type of situation. How for Seb9, at least they still maintain a full squad for now, but it's a matter of like, can Seb9 win their fights? Because Seb9, yes, they do win some fights, but for the most part, they don't. So that's kind of worrying for Seb9 as well.
Speaking of 7-9, they're next to XERXIA. Z spot out canning. It's down to only 20% of HP. Not a great start for 7-9, but they can bounce back if they need it to. 7-9, the action's next course is going to be how to decide their position here to fight against XERXIA. Will they siege towards the fight and try to fend off XERXIA, or do they go for the push, or they just part ways? Because PEI is just next to them, waiting the opportunity to be the third party.
Oh, Dab almost blowing up that vehicle. It was smoked up, but managed to get away. So now 7-9, I think they will be kind of okay in this area. There's like a good terrain for them to hide from the other teams, making use of the rough terrain around their area. So despite us seeing like 3 other teams around them, they'll be okay.
Now a lot of rock climbing by Rock. He's meeting up his families up here for Rock. I'm sorry for the puns, I cannot stop it myself, but yeah. Speaking of physics, this is Buggy working out right for you at 90 degrees. It can just hike up all the way towards the peak of a mountain, but not like this. Sliding back down for Rock, and Zuxi giving a bit of a pressure on the other side. Oh man, he got stuck himself. This is trouble for Rock.
Well, he's just going, he will still go all the way, so looks like he found an angle to try to evade himself from those shots. Now, this opportunity for him to reset. But he has only 1 first aid though, so that has to be used now. Now that he's all alone up there, you gotta be really careful. But speaking about careful, it's gonna be BTR.
12 power grid. Vampires just arrived. BTR boy to try to fend them off before breaching in. But Tony K giving such pressure. He is not having a good day here for Tony K and Vampires. They want to go in for the run, but Shrap's down on his knees. Tony K with the micro Uzi. Go for the CQC. Nobody can save him now as BTR plays a bit far. But Tony K managed to finish off the job. Gemforce trying to retaliate, but a bit too late for BTR.
Oh, but the rest of BTR, they're still gonna go in. They are closing in onto Vampire Esports. They know that they managed to get the knockdown onto Schweppes. So it's pretty much equal ground for now, unless Schweppes is revived. And now BTR, they have arrived onto the doorstep of Vampire Esports.
Lampard going for 2-1 formation here, BTR. They lost Boydchill before. It's going to be a bit trouble for them to try to box in Vampires. Not enough manpower, while Vampires managed to reset on Schweppes. But the nade! Sator, that was huge! Coming up from BTR, despite being outnumbered. That was the biggest one that being dropped by Satar.
Oh, nice name from Satar. And that's going to be an opening for BTR. They will rush in onto Vampire Esports now. as the two members of Vampire Esports trying to hold their ground. Molly in front of Lapa. He cannot advance, but it's okay. He can still toss out the utility. Satar gonna toss the nade from the other side. And that nade will not connect onto anyone from Vampire Esports, but Vampire Esports, they're in a desperate situation now.
Too desperate. They barely got enough corners to cover themselves. And I hate to break it, Ravenclaw, the eye just down. Shreps, the last player there is to clutch out the full push from the side of BTR. But my oh my, Satar, that was a huge one.
Yeah, that nade. If it's not because of that nade, it could be a stalemate still. But that nade opened up it for BTR to rush in, and their timing to come in together from multiple angles, plus that nade, it was a perfect execution by BTR.
That was incredible. Speaking of the timing, trajectory, and everything else as a factor, the structures in between just made it big for the side of BTR, despite they were losing at first. But the problem with BTR, they need to get out of the blue. Ajay from Thunder Talk on there, then get himself warehouse straight into the northern side of the circle for now. But they do have a neighbor. It's going to be a TEC team.
Yes. So it's going to be TEC. Also by the edge of the circle, Thunder Talk as well. I wonder if they want to take this fight. But knowing the trend of PEL teams right now, I don't think they will take that fight. They will play tactically. They won't take unnecessary fights. So it could be like, okay, I know you're there, but as long as you don't come to me, we cool.
Kind of true. Very tactical indeed. And that was, this is the game is all about. That's PUBG Mobile about. It's not just about brute force your way in and have that incredible firepower, but you have to have such a tactical team that can pull through whatever the circumstances are. But the next circle will pop. It will be Montenuevo, it will be on the northern side. I have a feeling we'll pull all the way down there. There you go. There's going to be a huge cliff to climb up for Thunder Talk, TEC, LGD, and PERSIJA EVOS.
Yeah, and the gatekeeping teams will be Weibo Gaming, as well as K1 on the left as well. So that's going to be interesting on how they're going to overcome those teams. As for TEC, now we have them on visual. They have the information that Thunder Talk is right beside them. But hang that thought for a second, as now BTR, after their success against Vampire Esports, they just lost GenForce and Lapa.
Fnatic responded to BTR despite they had such a great clutch just now by Satar. Unfortunately, they have to go down in the hands of another sister team of Indonesia, which is going to be Alter Ego. And that's going to be Alter Ego pushing the numbers up at 3 points for now, but they are leaving down to 3 players. Sam9 next against TeamPAI.
Yeah, Sam9 in action. TeamPAI in front of them, almost getting onto 78. And now Deb naded down. That's going to be a trade between the two teams. Now it's going to be 3v3 with SG looking at them from afar.
Mini 14. Eagle propping up the nade. Sam9 tried to revive. He drops down there. It's going to be perfect, but unfortunately it didn't clip. But Luxy drop a big one on Smile. Eagle tried to save him up, but can he keep on pushing? PERSIJA EVOS from the back, Sam9 from the front. PAI is being hide by two teams. There's nowhere to run, no hide.
Unfortunately, Eagle, his health was too low to tank out the damage, and Sam9 took advantage of that. And with that, Sam9 will take home 2 points as of now, but they're not done yet though with PAI. Right in front of Mikael, there's one. Nade will toss out onto the smoke. It does connect. His opponent drops to 40% of health. The second nade, if he has it, but he don't, he could take out SG.
At the same time, PERSIJA EVOS tempted to actually just push over towards the other side of a hill. They're not done with their business yet for Sam9, as SG might be the torn by their side. But here comes a push, possibly. PERSIJA EVOS setting things up. They are both on top of this small hill, where on the right side, the north right of the circle, Luxy taking the lead to take the shot. But the next other teams is going from the north. It's going to be a lot of teams up there. TEC, LGD, as well as another team that I'm still questioning who's that.
Yeah, and speaking about TEC, they're taking out the blue. And Shadow took out by it. And as TEC, they wanted to advance. CC is there. 97 is prepared for it, and he will happily take the point. It's going to be the second point for TEC. But as they advance into the circle, there will be more teams waiting for them, as what we discussed earlier on.
Shadow being finished off. That's the last MVP, by the way. TEC down to only 2 men. LGD, finally we get to see them in action. But that's going to be a 1-1 trade so far. 97 gone. Down to last Bamboo in Nashak.
He's still on the outside of the circle though. Blue will arrive soon. Stage 4 to stage 5. It's going to be hard for him to tank out the blue now with Blessing. It's either he give himself to Blessing or it's the blue that's going to be taking him out.
Might be Bamboo trying to have a last shot at that. But for the side of Gap, LGD start to push to the side of Weibo Gaming. I think that Gap might be the last player as well. Not really. It's still having a trio. Thundertalk J is here as well. Yeah. Surprisingly, 4 PL teams are actually in the same corner on the north. And Blasting spotted out Bamboo. That's going to be the last dry out Bamboo. Blasting finish him off. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand taking a fight against Sam9.
Yeah, more like a curse than a blessing it is. And now PERSIJA EVOS on the lower ground against Sam9. Sam9 with a high ground advantage against PERSIJA EVOS. The vehicle is smoked up as well, so it's hard for PERSIJA EVOS to get away with the vehicle. Misery finish off. And now we have visual on LGD, who has Weibo Gaming to deal with.
Oh, after one to the other, LGD decided, you know what, we had enough of fights for today. We're just going to let you go for now. We're not going to challenge you on that. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, they are at disadvantage, not just with the terrain, but with player count as well. XERXIA will be revived by his teammate, but can they make it through? Manage to get back up his feet, but he needs time to reset. XERXIA holding the ground by himself. Well, he'll be joined by Redface, but the problem is the circle will pop next one. They might actually not be in it.
Yeah, there's a possibility there, so gotta be prepared for that. They got about 2 minutes to decide how they're gonna do this. As for PERSIJA EVOS, they're pinned down at the lower ground without a vehicle, even though if they have a plan on how to manage the next visual circle, no vehicle is still gonna be hard.
Kind of true. Now, all they need to do is just hoping that Sam9 had enough of this and they will drive off first and try to part ways. But Weibo Gaming still chasing the tails of LGD. Despite they try to reposition himself and fall back, LGD still being tailed closely behind. But XERXIA actually shutting down on Gap. That's going to be a blessing for LGD.
Oh, knockdown onto LS. And the rest of Weibo Gaming now will need to get more out of this. Unfortunately for LGD, nothing more that they can get. Number 10, 6 elimination points. At least they got 6. Slight improvement for them, but we're still waiting for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, Mao, with the DBS, I don't think it will work this distance, but he still got himself that many 14. Ajay is actually still inside of a shack, but I'm not sure if Yema want to share the shack as XERXIA creeping in from behind. Oh boy, Weibo Gaming might actually accidentally will give away their positions by accident.
Okay, Sharper has a nade. If we can toss that into the chat, he's definitely going to get the point. But I don't think he knows that somebody's there. Okay, he has the nade now. Is he going to do it? Or is he planning to aim the nade onto the other side? But it's going to be Ming that takes it. He says, oh, you don't want it. Thank you, I'll take it.
Yeah, Adair just couldn't actually have the most, just having the unfortunate time of them all right now. Being sandwiched by 2 teams, but Weibo Gaming, Ming from afar. Out of nowhere, Morph happened to be there as well, but Peck just gonna finish him off. That's a casual steals by Morph down there.
On top here, we've got a Ming on his knees, and he needs to be saved. Now, for his teammate to go grab him, I think there will be an opening. I think there will be enough space because how rough the terrain is. But they gotta do it fast since the circle has moved away from them. The 2 teams that are inside completely, I would say it's XERXIA and, well, majority of it, Alter Ego.
K1 and Morph having a go at each other's throat here. PERSIJA EVOS fighting Sam9 at the same time. The one that actually can have the time just now. I think there's one team, Alter Ego, is quite secluded than the rest. But Sam9 finish off against PERSIJA EVOS. Of all the many fights, finally they won something here today, Cloud.
Oh, here we go. Morph GPX. Getting one out of K1. This nade from Pepeng could be huge. Let's see if he's able to land it on the members of K1 right now. He's raining it down onto them, but he has to do it fast because time is on their side. The blue will start to close.
Run. Now fighting K1. K1 being sandwiched between Morph and Tianba at the same time. They are kind of cluttered out, and K1 KJON finally finished off by the side of Morph. That's going to be Yoru, as per usual, delivers with mini 14. Sam9 split into 2-2 formation, and it's going to be Weibo Gaming respond towards their formation and strategy down there.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming now 3 players against Sam9, and Sam9 a full squad. They have that compound. They're somewhat within the circle. Weibo Gaming keeping an eye onto them. I don't think they'll be interested in XERXIA for now, as there's quite a distance. Instead, XERXIA is the one interested in Sam9.
XERXIA got quite a good view and quite sweet spot down there in the center. RNJ spotted out some of the players of Weibo Gaming, give them a bit of a hard time. Try to scope out to Sam9 next. He spotted out the airdrop, hoping somebody will try to take the bait and check things out in the airdrop, but they're definitely not going to take it out. Gap, on the other hand, still have the fight in him. We saw him being knocked down before. He didn't get finished. Yeah, Mao going to join in with Ming and Gap to just approach Sam9 in a CQC.
Yeah, they're surrounding Sam9 right now, despite them not having a full squad. Very, very interested to take out Sam9. And I can understand that since we are at stage 6, the circle is closed. And speaking about executing their plan, now they're making their move as Ming will be knocked down by RNJ from the other side. Finished off by Kenny. Sam9 will still away the point. And Sam9 wants to get more out of this. They managed to get the knockdown to another member of Weibo Gaming.
Oh, RNJ is there to steal it away as well. Sam9 heard those gunshots just now. Gap leaving there by himself. Whether he sacrificed himself towards the blue just to deny the points, or he tried to have a shot, another shot at Sam9. Since XERXIA is a bit too far, they can't actually see them from there. But Sam9, they got shot from the front, but Gap still remains there.
Oh yeah, Gap somehow still surviving. Okay, but he still had to cut across Sam9. So this is where it's going to be scary for him. But we'll move over to Morph GPX. LY from Tianba take it out. Cleon knocked down by the member of XERXIA. So Morph GPX kind of busy with 2 teams at some point.
Peng saved Yoru at the same time. Yoru being knocked down before, but not enough time as the plays and finish him off. XERXIA, on the other hand, is actually them having a shot at taking that chicken dinner away. Still a full squad. Same goes for Sam9. While the side of Weibo Gaming only leaving out with 1 Gap to fight against the entirety of a full squad. Alter Ego down to 3-1 Morph, down to also 1 play with Tianba. Gap trying to find a way out, but everywhere is already occupied by a whole team.
But you got to give it to Gap. I mean, he's still able to sneak his way through and survive this long in the top 5 now, as we have 4 Southeast Asia teams and 1 PEL team. I mean, Weibo Gaming only 1 player. If he still gets the chicken dinner for PEL, I rest my case.
I mean, that's going to be a different gameplay entirely. But Gap giving a bit of a challenge to Sam9, but he's just given away his position towards the rest of the team that still can see him through on the horizon. No more helmet shredded, and he already just destroyed entirely with that shot coming up from the side of Sam9 just now. But Weibo Gaming Gap is still not going to give this away easily. He just takes down the pills, the adrenalines and everything, and just try one last push by himself.
Yeah, no circle, no helmet, all alone. I mean, all the odds are against him. But he's still fighting. Managed to get a knockdown to make out. That will be there to follow up. And that is it for Weibo Gaming. And for the last game for today, it is surely going to be a Southeast Asia team.
For the first time of today, when it happens in the last map of the day, finally South Asia speaks for their chickens here. But XERXIA, RNJ starts to spray. Sam9 being stopped and choked by only RNJ of XERXIA.
Oh, we got Alter Ego as well, elsewhere monitoring the situation. As Sam9 managed to make their way into the circle. Now, looking at the minimap, all 3 teams have their own corner as of now. But the 2 teams that have a straight line of sight between each other, it's going to be XERXIA and Sam9. So that will be an important clash point. Alter Ego will have the space to wait and see what's going to happen. But they're going to take the aggressive approach maybe against Sam9.
2v3, v4, Sam9 at the most disadvantage with 2 teams eyeing out towards their side. XERXIA spotted Alter Ego players. Sam9 trying to find a place where it can be a bit slightly safer than they used to. Megamind XERXIA definitely just have their scopes and their crosshair right on top of Sam9's player, but Alter Ego just shifted away their vision towards their side, and XERXIA and Alter Ego have a bit of a fight down there. Can Sam9 withstand the fights between the most players teams in between?
Well, circle and terrain-wise, it still favors to Alter Ego, so they can still kind of chill and hold on and see what happens next. At Sem9, they might lose Kenny now. Tam will be the focal attention for XERXIA. And he's going to be the last man for Sem9. So Tam, once he's on the outside of the circle, it's going to be really hard for him. One more nade on Tam, but who needs a nade if you have Fnatic on the other side of the road to finish off Tam?
Off angle entirely. He was too focused on XERXIA, who's happened to be perching right across him for Sem9 Tam just now. Alter Ego took advantage of it. Now Fnatic and the rest of Alter Ego. 3v4. And they're trying to open up the angles, going for 2-1. Well, for the sort of XERXIA, they do have elevation, they have compound, they have everything they need. It's in favors for XERXIA.
Oh, here we go. XERXIA, yes. And plus they have the circle control. Majority of the circle, it's by them. And they have a full squad, they took advantage of it. Let's see what Alter Ego can do. And they will start it off by taking out RNJ. This could be the opening that they need.
At the same time, it's just so little space for the side of Alter Ego. Mega Mind spot out Fnatic. Back to it. Outnumbered here for Alter Ego. Bit disadvantage again. Mega Mind dropping a big one. If it actually drops right on top of them, it's going to be trouble. Close enough. Alva down to 70% of HP here. He needs to drive away from that spot since they've been discovered by Mega Mind. There's going to be trouble smelling over their side. But Fnatic got finished off by Mega Mind. Now Alter Ego, Octa and Norbert left, trying to reposition himself. But Octa next. This is going to be tough for Alter Ego.
Here we go, one more to go. Can XERXIA wrap things up, or will we see a big comeback here? But looks like Megamind will go in for a frontal approach. Megamind knocked down. That is an opening there for Alba, but Alba now, he's super duper low. The other members of XERXIA should be able to follow up and then go in with a nade. Shopper will go shopping by Alba's point.
My God, that was a close one. They almost botched it by the side of XERXIA after one knockdown to the other. Alba not making it easy at all for the side of Alter Ego, but congratulations for XERXIA being the first team in day 2 to score 1 chicken, finally for Southeast Asia.
Breaking the streak of PEL to get this chicken dinner. And it is also the first chicken dinner if we zoom in for Thailand. So congratulations for them. They beat FaZe Clan as well as Vampire Esports to get the chicken dinner within their country.
It's kind of true. We had 2 before, both by the Indonesian teams, Alter Ego and PETA. That was in day 1. Day 2, PEL having a good run, especially DEC. They're one scary team to fight against. But this was an explosive match till the end of it. We have non-stop action from the start till the finish, but I'm happy to say we finally get to see LGD in action.
Yeah, a lot more screen time for LGD. Well, I would say action screen time for LGD. Yeah, the one that they kind of had that Mexican standoff at the start. Yeah, that doesn't really count. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see like other teams like starting to step up. You know, it gives a little bit of balance to the entire map. So big up for LGD.
And that's kind of true, but hopefully that's going to be a good scenario for LGD to have a bit more, you know, instead of forcing it just to fight in the early fight, just part ways. Actually work better that way for now on the side of LGD. But we leave it to our casters and analysts. I think that's it for us today. We're having a wrap up for both of us. And sorry for our shortcomings, viewers, but thank you so much for your support and love. And we're going to toss it back to our hosts and analysts, Contra and Kyril. Take it away.
There you go, finally a winner chicken dinner on the side of the C teams on the final map. XERXIA has finally debunked the code on how to wrap up the game for the side of C teams.
Yeah, and not only that, if you've noticed the past 2 rounds during the top 5 or even in the top 8, majority of it consists of teams from Southeast Asia. Despite, you know, having a couple more names still hanging around coming from the PEL. The previous round, out of the many names out there, somehow, you know, Titan has got to be the one to be able to take the cake. But in this round itself, we start to see the rise of XERXIA, and not only that, Alter Ego is now back on track as well. And today, I think Sem9 is absolutely on fire.
Yep, they did pretty well in the last few matches just now, but for the play of the match, we have RNJ here with 3 elimination points. 733 damage coming up from him, 24% of team contribution, and 156 meters longest elimination. He has been pretty much, can say, contributing a lot to his team in terms of firepower, in terms of decision making, being the frontline man of the team on engaging fights all over the game.
Yeah, what I really like about RNJ is that he also covers long-range angles as well. He's always the one to be a frontliner to actually initiate some of the shots for his team to be able to at least capitalize. But after the conclusion of all the 6 matches, we are still looking at TEC steady at the top. But this time around, their points are pretty much denied there with only 106 points, kind of stagnant heading into the final round of Miramar. But Alter Ego overtakes BTR to get into number 2. So from 2nd to 5th, somehow it's all Indonesian teams. Now even PERSIJA EVOS is being pushed down as well. MRPX is surging up, whereas Tianba on the final game, they managed to put a little bit more points. The middle of the pack, you will see a lot more shift going into day 3.
Yep, and looking at the stats here for top 4 eliminators, it's given to Suki from TEC with the highest eliminations overall and 317.6 average damage for him and 17 minutes and 7 seconds of survival time and 46 of throwable use, followed by Mormon and other players from C teams, which looking very great for C teams, especially in terms of firepower. But this is your top player, Rosemary from Indonesia, Alter Ego.
Especially on the first half of the day, we see a lot of Rosemary action, especially back in Sanhok. That's where he managed to run rounds against all the other teams. You know, if I were to choose another MVP, it has to be Mormon. I mean, today, Mormon is on fire. But maybe he didn't match up to the number of damage or even eliminations. But SEA, they're getting a lot more efficient in all these fights. We want to see a whole lot more coming from Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego.
Yep, this is the rising star from Alter Ego. Rosemary himself has been the MVP for PMSL. But then, yeah, him being alive in-game is very important for Alter Ego as we speak, because we can see that there's a new addition where Alva step in the main lineup for the team, which maybe contribute a little bit in terms of firepower, but in terms of chemistry, we still have a lot to talk about for Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's either they run all the way to the last mile, or sometimes the engines just does not really start from then on. But fair to say, Alter Ego does have a lot of all those early fights, which is always a 50-50. So some games, if it works out for them, you can see a lot more of Alter Ego. Back in Erangel, I think they have also done a whole lot of work, especially those fights that we keep seeing inside of Jojo Pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like it was a never-ending scene that we're getting coming in from not only the teams from SEA, but also from the PEL. I'm just going back through all those sort of games, and I start to recollect, hey, there were a lot of wonderful moments today. Do you have any favorite moments that has turned out from day
I gotta
2?
say, my favorite moment of the day is LGD on the last map.
Oh.
It was the longest playtime they ever had throughout all the matches that they have been playing. And this is looking very good for LGD. They need to keep this pace up. They need to maybe avoid some early skirmishes between the other C teams with them, especially at Sanhok with the teams there and Erangel and Miramar, because each and every map, LGD has always start off with early drop spot fights.
Yeah, and we saw when they do survive, that was about, what, 7 elimination points that they did gather up heading into the mid-game. So hopefully, you know, tomorrow's game plan is literally hashtag staying alive. So other than LGD, I think we've seen a bigger victory coming in from the side of 7-9. Sure, they didn't get any chicken dinners today, but heading into Miramar, we did see them lasting out really, really long. Yep. And I think even the later stages of Erangel, I believe it was match 4 or even match 5. Wait, it has to be match 4 or 3. So either one of these games, they also seem like they have already gotten themselves more steadily into a top 5 scenario. It's just that they weren't seemingly confident initially, but throughout the later stage of the day, it feels like the Tigers are unleashed.
Yep, true. And we have to mention a little bit about early fights for FaZe and Wolves. Right now, they are even Steven 2-2 between these two teams in Picado. And it has been a lot of more initiative from the Wolves side to initiate the fight with FaZe Clan, where they were literally just sitting ducks with their shotguns at the staircase, and it's giving a hard time for Wolves to really win out of that. But then at the end of the day, as we can see from the stats itself, Wolves are trying to pick FaZe one by one, especially when Mormon went down. That's where I feel like FaZe going to be eliminated
It's
by
kind of like
Wolves.
the Rosemary situation
Yes,
as well,
exactly.
right? And what I really did like about this particular matchup between Wolves Esports as well as what you just mentioned, FaZe Clan inside that city, a couple of times we've already seen the signature move of FaZe Clan is like, okay, get the shotgun, be prepared by the staircase.
Yeah.
I felt like that became a little bit more predictable, especially on the final round. It didn't seem like they managed to stash enough loots in time. And Wolves Esports had players like Da Chuan that did step up alongside, we remember, they were only holding what? Pistols, maybe a sawed-off, or even very short-range weapons. So whatever they had, that was the first time we see the Wolfpack actually hunt them out brutally.
Yeah, and if we have a little bit of recap of how teams have been playing their split meta, especially on the side of Morph GPX and K1 on the start of day 2 in Sanhok and Erangel, which provides them a lot of points in the earlier rounds. But then towards the third map and the fourth map, I feel like K1, they didn't continue the same meta that they did to win a winner chicken dinner. But when they start changing strats, it looks a bit different and their performance were a bit down. What's your opinion about this?
Yeah, I believe so too. Now that you actually highlighted it, it does look like, you know, the sort of change. They try to play a little bit faster, but a little bit more aggressive, but also a little bit reckless at the same time.
Yeah.
So like K1, the way that they have worked out perfectly with those sort of chicken dinners is that they play steadily, they look for that perfect situation, the perfect spot, and then things will work out in the end. I guess like sometimes push comes to shove, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I have to agree on you on that. But I think that's all for day 2 of action-packed PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, PL versus SEA. But more to come for tomorrow. More drama for sure on the drop spots fight. But then I think it's all for now. That's from us. I'm Khairul and Contra. We're wrapping things up for day number 2. Tune in tomorrow. Goodbye.